Stand and introduce the speaker.
Well, I think well, members. You can seat it.
Honourable members, please be standing for the President of the Tynwald.
In aspect, Lord Bishop will read us in prayer.
God be gracious to us and bless us, and make his face shine upon us, that your way may be known upon earth, your saving power among all nations.
Let the peoples praise you, O God. Let all the peoples praise you.
O let the nations rejoice and be glad, for you will judge the peoples righteously and govern the nations upon earth.
Let the peoples praise you, O God. Let all the peoples praise you.
Then shall the earth bring forth her increase, and God our own God will bless us.
God will bless us, and all the ends of the earth shall fear him.
The Lord be with you.
And also with you.
Let us pray.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Almighty God, Father of all, we thank you for the beauty of our land and for the rich heritage of this nation. Inspire the people of this island with the spirit of righteousness and love, willing both to share and to receive, that in prosperity and in adversity we may declare that we are one with each other and one with you. Through our Lord and Saviour Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us all evermore. Amen.
Please be seated. Honourable members, I've given leave for part of this morning to Mrs. Pooh Wilson. Now, I would like to welcome the new Lord Bishop of Soda and Man who joins us today for a first sitting as a member of Tynwald. On behalf of the court, I extend to you the warmest of welcomes and trust that you and your husband Andrew will soon feel at home here on the Isle of Man. The service of the bishop as a member of our legislature has been a continuous and unique feature for many centuries. The contribution of our bishop to public life of the island in this particular setting is one which we truly value. Lord Bishop, you bring with you wide recent experience of chaplaincy and pastoral work, particularly in your most recent roles as Archdeacon Canon of Westminster, as well as chaplain to the Speaker of the House of Commons. Our parliamentary system is somewhat different and our membership is somewhat smaller, but I hope you will enjoy your work in our unique parliament and we look forward to having you as a colleague.
Yeah.
We turn to item 1. I call on the clerk to lay papers.
Romaya Ecteren, Tamikuro Shawel, and Pervin Emersit, und Arnhem, Jane Claire Ober. I lay before the court the papers listed at item 1 of the order paper.
Turn to item 2 questions, and we begin with an urgent question, and I call on the Honourable Member for Douglas North, Mr. Wannerman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to ask the Minister of Infrastructure what discussions have taken place between his department and the Royal National Lifeboat Institution in relation to the future of Douglas Lifeboat. When his department became aware of any consultation, formal or otherwise, on the matter, what response his department has submitted to this consultation, and if he would be so kind to make a statement. Thank you.
I call on Shivesha Puntrogus to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you to the honourable member for his question regarding discussions between the Department and the Royal National Lifeboat Institution. A meeting between the Department and the Chief Executive, Mr. Peter Sparks of the NRI, was held on the 25th of October 2024 to discuss the future location of both the RNLI crew accommodation and the lifeboat. Before this meeting, the Department has been in discussions with the NRI with the proposed options for the relocation of the crew accommodation and the vessel berth. These options are still under consideration by the RNLI. The Department was made aware via a letter from the RNLI dated the 16th of October 2024 that a consultation would be taking place. The Department, as a stakeholder, is in continuous dialogue with the RNLI and will feed into that consultation, Mr. President. Thank you.
Supplementary, Mr. Warrenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can the Minister confirm that his department is giving the RNLI every assistance to get new facilities, and how many times in the last 6 years has his department submitted plans and a place for a location of the new Douglas Boathouse? And are there any plans to change the category of boat? Thank you.
Shivesha to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm happy to say the Department is giving the RNLI every assistance possible. Certainly in my time since the last general election, I've had 3 meetings now with staff from the RNLI, and certainly over the last 6 years there have been numerous officers' meetings as well, besides myself and the previous ministers, I would imagine. As to the future of the boat, that will be an RNLI decision. I know, as the honourable member knows, nobody else seems to know, there is an ongoing consultation at the moment between the RNLI and certainly the crew as to what fits best and will fit best going forward for the RNLI. Thank you, Mr. President.
Supplementary, Mr. Ashby.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I ask the Minister, well, it is a matter for the RNLI, of ultimately what we do in terms of vessel. Since we are an island in the middle of the Irish Sea that does rely upon our lifeboat, will the DOI be involved in those discussions around whether the vessel remains as is, or potentially if there's any form of downgrade proposed for the vessel?
Very shocked to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sure they'll be involved because it'll come down to what boat they have, what sort of, whether it's an afloat boat or whether it needs a new boathouse or whatever. So we'll absolutely be involved in that. And the RNLI have said they are happy to work with us and keep us informed of what's going on, Mr. President.
Supplementary, Mr. Morehouse.
Thank you, Mr. President. Given the urgent nature of this question, is the Minister aware of any material changes since the 25th of October 24 when you actually met and the media release in mid-October 2024? Thank you, Mr. President.
Very shocked to reply.
I'm not aware of anything that's changed since those meetings, Mr. President, and I thank the honourable member for his questions and keeps mentioning this being urgent. It's been going on for 8 years now. I know there's an urgency amongst the crew because their crew want to know first and foremost about what's going to happen in the future. But we're working diligently and as quick as we can with the RNLI to resolve this.
Supplementary, Mr. Callister.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank the Minister for the information. As he mentioned there, it's been going on for 8 years. During that particular period, there's been increased traffic and infrastructure between ourselves and the other place. Can I ask the Minister if this is a priority for the Department to resolve?
Very shocked to reply.
Yeah, very much so, but the priority with the RNLI, it will be their decisions as to what they're going to place here and how they're going to do that, Mr. President.
Supplementary, Miss Edge.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wonder if the Minister could indicate what discussions his department have had around the lifeboat house, which they leased to the RNLI, and whether it is going to be retained as the #1 boathouse in the northwest, and we were the original founders of the Royal National Lifeboat. And can he also say, is it just the winch that is broken within the boathouse and that's why the boat is no longer in it?
Very short to reply.
Thank you very much. I thank the honourable member for a question, so I can clarify that. I think it is just the winch at the moment that is stopping the boat going back up into the boathouse, but the boathouse will be going. It is the department's property. Obviously, it's in the harbour there, but it's not fit for purpose for whatever it is the RNLI come forward in the future, and they've said they have no further need for it. So the boathouse will and the slip will be going at some stage.
Supplementary, Mr. Callister.
Thank you, Mr. President. In respect of the new lifeboat station, can the Minister probably give this court some more information in respect of what is actually the problem in respect of finding a new location if it's not going to go back in the same location? Thank you.
Very short to reply.
A lot of it, Mr. President, comes down to what the RNLI decide on which sort of boat they want to use. The majority of boats now, or a lot of boats now, are faster float boats, which obviously will need a berth somewhere in the harbour rather than a boat's house, if you like. Again, that will come down to the RNLI's decision, working with the DOI as to what land is available, what areas are available, either in or outside on the harbour side, if you like, for either berths in the harbour or boat houses on the edge of the water.
Supplementary, Mr. Ashford.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the Minister agree that the reason I think my honourable colleague for Douglas North moving it as an urgent question was down to the fact that I believe the limited consultation that's taken place is due to actually end within the next week, which means obviously a decision from the RNLI side must be imminent. Would the Minister agree that actually there are concerns within the RNLI about potentially some of the things that might come forward, and while the Minister says he's met with the Chief Executive of the RNLI, can I ask, has there been any discussion between DOI and representatives of the local RNLI?
Rachel, to reply.
Thank you very much. Taking the last point first, the local RNLI are involved in this. Alan Corlett, who is on the RNLI national board, is also obviously based here on the island, and he's heavily involved in this. But at the end of the day, it will be an RNI headquarters pool that will make the decision as to what boathouse and what boat they decide, in conjunction with the crew and everybody else on the island, including the DOI. And that decision will be theirs, but we are working diligently, as I said, with them to try and resolve this as fast as possible. They will do a review of a whole coastal review. They are doing a whole coastal review of all the boats. And it may well be that, you know, you've got boats either side of you that have changed over the last few years now, and so the boat in the middle needs to change its purpose. It might not be an offshore boat or a faster float boat, it'll be an inshore boat, but that's up to the RNLI, as I've said, to make that decision, Mr. President.
Supplementary, Ms. Edge.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to go back on with regards to the boathouse, because the Minister said it will no longer be needed, it's not fit for purpose. Can the Minister say that that building will be retained for public use or will be sold on so it can be utilised like other boathouses in other parts of the world for accommodation, for tourism, etc., or is he saying it will be demolished?
Very short to reply.
Thank you very much. When I say it's not fit for purpose, it won't be able to, it could, I suppose, be adapted to use for a boat in the future, but the RNLI don't want it. It's over 100 years old now, and going forward it would need an awful lot of money spending on it, so it won't be staying with the RNLI, if you like, going forward.
Supplementary, Mrs. Barber.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, can I declare an interest as a volunteer committee member for Douglas RNLI and one of the people who was able to respond to the recent consultation. Firstly, I just wanted to ask, would the Minister agree with me the consultation has indeed closed and did last week, and also that the reason that the boathouse is labelled number 1 is in fact following some research, because there were in fact 2 boathouses in Douglas, so it was Douglas 1 and Douglas 2 as opposed to being the first boathouse, but I do acknowledge that there is obviously history and heritage associated with it.
Bishop, to reply.
I agree entirely with what the members just said, Mr. President.
Supplementary, Mr. Carston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a final question for me. It is a shame that we're having to have this question today when we're celebrating the 200th anniversary of the RNLI. Can the Minister give reassurance to the court exactly how long it will take to resolve the issues?
Bishop, to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. I can't do that because it's an RNLI decision. It's out of our hands. It's entirely with them, the way forward. As I said, we're working with them to try and give them the information they need and the opportunities and what they need to move forward.
Supplementary, Mr. Ashford.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just following on from the Minister's comments before, can I ask the Minister to be clear, does government actually have a view on what actually is best for the island and the people of the island, or is he saying that government is just remaining completely neutral of this and not actually recommending to the RNLI what they believe would actually be best?
Bishop, to reply.
No, not at all, Mr. President. The RNLI are working very closely with the department for what's best for the island and for the RNLI. But at the end of the day, it will be theirs. They have to pay for all this, so it's down to them, you know, what's best and what suits their purposes.
Final supplementary, Ms. Edge.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Minister keeps saying that the boathouse is the RNLI's decision. It's actually a building that's leased to the RNLI from his department. Will the Minister confirm what his department's intentions are for the RNLI lifeboat house?
Very short to reply.
I can't confirm that, Mr. President, because I have no idea what the intentions are for that. Yeah, when we move it, it may well fall apart. I have no idea exactly what state that boathouse is in, so...
Honourable members, we'll move to our question paper, and we'll start with our starred questions. And question number 1, call on the Honourable Member for Douglas North, Mr. Ashford.
Thank you, Mr. President. I beg to ask the Minister for Education, Sport and Culture what impact the increase in England's tuition fees will have on her department's budget, and if she will make a statement.
Call on Shaveshok, Inzi, Sport and Culture to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. The announced increase to tuition fees of £285 for undergraduate degrees in England has coincided with an ongoing review of the department's student awards regulations, as outlined in the Department of Education, Sport and Culture Department Plan 2024-25. If the department undertook to increase tuition fee grants to reflect this increase, it is estimated that the increased cost to the department would be £213,750, based on an estimated 750 students studying off-island in the UK. Within the review of the regulations, the full implications of and the options for addressing the increasing tuition fees are currently being considered ahead of their introduction from the 2025-26 academic year. Thank you, Mr. President.
Supplementary, Mr. Ashford.
Thank you, Mr. President. The key word in that answer was if the department decides to increase. So can I ask the Minister, is there a scenario thereby where the department will not increase and students will have to find the increase themselves?
Bishop to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. I could just say the options are being considered and the full extent of the financial implications need exploring before a commitment is made. Thank you, Mr. President.
Supplementary, Mr. Hipper.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The Minister has just outlined that the potential cost of increasing the loan grant element of the tuition fee paid by the government would be £213,000. Looking at her department's own plan, in 2019, the department spent £6.9 million paying out for tuition fees. This year, they are spending £6.4 million. That's £500,000 less than they spent 4 years ago. So it is evident the budget exists and is available for this because the Student Awards budget itself was £500,000 more at the start of this administration than it currently is today. So can the Minister please comment on whether, like Mr. Ashford has just said, this is something the department is going to do, given that the budget quite clearly exists as articulated in her own department plan?
Bishop to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. The student award regulations currently require a minimum contribution of £2,500 each year towards the students' tuition fees, and the £6,750 available also as a means-tested grant. But we are reviewing the whole regulations, and we have to take into account the cost implications of this just announced rise, and how that is shared or otherwise between the department's contribution in terms of the student award and the student contribution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Supplementary, Mr. Ashford.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Minister says that they're reviewing the whole regulations. Will the review of the regulations be completed before this actually comes in the UK? Because that's got to surely be a concern as well if you're going to look at this as part of the wider review. And can I ask the Minister also, we are currently in the budgetary process ready for next year. So does the Minister not think this needs to be looked at now in case the department does need additional funding if they do decide to go down the route of covering this?
Bishop to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe the announced increase is to come in September next year. Outcomes from our review are anticipated early in 2025. Subject to Tynwald approval, the new regulations we anticipate would be in place from September next year. Thank you, Mr. President.
Supplementary, Ms. Edge.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Minister's Department and myself have recently stated that more students are staying on island to study, so therefore can the Minister confirm what the current spend against the tuition budget is, and is it ring-fenced for all students wishing to study off island?
Bishop to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Student Awards budget this year, I think, is around £9.2 million in terms of the numbers of students that are assisted. We have, if I just find the figure, and the For the 2023-24 academic year, department paid tuition fees for 958 students.
Supplementary, Mr Morehouse.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hopefully the Minister will be able to provide some reassurance. She talks about the whole regulations being considered. Is this just a focus on the increase, or is it looking at tuition fees in general? Thank you, Mr. President.
Taoiseach to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. The department commenced a complete review of student award regulations ahead of this announcement. I'm also aware that the Public Accounts Committee we're awaiting imminently for a report from them, who have also been looking at this matter. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr Ashford.
Thank you, Mr. President. While the rise doesn't come in until the September academic year, September 25, that's within the financial year 25-26. So from the Minister's comments that they will be looking to come forward early in 2025, would the Minister accept that we're all going to sit here, approve a budget potentially in February, only then potentially then, if depending on what comes forward, for that to sort of go partially out the window if the department decides they needs additional money and they'll be coming back within months of the budget being finalised in this honourable court? Does the Minister believe that it's acceptable and maybe it now needs to be looked at, that particular element, rather than doing it as part of the wider review?
Very short to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. The review of regulations and the timing of bringing forward the revised or renewed student award regulations, I think, is the subject of Mr. Hooper's question later in this sitting. Thank you, Mr. President. But we are factoring it into our discussions now, in the budget discussions, and I don't see that that's going to be an issue.
And a supplementary, Ms Edge.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Minister's just stated that it's a 9.2 million budget. If you divide that by the 750 students studying, that's £12.2 £166 per student at the present time. So it does sound like there is some movement in there. Can the Minister confirm, is she, as the Minister, wanting to look at additional funding, or is she trying to make sure that the regulations fit within the current budget so that there's a less amount going to certain students?
Very short to reply.
No means testing.
Thank you, Mr. President. I said that the 2023-24 academic year department paid for 958 students tuition fees, of which 175 students are at the UCM. And I believe there are different amounts because of a whole range of different circumstances and degrees, and sometimes people don't complete the years of study. But if the Honourable Member wants any more information, I can provide it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Move on to question number 2, and a call on the Honourable Member for Arby Castlemaine, Mr Morehouse.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to ask the Minister for Health and Social Care what discussions he had with the Manx Care Board prior to the announcement that the Council of Ministers would not fully endorse some of the cost savings proposals brought forward by Manx Care and his department, and whether a new list of cuts has been agreed by the Council of Ministers, the department and Manx Care. Thank you, Mr. President.
All on Shavejak, Land, Crail, Atir to reply.
Mr. President, I met with the Chair of the Manx Care Board on the 17th of October and the Chief Executive on the 23rd of October. Both of these discussions focused on the Manx Care budget and cost-saving plans. Mr. President, a new list of service reductions has not been agreed or indeed presented to the Council of Ministers, the Department, or any other service reductions presented by Manx Care, but Manx Care are fully aware of its responsibilities to deliver its services within the financial framework given to the organisation and continues to seek efficiencies in the delivery of its services.
Supplementary, Mr Morehouse.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Minister. In terms of the meetings that were over a month ago, there's a lot of public concern in terms of what's actually happening with regard to these changes. Is there an indication when you're going to meet with them again, and when there will be announcement about the changes? Thank you, Mr. President.
Very short to reply.
Sorry, I'm not clear on what the Honourable Member is trying to say in his question there, Mr. President. To be clear, it's important to understand that the cost-saving proposals considered by the Council of Ministers were neither supported by the Manx Care Board nor, in fact, the department. However, it was agreed that given their likely impact, they would be presented to the Council of Ministers at the time to seek a view on whether some or all or none of the proposals would be supported in the interests of closing the financial gap, and the Council of Ministers at the time chose to indicate they would not support the proposals as they currently stood.
Supplementary, Mr. Moorhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. In terms of the last slide, where the Council of Ministers were not prepared to support the proposals as they stood, with regard to that 10th of October statement, there were positive aspects in terms of using bank cover, in terms of filling vacancies up. Has Manx Care been told to actually continue with those, or has everything been put on hold? Thank you, Mr. President.
As I said, Manx Care continue to undertake cost savings and efficiencies to operate within the financial framework that they have been given.
Final supplementary, Mr. Moorhouse.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Minister. In a recent update, the Chief Minister confirmed that Tynwald would continue, but Manx Care stated the pilot scheme had come to an end, and Manx Care said it was pausing the initiative going forward until a full assessment is complete. So what agreement is now in place with the providers? Thank you, Mr. President.
Rachel, to reply.
I think I was clear in my statements to this honourable place the last time that I spoke about this matter. I have asked Manx Care to continue with the Tynwald services.
Move on to question 3, and I call on the Honourable Member for Arbury Castlemaine, Mr. Glover.
I seek to ask the Minister for Health and Social Care what redundancy or relocation packages are being offered to staff at Rena Bay Residential Care Home.
Colin Shavashok, Slant, Crail, Atir to reply.
Mr. President, there are no redundant posts at Rena Bay, so a redundancy package has not been offered. Manx Care wishes to retain the valuable skills and experience of its staff elsewhere in the organisation. As a result, all staff have had the opportunity to shadow in different areas of the organisation where appropriate vacancies exist and express a preference about the area in which they wish to be redeployed. A job matching process has been undertaken by the Office of Human Resources, with most staff being offered posts according to their preferences.
Supplementary, Mr. Glover.
From what I gather, most of the posts being offered are within the medical setting at Nobles Hospital and learning disabilities. The point being, would the Minister agree that residential care is very different from both these areas being offered?
You're very short to reply.
Well, I don't know about all the specific jobs that have been offered, but what I do know is that 51 staff have been affected by the move, Mr. President, and that 49 of the 51 have been successfully redeployed, and I understand are happy with their roles.
Supplementary, Mr. Willett.
Does the Minister agree that this way this has been handled isn't actually within the terms of their contracts?
Very short to reply.
Well, as I understand it, Mr. President, the staff have been successfully redeployed. This has been done by working in close partnership with the unions on the process to redeploy their staffs, and I'm certainly not aware that there's been any breach of contracts.
Supplementary, Ms. Edge.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wonder, the Chief Minister's just said 49 will be deployed on assuming into Manx Care. Was there that much of a shortage in Manx Care because there wasn't many adverts out?
Very short to reply.
Well, these staff were working for Manx Care. I think it's important that we utilise the resources that we have rather than bringing them in. The Honourable Member will know that there are a number of vacancies within Manx Care. I think we should support the staff relocation. It's much better that those roles are undertaken by staff on the island rather than by bringing staff from further afield. And if it involves training and giving these staff other opportunities, then I think we should get behind that and support that.
Supplementary, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Would the Minister join with me in thanking the trade unions and the management for sitting and having one-to-ones over a lengthy period of time with all of the staff involved, because that's a good example of industrial relations and that improves morale.
Very short to reply.
Excellent. Pleased to support that, indeed.
We're on to question number 4. I call on the Honourable Member for Ramsey, Mr. Hooper.
I'd like to ask the Minister for Infrastructure when the Ramsey Quayside redevelopment scheme will progress and if you will make a statement.
Call on Shabbat Controllers to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The Department is in the process of applying for project development funding to allow this scheme to be progressed to detailed design. Outline plans for a flood defence wall located alongside the Solby River on West Quay and Derby Road have previously been prepared by the Department, and preliminary consultations have taken place with the stakeholders based on these plans. I expect that further dialogue will take place and detailed design works to continue. Once funding is secured, the Department intends to progress these plans to detailed site investigation and design, including a submission of a planning application. It is the Department's intention to have the scheme developed and planning approval secured during the 25-26 financial year, allowing construction work to proceed thereafter. Thank you, Mr. President.
Supplementary, Mr. Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'd like to thank the Minister for that answer. It's quite concerning, though, that we are only now applying for project development funding. This scheme originally was talked about by the Commissioners back in 2020. A planning application went in 2021. Actually, almost 3 years to the day since that was objected to. The Minister is now saying, 3 years later, we are now applying for further project development funding. What assurances can you give this Honourable Court that this scheme will actually now progress in the 25-26 financial year as is articulated, or are we really going to be sitting here waiting another 3 years for this to happen?
See if there's any coal tar. Very shock to apply.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I understand the Honourable Member who's just resumed his frustration at this. I am absolutely confident that this will move forward now, subject obviously to Treasury's backing and funding on this. I am adamant that the local authority, the honourable members and those that are involved in and around this scheme will be involved in the consultation to make sure it's fit for purpose and does its job, but it absolutely needs to happen as soon as possible.
Supplementary, Mr. Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Again, I'd like to thank the Minister for that quite firm commitment. He's mentioned a couple of times stakeholders and local authorities. One of the reasons the previous scheme failed to cross the final hurdle was the opposition of the local authority. Can you advise what work has been undertaken with the local authority to date to make sure they are on board and are supportive of the current plans and the current high-level scheme that's been outlined?
Rachel, to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think in the past, I think the local authority were more than happy with the flood defence scheme, but it was the lack of, or the parking that would be lost and things along the West Quay there. Those discussions are ongoing because, as far as I'm concerned, Mr. President, you know, it's what the local authority wants. Yes, we need to do the walls for the flood defence, but when it comes to the parking, that I'm more than happy to work with the local authorities to make sure they get what they want as well.
Supplementary, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Can the Minister confirm where this scheme ranks against the other schemes that were identified in the coastal management, flood risk management a set of schemes that are that need to be progressed at some time, or is it just that this is a northern political imperative, as they're often called?
Seems to be widening, but I'll leave the Shavashok to reply.
Thanks, it does, Mr. President, but I'm happy to say that I haven't actually got the number where it ranks, but it's right at the top there. Honourable members will remember the picture of that man kayaking down Parliament Street, I think it was, many years ago. We don't need to be seeing that again. Certainly the businesses and that don't need to be seeing that again, and those that live in that area too. So we are trying to stop that from happening again. But as for the number of where it ranks, I'm not sure. I'll find out if the honourable member wants that number.
Move on to question number 5 and a call on the Honourable Member for Douglas East, Ms Fadigan.
I'd like to ask the Minister for Infrastructure, further to the answers he gave in the House of Keys earlier this month, if he will give an update on the review of subsidised bus travel for school children. Thank you.
Call on Shavashok on Travellers to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since the amendments to the school travel card scheme travel parameters, Bus Vanguard has continued to liaise with schools and the Department of Education, Sport and Culture. The Department is working through the feedback received from stakeholders, and we are trying to resolve any issues as and when they occur.
Supplementary, Ms Fadigan.
Could the Minister maybe give an outline of what data capture or analysis of impact has taken place? Thank you.
Shavashok to reply.
I'm happy to circulate that, Mr. President. I don't have that information with me at the moment.
Supplementary, Ms Fadigan.
Would the Minister commit to halting the application of the reduced time for school card use whilst this review is taking place? Thank you.
Shavashok to reply.
I won't at the moment, Mr. President. The reason why it seems to be working quite well, the problems that we've had are very limited and the figures are low, and as I said, we're happy to try and resolve those with either schools or parents or whoever's raising those, and if the honourable member would like to have a conversation, I'm more than happy to work with her on this.
Supplementary, Mr Morehouse.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could I just have a little bit more clarification, please, in terms of the previous answer? With regards to reduced hours to be used for the school cards, is the company still allowing those to use the card before 6 o'clock at the standard rate, or is it now half fare for everyone? Thank you, Mr. President.
Very short to reply.
The honourable member guessed right, Mr. President. It is half fair. It is back to 5 o'clock at the moment. If there is issues arising, and I believe, if students are trying to use the bus and it's at 5:05 or something like that, I think, as far as I know, I haven't been told otherwise at the moment, those students are being allowed on until we resolve any issues, Mr. President.
Supplementary, Ms. Barringer.
I'd just like to pick up on the Minister's last response to my question. So he said that the problems are low and the numbers are limited. So could I just ask, why has this change taken place in the first place?
Very short to reply.
Because, as I said originally, Mr. President, my original answer a few weeks ago, the cars went from home to school and back again, and they have been used for other reasons. Students have been going into towns or whatever the case may be, and it has caused too many problems for us because those numbers have been taken out of the number of students using the buses, if you like, so it's not been too much of a problem for those who need the service for proper reasons, if you like, and where there has been an issue, we are working with parents or schools to try and resolve it.
Supplementary, Mr. Sharp.
I realise that all departments are having to make cuts, but I wonder if, when it comes to reducing free travel for school children, the Minister might agree to discussing the situation with perhaps the third sector or even the private sector to see if some extra funding can be found to cover the bus fares for children who might be returning from an extracurricular activity after school, which might finish after the cut-off hour. After all, does he not agree that children who experience lockdown are in general socially underdeveloped for their age, and that we must do everything we can to remove any barriers to their taking part in after-school social activities, and that this is an investment which will pay dividends in later years?
Very short to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm more than happy to take this up with the honourable member who's just resumed her seat and have those conversations with her and anybody else on my office as well, where there are issues to be resolved. I don't, as I said, believe there are too many issues that are affecting people, and that if they're brought to our attention, we will try and deal with them.
Supplementary, Mr. Morehouse.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the 5th of November again today, the Minister has referred to numbers being low. On the 5th of November, we had a figure of over 1,000. So could you give us an indication of how many have actually been using buses between 5 and 6 o'clock since the changes came about on the 4th of November? Thank you, Mr. President.
Very short to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. I haven't got those figures with me, but I will get those figures for the honourable members and circulate them.
Supplementary, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just can the Minister remind me, how much each year does the Department of Infrastructure bus fanning receive from the Department of Education for transporting kids to and from school? Firstly, and secondly, does bus fanning have staff just in the office hanging around who could organise transport for the third sector and the private sector to help with after-school classes?
Very short to reply.
Again, Mr. President, happy to get that information for the honourable member, and I don't believe that we have office members just hanging around that can do that.
Supplementary, Mrs. Christian.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just to be clear, Minister, because I wasn't too sure if I heard two different answers to when a child currently goes on after 5 o'clock. You said to Ms. Fargo that you wouldn't suspend that decision, but yet at the same time you just said if a child got on at 5:05, would they be allowed to have that fare for free? Is there some kind of leeway there? Just to be clear, that would be really helpful, especially for parents. Thank you, Mr. President.
To reply?
Yeah, I thank the honourable member for that question, for me being able to clarify. There was an issue that was raised at the time when we started this, that there was buses that it was just after 5 o'clock, 5 past, 10 past, and at the time the staff said that they were allowing those students to still use those buses until we'd resolved any issues. I presume that's still happening unless it's been resolved.
Thank you.
Final supplementary, Mr. Carsten.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I ask the Minister if any complaints have been received in respect of students using these buses outside the normal times? And can I ask the Minister how many times the buses have actually been full? And that is why there's a change of policy now, because I'm trying to understand exactly why and how this policy has come about.
Very short to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I've not got the number of complaints and that we've got, but I can get that information from Bank Circus regarding the 4 buses as well.
Mr. Elliott, I've got a final supplementary. Ms. Edge.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Minister said that he thinks, he's not sure, but students were allowed to get in at 5:05. What is the Minister's policy and what is he going to do to fix it, to reassure the parents that their children will be able to get home for after school activities? And when will he come back and give us that information so that everybody knows what is happening with their students at the end of the school day?
Wish to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm happy to email that information to honourable members along with other information that I've said I will give to honourable members. As I said at the time, we brought that time back to 5 o'clock from 6 o'clock. There were issues raised at the time that there were some buses at 5 past or 10 past, in which case the bus drivers and the department said that they would let students, until we've resolved this, use those buses. Now, I don't know whether that's been resolved or not at this time, but I will find out and I will let members know, Mr. President.
Move on to our unstyled questions and move on to question 6. The call on the Honourable Member for Douglas Central, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask the President of Tynwald whether members of the House of Keys can make personal statements in Tynwald Court when they step down as ministers and departmental members, and if so, under what conditions and terms. Thank you for answering.
Honourable Members, the standing orders of this Honourable Court provide that any member may make a statement. In general, members have the opportunity to ask questions of a statement. However, in the case of personal statement, members may not ask questions. It follows that when a member describes their statement as a personal statement, they are asserting that the special privilege of addressing the court without having to answer questions. In order to ensure this privilege is not abused, it is my practice to examine all personal statements in draft before they are delivered. The only exception to this is when a member uses a short personal statement to correct a factual inaccuracy in their previous contribution. Standing orders do not make any special provision for personal statements in circumstances where a member has stepped down as a minister or departmental member. If any honourable member believes that special provision is needed in these circumstances, the matter may be referred to the Standing Orders Committee of the Court. Supplementary, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for that very helpful statement. I note the invitation for us all to make a representation to the Standing Orders Committee. There is helpful advice in Erskine May on personal statements, including resignation statements. So does this presiding officer believe that a personal statement in principle is allowable for a member to explain the circumstances which have caused their leaving of an office of government, regardless of the nature of how the member stood down? And if not, is effectively the presiding officer encouraging members to make statements outside Tynwald rather than inside Tynwald?
As stated in my original answer, I would suggest to refer to the Standing Orders Committee. Supplementary, Ms. Edge.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, you stated in your response that short personal statements regarding accuracy can be made. Can Mr. President, you state how they can come about? If there is a request from an honourable member in here for some inaccuracy during a sitting, would you allow that at the same sitting?
Well, that's a separate matter. The question is about the personal statements with regards to ministers and departmental members. So that would be a separate matter for Standing Orders Committee. Supplementary, Ms. Edge.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I just confirm with regards to full transparency around this that in the past when a personal statement has been made that you have checked every statement that's been made?
Personal statements in this court, yes, I have. Well, members, we move on to question 7. I call on the Honourable Member for Arbury Castlemaroo, Mr. Morehouse.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to ask the Chief Minister what plans there are to align the legal name of the Department for Home Affairs with the title of its minister as provided by the Ministerial Title Order 2020. Thank you.
Call on Urchavir to reply.
Mr. President, there are no plans at this time to change the legal name of the Department of Home Affairs.
Supplementary, Mr. Moorhouse.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank you, Chief Minister. I'd like to ask why. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Bishop to reply.
Right, Mr. President, I would remind the Honourable Member for Castletown and Maloo of the debate on this matter. He will recall that the purpose in the first instance was for a minister to create a focus for justice matters and to speak on those matters. This has been done, and I think the aim is met. I'm not sure why he would regard it as important at this time when there are so many other priorities to change the name of the department.
Supplementary, Mr. Moorhouse.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Chief Minister. All things are important, Chief Minister. In terms of the ongoing situation, is it likely to remain ongoing for the foreseeable future, or does it see a time when there will be an alignment? Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Bishop to reply.
I don't think there is an ongoing situation, Mr. President. The department is the Department for Home Affairs, and the Minister, as agreed in this Honourable Court, would also have a focus on justice matters, and that is reflected in her ministerial title.
Move on to question A, so call on the Honourable Member for Ramsey, Mr. Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'd like to ask the Chief Minister what has been achieved by the Operational Performance Board, how has it improved the delivery of services, and if he will make a statement.
Call on Mr. Bishop to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Operational Performance Board's purpose is to provide high-level oversight of operational performance across government, as well as the non-executive directors providing support and guidance to the Chief Executive Officer of the Isle of Man Government. Over the past 12 months, progress has been made on improving individual performance conversations across the public sector and getting managers to set objectives and to discuss performance on a regular basis. This includes, for the first time, a performance framework for the Chief Executive Officer. Mr. President, the Board has also been providing input and guidance on the 4 key strategies that will improve performance and efficiency of the public service in the medium to long term, namely people, its assets, customer and digital. The board members, the non-executive directors of the Cabinet Office, have also provided significant input into the efficiencies work that will deliver at least £10 million of efficiencies over the next 12 to 18 months, and I will report further on progress in this area to this Honourable Court in January 2025. Putting that aside, Mr. President, the Chief Executive Officer also reports quarterly on the following: vacancies across government, sickness and absence levels, progress on annual reviews, efficiency and productivity proposals, whistleblower and bullying, GTS performance, OHR performance, priorities of the CEO, and summary of departmental achievements alongside organisational risk. The Operational Performance Board has recently discussed how performance dashboards can be produced with an agreed set of KPIs, key performance indicators, with a performance framework that sits alongside. When resources and capacity allows, this work will be taken forward and will form part of the operational performance discussions at the OPB, the Operational Performance Board. Mr. President, it should be noted that departments are in the process of providing further assurance to the Board through their departmental and monthly monitoring reports that they will review with their ministers.
Supplementary, Mr. Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'd like to thank the Chief Minister for that long and somewhat civil servant-y answer to my question. There are a lot of words there, but actually what I was interested in was how has that board improved delivery of services? Because ultimately that's what we care about, is how are we making things better for the end user, for people on the island. I didn't hear anything there actually about improving the delivery of services. Lots of talk about reporting and CEO and other really high-level stuff, but actually can the Chief Minister really talk about how this board, which has been in existence now for nearly 2 years, has actually contributed to the improvement of services that the people are expecting from the government?
Mr. Bishop to reply.
Well, it may well have been discussed for the last 2 years, but it's actually only really been working for the last 12 months, and the Honourable Member will, of course, remember that the non-executive directors were only formally appointed in January of this year. So, the Operational Performance Board, Mr. President, has identified a significant number of matters that need addressing across government, including the fact that from a governance and management, effective staff management perspective, proper management of staff has been lacking in a number of areas, and even the most basic requirements in a professional organisation of an annual appraisal for staff members has been significantly lacking in a number of areas. The bottom line, Mr. President, it's going to take some time for the Operational Performance Board to effectively gain and get the governance oversight that it needs, but it is working towards that. The non-executive directors that we've brought in are highly skilled, have already helped and assisted the Chief Executive Officer and the Chief Operating Officer in the Cabinet Office move forward. And alongside them also sits the Director of OHR and the Head of GTS. And these basic core principles will assist in terms of helping staff understand their role, ensuring that they are operating effectively, and of course that we are getting full productivity and proper measurement of that productivity from all our departments. But it is going to take a bit of time, Mr. President, because some of this very basic governance has not been in place for a long time in the government, and it needs to happen in order to get proper performance improvement.
Supplementary, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you very much. It's very interesting that the Chief Minister spoke extensively about HR matters. Is the new Operational Performance Board superior to the Public Services Commission, which is set up in law, which seems to have all of those functions that are just identified? And secondly, the Digital Oversight Committee still exists on the internet with Mr. Hooper as a political member. Has that body been usurped by the Operational Performance Board, and if so, why?
Bishop Bishop to reply.
Well, no, it hasn't. And in respect of the PSC, the Honourable Member will know that the Public Services Commission is ultimately the employer of significant numbers of staff across the government. Of course, the information that is supplied both to the Operational Performance Board and the PSC does overlap in some areas, and therefore I think we can look more closely at how those two bodies can align. But the bottom line is the Operational Performance Board is covering a number of areas, but of course HR service and performance fundamentally obviously impacts on efficiencies, particularly when it comes to productivity, when it comes to managing sickness, when it comes to making sure that the core governance infrastructure is in place to ensure that employees are both well briefed and fully understand their roles, are working to the highest levels of efficiency and productivity, but also that they are working properly in a professional workforce and environment that allows them to fully maximise their opportunities, and also have that assurance both at junior level and at senior level that they are operating in a safe and productive workforce. Alongside that, of course, we're also looking at how departments are managing their risks and their assurance. We're looking at efficiency and reform, and we are looking also at how GTS and our digital programs can be enhanced and delivered enhanced to ensure that we're delivering again a best service possible to the public.
Supplementary, Mr. Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'd like to thank the Chief Minister for some of this information, which is quite enlightening. He talked a little bit there about efficiencies and productivity of staff. I'm just curious, does the Operational Performance Board have any KPIs, any targets, or has it itself set any KPIs or targets around things like efficiency and productivity? How is it measuring productivity and efficiency? The Chief Minister mentioned in his initial response he was planning on providing an update to this honourable report in January of next year. Would he commit to bringing an actual report back from the Operational Performance Board, perhaps addressing some of these issues and anything else, of course, which may be of interest to this honourable court?
To reply.
So it is my intention that the Operations Performance Board does produce an annual report. As I said, Mr. President, I think my personal belief is the Operations Performance Board can make a significant improvement and provide significant assurance in the way that the government has operated. It will also provide proper governance structure around the Chief Executive Officer, both now and for the future. I would suggest in many ways that has been lacking, and I think with the skills that are being offered by the potential, from the potential of the non-executive directors, both of whom in the current case are highly skilled, will enable us to better provide those key measurements of productivity and efficiency. But some of that is in development, and many of those sorts of elements have been lacking for quite some considerable time, I would suggest, across the public service. So they need to be brought forward and clarified.
Ms Edge.
Thank you, Mr President. I wonder if the Chief Minister, we've talked about the membership of the board, could he circulate the current membership, because it clearly isn't up to date, and also the quarterly report by the CEO. We've only had the CEO for 12 months, but I would like to see what the quarterly reports are that have been produced and whether you can publish those, please.
Mr Bishop, to reply.
Well, those have been reports that have been given to the Operations Performance Board, but as I said in my original answer, how the Operations Performance Board reports and delivers that reporting in a public way in terms of what the performance is across government is something that is being looked at, and how those dashboards can be produced both for honourable members but also for greater public oversight. In terms of the membership of the board, that is set out quite clearly. That is, the Chief Minister is the Chair, the Deputy Chief Minister, the Chair of the Public Services Commission, the officers, Chief Executive Officer, Isle of Man Government, the Chief Operating Officer, Cabinet Office, the Executive Director, Office of Human Resources, Executive Director, Government Technology, and Executive Director, Internal Audit, Treasury.
Mr Morehouse.
Thank you, Mr President. The Chief Minister's used the phrases proper performance improvements and productivity. How will that be done? Does this signal the use of traditional time and motion studies and similar assessments right across the public sector? Thank you, Mr President.
Mr Bishop, to reply.
Well, how will that be done is exactly the point that the board is driving to at the moment. There is a number of, as I said, a strong element of skills and experience. The point of having non-executive directors from externally is that they will have a lot of experience from the private sector that they can bring forward in terms of that. But we are drawing up a number of dashboards in terms of oversight for HR services and performance, for assurance mapping across the departments, and of course an efficiency and reform plan, which I've said I will bring forward to honourable members in terms of clarity of what that looks like in January this year. And I think the honourable member will find that will shed some light in terms of the question he has asked.
Supplementary, Mr Thomas.
Thank you very much. Does the Operational Performance Board have its own staff, its own secretariat? In which case, how many roles are there of HR people, of digital people, of people who understand risk and communications, performance reporting in that secretariat? As the alternative, does the Operational Performance Board use the same staff who were already serving the Public Services Commission and the Digital Oversight Committee, and so now are these same people reporting to two people, or is there a superiority in terms of the reporting, and will the law be changed, for instance, so that the Public Services Commission can cease to exist?
Mr Bishop, to reply.
There is no additional secretariat. The secretarial services are provided from within the Cabinet Office, and of course the tasks from that are set by the board are undertaken by the Chief Executive Officer and disseminated to the Chief Officer group as appropriate. And as I said, I'll bring forward further information regarding the efficiencies programme in January. And I would say to honourable members that the Operational Performance Board, of course, was initially scoped out to provide that governance and reassurance around the performance of the Chief Executive Officer, and vis-a-vis then how that performance was managed, and also how we could improve performance management across government. The Operations Performance Board is continuing to make progress in this area, and I hope honourable members will see over the next 12 months greater clarity in terms of both dashboards but also more evidence of what has actually happened to improve that efficiency and get on top of some of these factors that we all need to ensure that our staff across the public sector are delivering effectively, efficiently, and within a professional environment.
Supplementary, Mr Glover.
Good reminder, Dr. and I'm supportive of this work, because obviously it's quite surprising to hear the lack of governance and oversight that we've had previously. But this is pretty high level stuff to anyone listening in to this Tynwald broadcast, and I'm yet to hear what the end user will see as a result of the work that's being done here.
Mr. Bishop, to reply.
I think what the end user, the ultimate end user, which is obviously the taxpayer, will, I hope, see its services being delivered efficiently and effectively within the budgets that are allocated to it and to the programmes that are being approved within departmental and indeed island plans. Also, I would expect that these types of improvements will lead to less employment tribunals, less whistleblowing claims, and a more professional environment in which our staff feel valued, but also they are performing to the maximum levels they can of efficiency, and that they understand their role within their departments, and also they are actually just receiving the most basic levels of professional management that I would hope everybody would receive in a professional organisation.
Mention Ms. H.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chief Minister, I want to sort of focus on the governance issue again. It's lacking in a number of areas. To me, that is a very serious matter that needs addressed quite rapidly. But you also commented with regard to accounting officers, and I'm just actually looking at the job advert pack for the CEO of Isle of Man Government, who is not an accounting officer. So therefore, how is he held to account if there was to be any disciplinary matters, because he's not an accounting officer in accordance with the literature that was published? And what governance and fix are you going to do that for the people of the Isle of Man? And is the Chief Minister aware that in the Isle of Man, for the population, we currently have 9 public sector employees per person living on the Isle of Man? Jersey has 14, Guernsey has 14.4, and the UK has 12. What is the Chief Minister ensuring that a performance board is doing to look at these statistics?
Mr. Bishop, to reply.
Well, if I heard the member correctly, she said we had 9 public sector employees per resident.
No, all the way round.
9 residents per public sector.
Surely.
9 public sector workers.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, sorry, I mean, we are going well beyond the scope of the question that was asked to me. Honourable members will well know the size and scale of the public sector versus the budgets that we have available versus what is being expected and delivered is a major subject of debate at the moment, particularly highlighted, of course, by one of our key primary service delivery functions, which is healthcare, and we absolutely need to get on top of that. As I've said, I will be bringing forward a programme of efficiencies and outlining to honourable members how that is intended to work. Honourable members, of course, will have a budget discussion in the next few months, a formal budget discussion, and of course we continue to roll forward and bring forward our departmental plans and indeed our island plans. So there's plenty for us to evaluate, and I'm quite happy to pick up this discussion with the honourable member, and if she wants to bring forward formal proposals for streamlining staff, then of course we would be welcome and would be happy, of course, to listen to those and where she thinks those staff savings should take place.
Final supplementary, Mr. Carster.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank the Chief Minister for the information this morning. I was wondering if he can just confirm that the Operational Performance Board still meet quarterly, and could he possibly just clarify that they do still provide the Council of Ministers with regular updates as in accordance with Section 9.1 of the Terms of Reference?
Richard Bishop, to reply.
Yes, the Operational Performance Board is currently meeting quarterly, and yes, relevant updates are being provided to the Council of Ministers where applicable.
We're on to question number 9. Call on the Honourable Member for Oncombe, Miss Edge.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask the Minister for the Treasury if he would publish the business case presented to him as the shareholder for the change in the fare structures recently announced by the Steam Packet Company.
All on Gervasio Catastrophe to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for their question. The Isle of Man Steam Packet Company announced in September the removal of the auto application of standard fares to bookings made within 48 hours of travel for vehicles and 24 hours for foot passengers. This had been requested by many customers in the recent passenger survey they conducted and has been widely welcomed. Last month, the company announced a range of measures to help residents, businesses and the visitor economy and drive economic growth. These included a 10% reduction in standard fares, alignment of self-propelled and non-propelled freight rates, and a new provision of online booking for commercial and private vans. They also announced the commencement of changes to the booking system to allow for the extension of the booking timetable to 18 months, more transparency with single-leg pricing, and free travel for children under the age of 16. Firstly, I want to clarify that whilst the Council of Ministers have supported the proposals made by the Airline Steam Packet Company in regard to the changes to their fare structure, no detailed business case was presented to the shareholder for agreement, as the Airline Steam Packet Company is run at arm's length, and this would be a matter for the board. I'm happy to circulate to members the pricing paper which was agreed by the board and then presented to Treasury. A more substantial summary of the proposals and their implications for the company's finance will be included in the next Airline Steam Packet Company annual business plan, which is due to be published at the end of March 2025. Thank you, Mr. President.
Supplementary message.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I thank the Minister for agreeing to circulate the pricing paper. Could the Minister, as shareholder, state whether there was any instruction from the Council of Ministers to the Steam Packet or a direction to reduce the profit margins that the company will receive?
Very short to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. There was no direction to the Airline Steam Packet Company from the Council of Ministers. As shareholder, obviously the long-term profitability of the Steam Packet Company is incredibly important, both in terms of repaying some of the debt that they owe, but also financing further infrastructure investment in a new vessel. And that will be laid out in the company's finance document, which, as I said, will be published by the end of March 2025. Thank you.
Supplementary message.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Minister wasn't clear there as to whether there was no direction, but clearly there's been discussions. So does the pricing paper cover what the reduction in any profit for future infrastructure or future purchase of boats, will that be covered in that pricing paper?
Very short to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I asked the Honourable Member to wait for me to publish the pricing paper. It goes through the cost of the various changes that were made. In terms of the long-term effects that will have on companies' finances, I'm certainly confident and have had that confidence from the company itself and the board that these will not impede a long-term future profitability of the company or its ability both to repay debt and also invest in further vessels in the future. Thank you.
Supplementary, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you very much. Can the Minister advise whether the Department of Infrastructure, as the counterpart to the Sea Services Agreement, has a role to play in terms of the standard fare and freight charges that the Steam Packet levies or charges, firstly, and secondly, can the Minister confirm that the Department of Infrastructure isn't going to lose out through having to lose out harbour dues, which might be the source of finance for this package, because I think the Sea Services Agreement specifies that the harbour dues shall go up by Manx CPI, and anything less would be contrary to the Sea Services Agreement.
Very short to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think they'll remember for his statements. None of the measures announced by the Steam Packet Company in terms of the fare pricing would interfere at all with their relationship with the DOI, either through the Sea Services Agreement or have any effect on harbour dues. Thank you.
And a supplementary message.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wonder if the Minister would confirm that the original Tynwald resolution that we all agreed to, well, some of us agreed to in here, the profitability of the company, and I think at that time it was £10 million per year. Can the Minister confirm that the Tynwald resolution will be still adhered to?
Very short to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. What we're talking about here is an adjustment to the fare structure of the Steam Packet Company going forward. This has got no impact on any Tynwald resolution as far as I'm aware. Thank you.
Moving on to question number 10, I call on the Honourable Member for Douglas North, Mr. Ashford.
Thank you, Mr. President. I beg to ask the Minister for the Treasury what allowance is made for people with disabilities or illnesses who have trouble completing benefit forms, what progress has been made in simplifying the disability living allowance application form, and when any changes will be implemented.
Call on Siobhan Shockley to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'd like to thank the honourable member for their question. For legal reasons, benefit claim forms must be fully and properly completed and signed by either the individual making the claim or a person appointed to act on their behalf. Social Security officers working in Markwell House and at the Social Security's satellite office in Ramsey are able to look over individual claim forms and check for their proper completion and advise customers accordingly. For legal reasons, they cannot complete their claim form on behalf of a customer themselves. Crossroads are able to help individuals complete claim forms for disability living allowance and attendance allowance. Other third sector organisations, as well as support workers and trusted family members or friends, can also assist in the completion of claim forms for benefits. Mr. President, as I confirmed to this Honourable House on the 14th of February last year, the Social Security Transit Programme, which aims to digitalise the Social Security claims service, is a long-term programme with a number of facets which will take several years to complete. As a first step, since July of last year, individuals have been able to claim incapacity benefit online and submit sick notes in support of their claims. Secure two-way messaging was subsequently made available, and Uninformed is working very well. Furthermore, work is currently being progressed with GTS towards enabling people to claim income support online, and it's hoped that this work will be completed around the summer of next year. Working towards enabling other benefits to be claimed online, including disability living allowance and attendance allowance, will then follow. Unfortunately, at this moment in time, I'm not able to give a definite date by which that work will be complete, but I can assure this court the Treasury is committed to ensuring the development work continues to progress as quickly as possible. Thank you, Mr. President.
Supplementary, Mr. Ashford.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Can I bring to the Treasury Minister's attention a situation I had recently with a constituent, because when it comes to the forms, some people with certain illnesses find it very hard to concentrate, and the forms can actually be quite confusing and complicated. So, for instance, this constituent received an update to circumstances form because they suffer from severe MS. The way they interpret forms can sometimes be an issue. And they didn't realise that actually, if their circumstances haven't changed, they still had to complete the form, so never sent it back. The next thing they knew, their benefits were suspended and they were left without money for a considerable period of time before the benefits were actually reinstated when the form was eventually returned. So can I ask the Treasury Minister, are these forms being looked at from a point of view of being very, very clear, particularly where forms need to be returned regardless of whether there's been any changes?
Very shocked to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I thank the honourable member for bringing up a case, obviously, with one of his constituents. And I'm sorry to hear that they had issues understanding that the reason for forms such as DLA. I mean, we do realise that filling out the claim form is onerous and repetitive in sometimes. However, it's crucial that it captures all the relevant information to enable an adjudication officer to make an informed decision on entitlement. And obviously, with some of these conditions, such as multiple sclerosis, that can change and can worsen, particularly in terms of the mobility component. In terms of making it clear why these need a regular renewal, I think that is made. But obviously, if his constituent or any other members do run into issues where people don't quite understand why they're needing to update their details in terms of the disability they may have, please reach out to the Social Security Division, who can give that support and also help them in terms of completing the form. I'd also like to bring honourable members' attention to the ability for people to act on behalf of an incapacitated person, and there is a form, the BP 17, which can be completed to allow for that as well. Also, the Department have been working quite closely for those people who may have a visual impairment, and I'd like to go on record expressing my thanks to Sight Matters, who have done an awful lot to help the Social Security Division improve the information they give to people with impaired vision, and also support them in terms of completing these forms. In terms of the overall review of the extent of information that has to be put onto these forms, as I've already stated here and previously, part of the digitalisation process is to look again at all the various details that we need to make a decision on some of these eligibility for benefits, and certainly as we move towards a more digitalised system, that the ability to auto-populate forms and repeat some of the previous submitted information, so that people who have had no change can evidence that in quite a clear and simple way, will be one of those key facets for the future system. Thank you.
Mention Mr. Ashford.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I thank the Treasury Minister for his answers. But when it comes to disability living allowance, this is something we've been hearing for many years now, continuously, that we're going to look at it, we're going to try and get it better. But in the meantime, people are now still filling out a form that, if memory serves me correct, is 35 pages long, asks the same question in different ways throughout the form. It was tell about 5,000 times, actually, Mr. President, even just within the form. So will the Treasury Minister undertake, in relation to disability living allowance, when that form is likely to be looked at and simplified? Because, to be perfectly honest, if you manage to complete the form on your own, you don't just deserve the benefit, you deserve an award. And would the Treasury Minister also accept that actually it is a bit of lunacy, because a lot of the information you're filling out on that form doesn't actually then get the person the benefit. What gets the person the benefit is the fact the doctor does an assessment that confirms everything that people have spent hours labouring to fill in on the form.
Very short to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I can understand the honourable member's sense of frustration on behalf of his constituents, but it is very, very important with long-term disability and the eligibility criteria for the various benefits that we have the right amount of information so that we can judge that they get the benefits they deserve and that they need. As I've said already today, this is one of the priorities of the Social Security Division. We have already done some work trying to make sure that the application process is as easy as possible for people, particularly when they have visual disabilities or other disabilities, and when they have the ability and also given the information on how to get assistance or have somebody to complete the forms on behalf of them. But as I've said, in terms of the digitalisation process, we will be looking at streamlining the forms, looking at auto-population, but also looking at the extent of the questions that are needed to be completed to make sure that we have the information required to provide the benefit that those people need. Thank you.
Mention Mr. Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. President. The best purpose for a question is to actually make the situation better and to improve things. Does the Minister agree that it might be helpful for Social Security to put together a working group with GPs who now have to have an annual assessment of people in this sort of category, with care organisations who have to have an annual assessment of people in this sort of category, so that we can look to populate these forms from Tell Us Once solutions, like we do very well for things like income tax, where lots of things is self-populated. Does the Minister agree that would be helpful? And will you commit today to try to set up a working group to help Social Security, help people?
Very short to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I thank the honourable member for his very helpful suggestion. In terms of particularly some of the benefits such as DLA, the time and the duration between reapplication is very much decided in terms of the base of the disability, whether it can be fluctuating or whether it can be permanent. So it's not necessarily an annual review, it can be far longer than that. I completely take on board his comments about the use of both the third sector but also other groups such as the medical profession to help streamline the process and help give that guidance to the Social Security Division in terms of the operational effectiveness of the forms that they're doing. And again, we'd like to thank Site Matters for their input already in terms of the structure and the way forms should be provided and should be completed. And certainly going forward, we will, as we go through the transit programme and we look at the various bits of information we need in the future, using an online platform, we will be looking out to use the expertise of other people involved with people with disability who are claiming DLA to find the best way of doing that going forward. Thank you.
Supplementary, Mr. Sharp.
Good morning, Lecturer. I'd like to ask the Treasury Minister, does Social Security ever make a review of its forms and literature going out to the public, specifically from the point of view of the official Plain English campaign? In fact, is the division signed up to the Plain English campaign? Because I know that DHSC is officially signed up to that campaign. Guru Mayu Lecturer.
Very short to reply.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President. I thank the member for a question. I must admit my ignorance on that. I'm not quite sure whether the entire Social Security Division is signed up, but what we do is certainly take feedback from people, both who are completing the forms, the third sector and other people on our island, to make sure that our forms are as readable as possible, and also to try to ensure that people are given the right information about the forms in general, the application process, and also the way that they can get assistance to complete the forms necessary, and also in terms of whether when they have to renew their details to bring these up to date, that's done in the right manner and they're given the right time and space to do so. Thank you.
Supplementary, Mr. Ashford.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And the Treasury Minister is absolutely correct. It's important that the right information is held and correct information to ensure that people are entitled to the benefit that they receive. But would the Treasury Minister accept in relation to DLA, where that information comes from is the medical assessment? It's not just taken as what people fill in on the form. So what you end up with in relation to this particular benefit is people spending hours and hours filling in multiple lists of information, many of which are duplicated in different parts of the form, just asked in a completely different way. And that actually is then repeated again by the doctor that undertakes the medical assessment, and that is actually what then is assessed and entitles decides whether the person is entitled to the benefit. So does the Treasury Minister agree that actually it is a duplication of time and effort by multiple parties in relation to this benefit? And like I said, this has now gone on for many, many years, where we keep hearing changes coming and simplification will be done as part of the digital programme. But the Treasury Minister again today has not put a date on it. Will he actually give even a broad commitment, as in will it be done by the end of the life of this administration?
Very short to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I think, again, I can sense the frustration for the honourable member in terms of representing his constituents, and I completely understand that. In my experience of particularly DLA forms, often the doctor, the GP who countersigns these is very much taking on board the lived experience of the person with disability. The honourable member has talked about constituent with multiple sclerosis. I've also dealt with people with chronic fatigue, whose own description of how that affects their mobility and their ability to cope, and also the need for care that they have because of their disability is an incredibly personal thing. And they tell their personal story, which is then validated by the doctor in terms of them getting the benefit. I completely understand his frustration. I have said that this is certainly one of the priorities, and I've already had discussions with the Division for Social Security. I know the Honourable Member, Mrs Maltby, has had quite a bit of work on that subject while she was in Treasury, and Dr Hayward now, who's taken over that responsibility, has equally done a lot of work with the Division to look at how we can streamline the process, get rid of any repetition that is there, but still obtain the right information that we need to make the right decision in terms of supporting people with the benefits they need and deserve. Thank you.
Mrs Sharp.
Will the Honourable Treasury Minister please commit to at least discussing with DHSC the process they went through to join the Plain English campaign? There is a small charge involved, but it's an ongoing service, and I think it could save money in the long term.
Very short to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm more than happy to have a chat with other departments in terms of ways that they've made their publications as easy to read and easy to understand as possible. Thank you.
Ms H.
Thank you, Mr. President. Clearly the Minister obviously has answered many questions about disabilities today, but there are disabilities that some people experience for a short time, so the review process is really important, but could be more straightforward. I think the one thing that members or anybody who is in need of support, if they suddenly get a back injury or that they're not familiar with, is that officers from the Treasury will go out and visit people at their homes, and I wonder whether the Minister would just confirm that today to ensure that people are aware that there are officers willing to go to people's homes to support them with these.
Very short to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I thank the Honourable Member Franklin for her comments. Again, there is a lot of assistance that is out there. Some people don't necessarily like to ask for help. And I completely understand that, but what I would say to people is the Social Security Division is very open to have discussions with people. And as I've pointed out in my original answer, apart from the services provided at Markwell House, there is a satellite service available up in Ramsey as well, but members of the division are very open to work with people to find the best way of assisting them to do this. And again, as the Honourable Member has stated, disability living allowance is actually a very wide-ranging benefit which has various different strata in it, and various, it's applied to a whole range of people with a whole range of disabilities. And so it's absolutely right that as their disabilities sometimes get less impactful but often get more impactful, that it is reviewed so that we can give people the support that they need. Thank you.
One supplementary, Mr. Wallenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Going back to my constituency colleague's question, I note that the Minister did not answer it as to whether that, the improvements will be done by the end of this parliamentary cycle. I would be very grateful if you can give me a straight yes or no, and if it's no, why not? Thank you.
Very short to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I apologise to the honourable members for Douglas for not directly answering their question. It's certainly my hope that as the transit programme progresses, that we can get it down to the disability living allowance in terms of digitalising that form and complete that by the end of this administration. Yes.
Move on to question 11, a call on the honourable member for Ramsey, Mr. Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'd like to ask the Minister for the Treasury further to written answer W2024011325 when he will consult on proposals for a National Health Service levy, when stakeholders will be engaged, when the levy will be introduced, and if he will make a statement.
One Shabesha Okataski to reply.
Mr. President, I'd like to thank the honourable member for their question. As stated in my answer to the written question earlier this month, and in response to an oral question last week in another place, it is my intention to bring forward proposals for an NHS levy which will form part of a public consultation as soon as possible. Stakeholders will initially be engaged as part of a wide-ranging public consultation. Any further targeted consultation will be considered following analysis of the responses for this. Mr. President, I'm afraid I cannot give a date for the introduction of the levy before the public have had their say, and any resultant legislation is then brought forward for honourable members to consider and debate. Thank you.
Supplementary, Mr. Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The Minister helpfully referenced the last two times I've asked him this same question. The reason I'm still asking it is because he is still refusing to answer. This isn't a difficult concept. The Minister has announced plans for an NHS levy. He has linked things like his temporary, now not so temporary, increase in income tax to the delivery of this levy. It is, I think, creating a lot of uncertainty out there amongst people and businesses that he keeps talking about this issue without being able to provide any element of certainty whatsoever. Can he at least provide us with a date by which his consultation is going to be brought forward? And I don't need a time and a day, maybe just a month. That would be useful. Is it going to happen in early 2025? Is it going to be late 2025? Can the Minister please provide some sort of certainty on this issue?
Shabesha to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I mean, I thank the honourable member for his series of questions regarding this. And again, I've answered, I think, quite honestly in terms of the complexity of the healthcare levy and bringing it in, and the amount of work that needs to be done, both in terms of policy, but also in terms of consultation, both with the public and with other bodies. This will be a new form of tax, and so there are also international implications for it. But I'd certainly like, it's my intention, and I'd like to get support to introduce the public consultation at the beginning of next year so that we can develop these underlying policies, get the approval of Tynwald to bring them forward, and then get the legislation moving through the other place. Thank you.
Supplementary message.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm beginning to think there's a little bit of mission creep coming in here, because when we originally talked about national health levy within this honourable place, it was with regards to people moving, migrating to the island. It was not as a complete change in our taxation to bring in a national health levy. I wonder whether the Minister will commit to doing a full forensic analysis of Manx Care's current spend profiles or the money that's spent on care alongside this before we actually bring in a levy that could really impact the Isle of Man and the people that live here.
Very short to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. With all due respect to the honourable member, I think she's conflating two very separate debates that this Parliament has had. There is the immigration healthcare levy, which we've had quite a lot of discussion about. Well, remember, Ms. Christian brought a motion to Tynwald around bringing that in for people coming in on an immigration visa who would be charged for NHS services as part of that immigration visa, and our disparity with the United Kingdom. And on the back of that, we then did some work in terms of incentives and disincentives, not just for people coming in with an immigration visa, but other people immigrating and moving to the Isle of Man. That's different from the healthcare levy, which was very much introduced as part of the budget speech earlier this year in 2024 as a way of raising additional revenue to fund our NHS above and beyond the other taxation income that was coming in. It was quite obvious in this budget that there was a significant amount of money being put both into education but also to health and social care, and that needed to be met from other sources. And so the initial increase in the upper rate of income tax from 20% to 22% was brought in. I made it quite clear in my speech in this Honourable Court in February that it was my ambition that this increase in the high rate of income tax will only be in place until we've investigated and introduced an NHS levy, and went on to say it's my ambition to introduce the levy from the 25-26 income tax year, and therefore the necessary legislation will need to be brought forward prior to this. As I've explained in another place, that process has taken longer than I thought. I apologise for this, but that intention, that ambition and that commitment is still there. Thank you.
Supplementary, Mr. Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So I'd like to thank the Minister for committing to doing something early next year. That's helpful. If he looks back at the tax strategy that was published before this Honourable Court as part of the budget process on the 20th of February earlier this year, a new levy ring-fenced for health was supposed to be delivered by the Income Tax Division. The words here are finalised policy and design options by the second quarter of 2024. So a lot of this work around policy, design and options should have been done in the first 6 months of the year, and I'm aware that a lot of that work was in fact done in the first 6 months of the year. Is the Minister now telling us that in fact none of this work has been done and things have suddenly got much more complicated, and it's going to take him yet another 6 months before he comes forward with any policy and design options? Or have policy and design options already been worked up in accordance with the tax strategy that was published in front of this Honourable Court? And if they were, is he able to circulate those design options and policy decisions that were made by the Income Tax Division?
Bishop to apply.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I thank the Honourable Member for his comments. A lot of the policy and design options were discussed by the Treasury Board and were brought to the Council of Ministers. They did not initially seek approval because at the same time we were dealing with various issues in terms of the long-term funding of Manx Care and health and social care on this island. It's certainly the case, as he said, that in the tax strategy that came before this Honourable Court in March this year, I did accurately state that the plan was to finalise legislation by December 2024. That has not happened. That target has been missed, and so that need to finalise legislation will have to be next year. In terms of finalising the policy and design options, as I've already said, that needs to be part of a public consultation, which is something I think that the Manx public would want, but also when I've discussed issues in terms of the tax strategy with the business community, particularly the financial sectors, they've asked for a decent period of consultation so the full impact of any extra new tax can be taken into account in terms of the ability for it to raise the required income, but also any effect it may have on the competitiveness of our jurisdiction, both for investment and for people to join us and be part of our community. Thank you.
Supplementary, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. and to the Minister for the information to date. In the research that was taken to the Treasury Board and the Council of Ministers, what's the estimate of the number of extra people who will pay the healthcare levy compared to the amount of people who will pay income tax, and what extra revenue is estimated to result from those extra people paying the healthcare levy who wouldn't have been paying income tax? And secondly, given that this research has already been to both those bodies and has apparently also been discussed with financial services employees in respect of competition, does the Minister agree with me that this document is likely to be FOI disclosable in any case, and might as well he not publish it straight away?
Very short to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. There's a number of questions there in terms of the number of people that would be included by a potential healthcare levy. That depends very much on the policy discussions in terms of what extra parts of income that are currently not taxed would be incorporated within that tax. And then another place I gave.
Each year and the funding gap. How are we really going to know that that is the funding gap or that is the budget going up? There seems to be a future of uncertainty with this policy. And perhaps you might take the time to elaborate a little bit more on that. Thank you.
Mr. Bishop, to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I thank the Honourable Member for a very fascinating question about the permanence of taxes. In some of my research on taxes, there used to be a window tax and even a beard tax, which were very successful at the time, although incredibly unpopular, and didn't last. We have established an income tax and then a value-added tax, which have been a little bit more long-lived. But I think she's absolutely right. Different administrations, different governments, different times will look at different ways of raising money in terms of government revenue for different causes, whether that be the relief of poverty, the starting of wars, or, in our case, the establishment of a welfare state and a national health service. From my perspective, in terms of the medium-term financial plan, I hope that a healthcare levy will help bridge some of that funding gap going forward. But as the Honourable Member for Oakham has said, it is absolutely right that we control and have some control over the overall spending on health and social care, so that it doesn't become unaffordable for both our people but also our long-term economy. In terms of some of the other comments she's made about ongoing government spending, certainly Treasury will be working with the Council of Ministers looking, following next year's budget, at what we can do to do an overall spending review, to look not just at the health and social care service, but overall government spending aligned with the efficiency measures that hopefully we will discuss later on in this sitting, to actually get that overview of where the priorities for spending are for the government, where the priorities of need are for our community, and how we can try to marry the two of those in a much better way. Thank you.
Moving on to question number 12, I call on the Honourable Member for Ramsey, Mr. Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'd like to ask the Minister for Education, Sport and Culture when revised student awards regulations will be brought to Tynwald and what changes are to be proposed to support the return of graduates to the island.
I call on Shaveshok, Inzi Sport and Culture to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Education Student Awards Regulations 2019 are the current governing provisions for the student awards on the Isle of Man, with the following three policy aims. Firstly, no student who is able to benefit from higher education should be denied access due to affordability. Secondly, subject to meeting certain eligibility criteria, students should be able to choose their place and course of study. And finally, funding should not be provided for a course at the same level or lower than that which has previously been undertaken. Amendment regulations were introduced in both 2021 and 2023, aimed at mitigating the impact of inflation on students by uplifting the available awards and means testing criteria. The Department is currently reviewing the Education Student Awards regulations, which it is planned will be submitted to Tynwald for Tynwald approval early next year. I am hoping they will be published in time for consideration and hopefully approval at the March sitting of this Honourable Court. Through processing student awards and managing queries, the department has highlighted key areas for review, which include residency criteria, the definition of dependent and independent students and what it means to be a contributor, cost of living and impact of inflation for students, the makeup of awards for distance and part-time learners, and tuition fee increases, as we've seen the UK government recently announce. The department currently has no proposed changes aimed specifically at incentivising graduates back to the island. The department does offer incentives for student teachers to return and seek employment in the island, but it has limited powers to introduce such incentives for other sectors and professions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Supplementary, Mr. Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I didn't really hear a lot there about returning graduates, which was the focus of the question, but I'd like to touch on one of the core aims the Minister mentioned in her answer. She said it was one of the core aims of the regulations to ensure that people aren't unable to access higher education due to funding. The department plan that's been published actually shows an increase in the number of students going to university, or at least being funded for the tuition fee element, but actually fewer students accessing loans and fewer students accessing maintenance support. So this data indicates there could be an issue here with lower income families not being able to send their children to university. Perhaps they are being disincentivised by the current system. Perhaps they are simply unable to afford it under the current system. So will the Minister please comment on that? Is it her intention to make sure the system supports these families, or is it the policy of the department to make university only available to those families that can afford it?
Bishop to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. The ambition of the department is to support students to study the course and place where they wish to study. Obviously there are budget limitations and we have so much cake to share out to support those on the lowest incomes, from families on the lowest incomes. They have an additional maintenance grant. How that is split up and the number of inquiries, the Student Awards team will be aware what the pressures are. I attended the Employment and Skills last week at the Villa Marina, and speaking with students, there are many different reasons why they might opt not to go away and have a student loan and prefer to study on the island. But as I explained, the policy ambition is there to support students to study in the place and the course that they choose to do. Thank you, Mr. President.
Supplementary, Mr. Hooper.
Thank you, Mr. President. That may very well be the policy ambition, but that is not what the data shows us is happening. But can the Minister talk a bit more about the potential changes that may be made to the system to encourage people to return to the island after they've graduated?
Bishop to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. The department is not looking specifically at incentivising all students to return. However, this Honourable Court will be aware that the Council Minister's report on inward migration incentives and disincentives was received by Tynwald at the October sitting. As well as receiving the report, Tynwald approved the following amendment, that the Council Minister should update the Court by way of a statement in January 2025 and should submit to Tynwald a further report with recommendations in time for debate at the May 2025 sitting. The report sets out high-level options and incentives for inward migration, and there is a commitment for reviewing the existing incentives. And I'm also aware, I believe, Locate undertakes work focused on attracting returning young graduates. So I'm not sure that the department's remit in the explanation of the criteria and the policy considerations that inform our considerations over providing an element of grant and loan for students is the entire picture when it comes to supporting students or indeed incentivising graduates to return. Thank you, Mr. President.
On the supplementary, Mr. Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think if we needed evidence of government working in silos, this is it. We have proposals, the Minister has said, to change the student awards regulations, which are the statutory basis for our student loan system, which she hopes to bring back to this Honourable Court by March 2025. But actually the government's work on wider incentives around potentially returning students that actually talks explicitly about this issue isn't even going to come back for debate until May of 2025. those things feel like they're the wrong way around. Surely then, if there's a reporting made that says we need to make more changes, those changes have to then come back to Tynwald again following that debate. Will the Minister commit to going away and actually trying to make sure the work her department is doing around student awards changes is aligned with work government more broadly is doing around incentives?
Thank you, Mr. President. I refer the honourable member to the policy aims of what the department is trying to do in supporting students to study in a place and course of their choosing, and the element of the island's, the wider considerations over the economy about incentivising students to return is another conversation. As far as I'm concerned, we are looking at our regulations that enable students to access maintenance grants depending on the level of household income, and also tuition fees element of grant and loan, and we are changing that in light of the announcements just from the UK government that will increase this year, but we were already ongoing with a review to look at how we can best support students to achieve those policy aims that I elucidated earlier. Thank you, Mr. President.
Moving on to question 13, a call on the Honourable Member for Arby Castle Maroon, Mr. Moorhouse.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask the Minister for Enterprise how defective land transfer applications require remediation by the applicant, which had been received by the Land Registry before the date of commencement of the Land Deeds and Registry's Fees and Duties Order 2023, were accepted and registered after that date. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I thank the Honourable Member for his question. 298 land transfer applications were presented to the Land Registry before, but not registered until after, the 1st of May 2023, which was the commencement date of the Land Deeds and Probate Registry's Fees and Duties Order 2023. Of the 298 applications, 107 contained one or more defects that the applicant was required to rectify. Where an error or omission is discovered in an application or it is otherwise defective, Land Registry rules provision for the registrar on presentation or at any time thereafter to request the applicant to rectify the application. Raising a defect notice on an application is a common occurrence. Further information on Land Registry transactions is publicly available through a dashboard on the Registry website. Where a defect notice has been issued, the status will show as with applicant-applicant defect notice raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Minister. Will the 298 applicants identified in the answer now have to pay the fees at the higher rate? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the fees are payable when the application is received. So application is received prior to the 1st of May 2023, when the new fees order came into force, were charged in the previous fees order. There are currently no purchase transaction applications received prior to May 2023, currently waiting on defects to be resolved. So these have either been completed or rejected. Thank you.
Mr. Moorhouse.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Minister. Is the Minister able to give us an indication of how many of the 107 were actually seen as defective and then rejected, please? Thank you, Mr. President.
To report.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't have that specific information on the breakdown of the number. I'm just looking through here now. So when a rejected application is submitted, it will need to obviously pay fees subject to the new order. But we've seen less than 10 actually had to be resubmitted. So all the others have been concluded. Thank you.
Another supplementary, Mr. Moorhouse.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Minister. So, in terms of the 107 that were completed after the date, as the Minister suggested in his previous answer, I'd just like confirmation. Do all those additional 107 have to pay the charge at the new rate, or had to pay them at the new rate? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, as I said in my original answer, it's based on when the application actually comes in. So anything that came in prior to the change of order is paid at the old fee rate. Thank you.
I'll allow for one final supplementary. Dr. Anderson.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Would the Minister agree with me that the reason these changes were brought in was to make home ownership more affordable for first-time buyers in particular, but also to make sure that we had the right information in terms of people who were buying properties as a second home, and ensure that the information was gathered to help with further policy decisions? Would you also agree with me that ample notice was given to advocates on the island about the impact about these changes and when they were coming into operation? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, and I would agree with the comments made by the Honourable for Ramsey. I think the important thing is we've had this scheme's now been for 12 months. Just over 12 months, it's given us opportunity to see the changes. What we have seen, which is what we were wanting to see, is a shift from the fees going paid from owner-occupiers, those people who want to actually live in the property, the balance is now shifted to the higher fees now coming in from those who need to buy purchase a property as a second property, or for those living off island who are purchasing property. Certainly, the aims of the changes have been successful, and we're obviously always conscious of the fact that we need to remain competitive as a jurisdiction, and of course, compared to sort of some of the stamp duty charges paid in other places, we remain very competitive. Thank you.
We're on to question 14, calling on the Honourable Member for Anchorage, Miss Edge.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask the Minister for Enterprise with which regulatory body or bodies mentioned in the Public Interest Disclosure Prescribed Persons Order 2024 agreement has not been reached, and if you will make a statement.
Call on Shaveshak Gaston to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank the Honourable Member for her question. As part of the Department for Enterprise's work in expanding provisions for whistleblowers, the Department is committed to progressing an updated public interest disclosure prescribed persons order to expand the list of prescribed persons, as well as amending functions for those already prescribed. An updated order was placed on the Register of Business with the intention to move at the November sitting of Tynwald. However, shortly after the order was published, the Department was notified by the General Pharmaceutical Council in the UK that despite early assurances and approval, they would not be able to fulfil the previously agreed functions as set out in the order. As a result, it was necessary for the Department to remove the order from the Register of Business while the resolution was sought. I'm pleased to be able to inform honourable members that following further dialogue, agreement has now been reached with all bodies on the current order that are to have amended functions, as well as those bodies who are proposed to be described on the new order. As a reminder to honourable members, whilst it has been necessary to delay consideration of the order itself, it has not affected the effective implementation date, subject to Tynwald approval of the 1st of April 2025. I intend to bring the revised order before this court in the new year once all necessary approvals are completed. Thank you.
Supplementary, Ms. Edge.
Thank you, Mr. President. Clearly, obviously, the 1st of April 25 is a significant time away, and this is protection for individuals, particularly working in our healthcare setting. So, you know, that date, it would be better for that to be brought forward. And clearly, if you've not got the order finalised, I'd appreciate if you could review that. But with regards to the regulatory bodies, pleased that you've now got agreement with all of them, but there is concern that it's not gone far enough. There's certainly no protection in there for anybody working in the regulatory industry of, say, electricity, gas, etc. And I wonder whether the Minister, now that he is renewing it, and also with regards to social care and social workers.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think, as I say, we have a timeline in place. I think we're comfortable now with the list that's on that order, that is now understood, that is settled, and for the time scale to bring that back now in either January or February in that time scale is the correct thing to do. Of course, it does not mean that other prescribed persons or organisations cannot come forward and be put onto the order at any time at a later date once those have been properly assessed to ensure that is right. So this is not a door closed. This is moving forward with what we have now. But of course, there's always the opportunity to consider others in the future. Thank you.
Supplementary, Ms. Edge.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank the Minister for that, ending on that positive note. With regards to prescribed persons wishing to report now to the regulatory bodies that have agreed to being part of the Tynwald Prescribed Persons Order, what date did they sign up to be part of that? Is that already in place? That agreement's already in place, so people could go to those regulatory bodies, but it's just not in front of Tynwald.
Bishop to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. Absolutely, that's right. I mean, obviously there are those existing bodies in place and the processes that are in place that anyone can still, with concerns, be able to access those as is. This is purely obviously updating that and bringing that forward. Thank you.
We're on to question 15. I call on the Honourable Member for Ancham, Miss Edge.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask the Minister for Health and Social Care what recruitment process is followed by Manx Care and who the responsible accounting officer is.
To reply. President, the recruitment process that Manx Care follows is that of the approved Isle of Man government policies and processes, which vary dependent on the staff group. Each line manager is responsible and accountable for their own recruiting decisions, and the ultimate accountable officer is the Chief Executive Officer of Manx Care.
Supplementary research.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wonder if the Minister could check what due diligence processes are carried out on all the recruitment, and as some of the recruitment falls out to a service provision which is agency staff, how is the due diligence covered by Manx Care?
I'll be very happy to answer that question in writing to the Honourable Member, but normal process would be for the agency to undertake the due diligence and confirm to the employer, Manx Care, that the proper due diligence had been supplied, and I think, if necessary, supply the appropriate references on request.
Supplementary research.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wonder, with regards to, we do have a number of locum and agency staff currently that are working for Manx Care. If the Minister finds that this process has not been appropriate, how will the Minister respond to that from a safeguarding point of view?
Well, again, I will ask Manx Care to confirm what processes are followed in terms of ensuring that all staff that are employed, particularly professional medical staff that are employed by Manx Care, have the appropriate due diligence undertaken. If the Honourable Member believes there is a fault in the system, or that she has evidence that appropriate due diligence has failed, I would ask her to let me know immediately, and of course I will raise that with Manx Care.
On a supplementary message.
Thank you, Mr. President. In a recent answer with regards to the executive pay, there were certainly two clear responses there that like private contracts and people were employed on an invoice basically within that. Who does the due diligence and checks on the individuals if they are employed on an invoice through their own consultancy company?
Well, I would suggest that's on the basis that they are employed. If they're employed through an agency, and they could be employed through an agency and still operate under their own company, then of course that due diligence should be undertaken by the agency and reported through to Manx Care. If it's employed directly by Manx Care, I would expect Manx Care to undertake the proper due diligence. Again, if the Honourable Member thinks there is and believes there is a fault currently in the system, or believes she has evidence that due diligence has failed, then please let me know.
Moving on to question 16, I call on the Honourable Member for Douglas East, Ms Farragut.
I'd like to ask the Minister for Health and Social Care if he will give an update on the implementation plan associated with technology appraisals by the UK's National Institute for Health and Care Excellence.
Mr. President, within the 2024-2025 mandate to Manx Care, the Department set an objective for Manx Care to commence work on implementing National Institute for Health and Care Excellence technology appraisals, drug therapies, commonly referred to as NICE TAs, focusing on those which have an associated financial efficiency or represent a cost-neutral option.
Since July 24, Manx Care has worked to activate 33 NICE TA drug therapies for rheumatology, dermatology and gastroenterology patients, reduced the number of unavailable drug therapies from 78 to 68, resulting in an overall compliance rate of 84.7% of NICE TA therapies, and achieve financial efficiencies. In totality, Mr. President, this demonstrates positive progress for patients with certain long-term conditions, whilst also achieving efficiencies within existing resources. Looking ahead, Manx Care has been mandated to develop a fully costed implementation plan that details the costs to further improve on the compliance rate.
Supplementary, Ms. Flannery.
As Gurumaya for that reply. So from the answer there, and the Minister mentioned the wording of the mandate, we've instructed Manx Care to implement rollout of cost-neutral medication only. So we're falling behind in terms of parity with UK counterparts due to lack of funding. The context, and just a real-life example of this, the reason that I've asked this question is because of a constituent query around why they weren't able to access or be prescribed the medication Ozempic, which is used in the treatment of diabetes and also has a side effect of weight loss, which is often beneficial for these patients. This is obviously just one example in this sphere. Sadly, there are lots of conditions that fall into this bracket. So could I ask the Minister, how are we planning on bridging the disparities in healthcare between the Isle of Man and the UK if Manx Care doesn't have the funding to roll this out?
Very short to reply.
So, obviously, Mr. President, I can't comment about on the specifics of the particular drug, nor of course around the constituent's particular case, nor indeed of why they were or were not allocated that particular drug. What I can say, it is estimated that the costs for Manx Care to implement the drug therapies would be £850,000. This comprises of costs for the drug therapies, additional pharmacy technicians and specific equipment. I think in general terms, although the funding is not allocated, Manx Care have included this in their initial financial plans for 25-26, but of course, as we all know, there will be disparity between the financial plan and the allocation in the Pink Book. I think to answer the Honourable Member's question, in terms of what is being allocated next year, I think that is still yet to be formally discussed with Manx Care. They're being tasked with informing us of their current operating plan within the budgetary allocation that is planned. And within that, I'm sure we can examine more closely the cost associated with the NICE TA drug therapies versus the budget that's been allocated. And of course, it isn't entirely a perfect world, and we do need to make some decisions because clearly the cost of some drugs versus, again, the economic framework that we're operating in needs to be carefully examined, as does how these matters are paid for. So there is a lot to examine. I do think the Honourable Member has a point. Too have constituents have not been able to access some of the drugs that they would need to access, but there is huge costs at times associated with some.
And that this situation will only worsen if it's not addressed.
I
think it's a direct result of how we spend our money and ensuring, of course, that the way that the budgets are allocated gives our patients every opportunity to access the services that they need. And of course, that alongside that the operation of Manx Care and the priorities attached to healthcare and where that money actually goes are properly identified. I would say to the Honourable Member, I accept the point that in some cases some patients, residents of Manx Care are not receiving potentially the drugs that they want, and that there's not always the funding available and in the current structure, but this is one of the areas that we have to work on, and I would suggest and say to the Honourable Member, we will be examining how this is budgeted for in terms of the operating plan for next year, and I think we should be examining that particular matter extremely carefully.
Supplementary, Ms. Edge.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wonder if the Minister would commit, if he's seen this document, where there's been an analysis done of what the costs for pharmaceutical and drugs would be to the Isle of Man if we were utilising all of the NICE. We're probably utilising drugs outside of NICE that are really supporting and helping our residents. But whether we would circulate that, we're spending £26 million on pharmaceutical services in the Manx Care budget. Where's that money going?
Very short talk there.
I'm happy to try and elucidate on this matter and provide members clarity both on the budget that's been allocated, where that money is being spent as best as possible in terms of breakdown that's available. And if it's possible, I'll try and benchmark that also against the same potential costs that may be allocated were some of the drugs that have been requested also being supplied and distributed.
Supplementary, Ms. Federer.
Thanks again to the Minister for his responses there. I feel like this issue is kind of not given the scrutiny that it deserves because it's hidden behind quite an obscure phrase of nice TAs, which literally just means that they have been appraised, these drugs have been appraised for their cost effectiveness and effectiveness in terms of treatment. So we're not getting parity in comparison with our UK counterparts in terms of access to drugs that people need, not want, but need. So I'd like to ask the Minister, would he undertake to be honest with the public about the impact of funding decisions? Thank you.
Well, I think we do need to be honest, we need to be rational, and we also need to be accepting that we can only fund what we can afford to fund, and that we must deliver the best healthcare possible within the frameworks that we currently have, and that will inevitably be ensuring that we fully understand the services that Manx Care can deliver, and that we do make the priority choices that we need to make in order to ensure that we, from a political perspective, we believe that the funding that we give to Manx Care is being used in the most effective and proper manner to the benefit of our constituents.
Supplementary, Mr. Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Would the Minister comment, because part of the NICE TA appraisal process is to assess the drugs for their cost effectiveness. So one of the things we're talking about here on the island almost every week is how cost effective is our healthcare service. So these new drugs that are rolled out with these NICE approvals are rolled out by the NHS because they are cost effective, because in some cases, in many cases, they are more cost effective than the drugs we're currently providing. And I'd just like to ask the Minister as well, in his remarks, I'm sure he said that people will be concerned they're not getting the drugs that they want. I think actually these are drugs that people need, Minister, not drugs that people want.
Special to reply?
I'm sure that listen, every case needs proper professional medical assessment. It's not for me necessarily to determine to the medics what drugs they should and shouldn't supply, but clearly there is a cost implication around some of the drugs that are currently on the market and our ability to pay for them. I'm broadly accepting of the Honourable Member's comments, particularly from the questioner today, in terms of the issue that she's raised. I accept it is an issue that needs a proper evaluation, and I accept it's an issue that we should look at, particularly when it comes to next year's mandate, the budget that's allocated, and how Manx Care are intending to spend that money.
Supplementary, Ms. Edge.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wonder if the Minister is not aware who is the clinical lead for deciding on which drugs are utilised within Manx Care. Is that a clinician or is it done by administrators on a board? I'd like to know whether it is clinically led, and also should we be really cautious and careful when passing any policies in here that could impact the way people choose to or their life expectancy is not as long as it could be if they're not receiving nice drugs, using, for example, terminal illness and assisted dying.
Very short to reply.
Well, I understand it is a clinical committee that is making the decision on drug funding. I can absolutely, again, provide honourable members some clarity around the constitution of that committee. Quite pick up on that last question, so please forgive me. But of course, we all want to make sure that people are receiving the medicines and drugs that they need for their conditions, and therefore we do need to pay close attention to ensuring that we have the best framework possible to ensure that we are supporting our community as effectively and efficiently as possible in this particular area.
On a supplementary, Mr. Sharp.
My Rector, does the Minister remember that during the last administration, DHSC made a business case for NICE TAs so that all patients could access not just the drugs they want, but the drugs they need? And does the Minister accept that the health of those patients who needed those drugs then must surely by now have deteriorated? My Rector.
Wish to reply?
Well, I mean, that, you know, that's an impossible question for me to answer. I mean, each individual case must surely be different. Look, Mr. President, I think I've acknowledged the point and essence of this question. I think it is something that we need to continue to explore and to evaluate. And absolutely, I mean, I would hope that we would be able to provide greater clarity in terms of both the budget available for drugs and the processes and frameworks around how those drugs are monitored and supplied to our community.
Moving on to question 17, a call on the Honourable Member for Arby Castlemaine, Mr Morehouse.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to ask the Minister for Infrastructure how many hours in each of the last 3 months have been spent driving buses by A managers, B senior supervisors and C others, and what the cost of this has been. Thank you.
Controversy to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. In answering this question on Part C, the Honourable Member mentioned others. Others in this answer means people with driving skills from other areas of the department. It's been assumed that was what he was looking for. In the last 3 months, the number of hours driven by managers, supervisors and others is as follows. August, managers was 15.45 hours, supervisors 30.4 hours and others 4 hours. In September, managers was 122.15 hours, supervisors 100 hours, 100.5 hours and others was 18.4. And for October, managers was 131.05 hours, supervisors 60 hours and others was 29.45 hours. There has been no additional cost to bus vanning because the hours noted above were scheduled services that have been financially provided for at normal bus driving rates. If a manager or a supervisor is asked to undertake driving duties during their normal working day, then obviously that person receives their normal rate of pay, but there is a saving to the organisation from not having to pay that 15 hours for the driver's rate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Supplementary, Mr. Morehouse.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Minister, and thank you to all those people who've done that. It can't have been easy. How has staff been supported? There's a clear increase in work pressure and a related challenge of having to carry out the additional roles in a public-facing position. Thank you, Mr. President.
Very short to reply.
Yeah, absolutely. The staff are supported not only by their office staff down at Bank Circus, but there is a member of staff that looks after wellbeing, and that's their purpose job, is to look after the staff right the way across DRI, Mr. President.
Supplementary, Mr. Morehouse.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Minister, for that reassuring answer. And given the number of hours being done, that is hopefully something that's kept in the forefront of your mind, which I'm sure it is. Does the Minister expect the current charges to continue for much longer, following the adjustments to the timetable and additional recruitment? Thank you, Mr. President.
Very short to reply.
I think the Honourable member said about charges, Mr. President. If that's the case, say there's no ongoing or there's no extra charges, if you like. It is what it is, as I've said and explained in the answer.
On the supplementary, Mr. Morehouse.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, just to clarify that, I was really looking at the current challenges are we expected to continue. In terms of the numbers, the recent figures were pretty high, and we've got the Christmas period coming up when there's going to be more difficulties. So does he expect them to continue as we are? Thank you, Mr. President.
Very short to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. Apologies, I misheard the Honourable member. I thought you said charges rather than challenges. Those challenges still are with us, but for the last 10 days, I think we've only had one bus service, which was last Saturday, which we weren't able to run, but we are keeping on top of it and working with the staff to look after them and help provide the proper service we're due to.
We're on to question 18, a call on the Honourable Member for Douglas North, Mr. Ashford.
Thank you, Mr. President. I beg to ask the Minister for Infrastructure what procedures are followed when a private landowner reports to the department that their land is subsiding due to flood risk, and what powers the department has under the Flood Risk Management Act to mitigate such issues.
To reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank the Honourable Member for his question. Where a private landowner gets in contact with the department, the department conducts an initial assessment to understand the extent of the erosion subsidence issue and the potential flood risk. This may involve site visits, surveys and gathering information about the land and its surrounding. Based on this assessment, the Department may recommend or implement mitigation measures to reduce the flood risk if deemed necessary. Flowing water naturally causes subsidence and erosion. A riparian landowner is responsible for maintaining their watercourse. However, the Department of Infrastructure will get involved where natural erosion threatens a flood defence or critical infrastructure. The Department has permissive powers under Section 24 of the Flood Risk Management Act 2013 to undertake flood risk management works to watercourses. Flood risk management works are defined in Section 7 of the Act. One of these examples is maintaining or restoring an area for flood risk management because of the effect of erosion or a natural process related to water. The Department takes many matters into account before deciding where and how to exercise powers, such as purpose of the works and the cost-benefit. As these powers are permissive only, the Department is not obliged to carry out either maintenance or new works on a watercourse, but will work with people when we have an issue brought to our attention, Mr. Speaker. Mr. President.
Supplementary, Mr. Ashford.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I ask the Minister where it's found that the damage caused to that private landowner's land is actually, and the subsidence is due to issues on another piece of land, what action does the Department take?
Thank you, Mr. President. Where a watercourse runs adjacent to or through your land as a riparian landowner, you will be what is determined as a riparian landowner. As a riparian landowner, you have the right to protect your property from flooding and your land from erosion, as all landowners have the right to do. However, your actions must not increase flood risk or erosion to other people's property or land, either directly or by impacting other sources of flooding.
Supplementary, Mr. Ashford.
Thank you, Mr. President. Didn't quite answer the question because while it's stated again what the landowner themselves are responsible for and actions they can take, where the actions of a landowner, say, adjacent to their land is what is causing it, and is reported by that private landowner, what action does the Department actually take?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We will work with the landowners to see exactly what the problem is and what can be done about it. As I said at the beginning, within reason, the landowner has the right to sort his own land out, but we will work with the landowners to see, Mr. President, what can be done and what is the best answer, taking into consideration what's down below, where the water is going to end up, if you like.
Order supplementary, Mr. Ashford.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Minister mentioned in his opening answer that the powers are permissive, so the Department doesn't actually have to do anything at all. Can I ask the Minister, since the Act came in, how many times the Department has utilised those permissive powers?
Minister to reply.
Happy to get those figures to the Honourable Member. I don't have them in me, Mr. President.
Moving on to question 19, a call on the Honourable Member for Ramsey, Mr. Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'd like to ask the Minister for Infrastructure what local authority housing schemes have been proposed in the last 3 years, how many additional public sector homes these would create, which have been approved and which are awaiting his department's approval.
Call on Sir Bishop and Travers to reply.
Thank you very much. For clarity, local authority housing schemes includes the refurbishment and general maintenance of, as well as the creation of, public sector homes. The following schemes were proposed and approved in the last 3 years. Coronation Terrace and Jubilee Terrace in Douglas saw the replacement of doors and windows. No additional public sector homes were created. Minor capital housing works for Douglas City Council to bring void properties up to standard for new tenants. No additional public sector homes were created. In the last 3 years, the following local authority housing schemes have been proposed and are awaiting final approval. Douglas City Council's refurbishment of 70 void properties. No additional public sector homes will be created. The redevelopment of Marasham Crescent Flats in Port Erin, again no additional public sector homes will be created. The sale of flats in Albert Street in Ramsey with the intention of using the proceeds to either purchase or construct apartments in Ramsey. The number of additional public sector homes that this has the potential to create will be determined once the sale is completed. Mobility scooter parking and external improvements to Kerr Glass sheltered housing accommodation. Obviously no additional public sector homes have been created. The acquisition of land on Albert Road in Ramsey will enable the redevelopment of Close Orry in Ramsey. This will see the existing block of 17 flats demolished and the site merged with the Albert Road site to construct 30 new flats, leading to an additional 30 public sector homes. There are currently no new housing schemes awaiting the Department's approval. Thank you, Mr. President.
Supplementary, Mr. Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The phrase that kept being repeated there was no additional public sector homes built. Is the Minister telling us that in the last 3 years of this administration, they have built not a single local authority public sector house?
I think that is the case. There have been no new homes, there have been replacement homes, and obviously members will realise that there's some work going on down at Castletown at School Hill, but most of that is replacement work, Mr. President.
Supplementary, Mr. Colston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to come back, I think we do need to put some clarity on this. Does the Minister have any data on actually how many homes in the last, say, 7 years have actually been refurbished in order to allow properties that are aged to actually be brought back up to a modern standard?
Bishop, to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't have those figures, but I'm happy to try and get those for honourable members going back 7 years or, yeah.
Supplementary, Mr. Hippo.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So this question was very specifically about local authority houses rather than the DOI. Inside the Housing Act, the 55 Act, there is a section in there which requires the local authorities to consider housing conditions and the needs of their district with respect to the provision of further housing accommodation. And where that is not done, the department can actually require such an assessment to be undertaken. Can the Minister advise how many of these assessments have been undertaken by the housing bodies on the Isle of Man, and whether or not his department has actually exercised its powers in the Housing Act to require such an assessment of need to be undertaken?
Very short to reply.
Again, Mr. President, I don't have those figures on how many assessments have been done, but I'm sure plenty have been done, but I'll get those figures and circulate them.
Supplementary, Laura.
Could the Minister perhaps advise how much there is in the land acquisition and housing reserves, because that money surely is available for the purposes of building public sector housing on the Isle of Man? Why is that not being used for the development of more public sector houses, where we fall behind in the percentage of public sector houses on the island?
Very short to reply.
Yeah, I thank the Speaker for his question there. Some of that money is earmarked for Janet Colby. There's a scheme coming there very shortly with some of that, a large majority of that money will be used on that scheme. Another of the money will be earmarked for schemes in the very near future, Mr. President.
Move on to question 20. Call on the Honourable Member for Arbury, Castle and Maroon, Mr. Moorhouse.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to ask the Chair of the Manx Utility Authority what the cost was of the media campaign, the production of leaflets, and the holding of public meetings about the proposed wind farm. Thank you.
Call on Carl Achburn, Shavation, Wannon to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I thank the member for his question and for the opportunity to give further illuminations on the MUA. The breakdown of costs to support the engagement element of the environmental impact assessment for the KFI onshore wind farm project was 8,722 for the Island Media campaign, 7,572 for the production and distribution of leaflets, other supporting elements such as exhibition material, virtual reality experience, consultant attendance, and venue hire were 59,606. Total cost of these 75,900, and I would be happy to supply those in writing if required. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Moorhouse.
Gosh. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Chair. We've been growing, several of us have been growing increasingly concerned about the spend on this project. Has the Chair got any concerns about the rate of spend that is currently going on in his area? Thank you, Mr. President.
I'll have to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. All I can say about the MUA, in the last year that I've been there, financial prudence is one of the strengths of the officers and of the board. Nothing gets spent without being cleared. And if the member is worried about this, I'm surprised he brings it up now only. If I was him, I would have brought this up on the many times I've invited him, and he's never taken it up to come up and visit the MUA and put forward his concerns. Manx Utilities is a multi-million pound turnover organisation and publishes an annual report and financial statements annually, providing full transparency on financials. In relation to this project, Manx Utilities continues to work with the Treasury and DEFRA, the latter from an energy policy perspective, to understand and mitigate risks of acceptable levels and establish an appropriate funding route for this project, as well as for the energy transition program as a whole. As an example, it has been recognized that continuing with the strategy to place manufacturing and construction contracts before a planning approval is achieved creates too much financial risk, and we are therefore de-risking it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Morris.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Chair. I'm hoping to see you very soon. With regard to the costs that were outlined, the near £70,000, does that include security, and how much was actually spent on that from the total? And was the budget for dealing with this area at the start of the process very similar to the final spend, or is it significantly different? Thank you, Mr. President.
I'll have to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. And of course, I have quite a few years of experience in holding events. What I can say is not unusual. In fact, it is common practice that security is provided at such events. And the security we provided for this particular event, which over its entirety was 36 hours, and we had over 13 people. Those security people were also medically qualified. And we had a great deal of people coming in of all ages, and it was recognized that we should provide that just in case. And I'm absolutely delighted to say nothing went wrong, but should it have gone, we were prepared. Thank you.
Supplementary, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the Chair's statement about the careful financial control that the organisation exercises over its expenditure. What proportion of the total expenditure on the proposed wind farm is the media campaign, the production of leaflets and the holding of public meetings to date?
I'll have to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. Those exact figures I don't have. I'd be happy to supply them to Mr. Thomas. Thank you.
On the supplementary, Mr. Morris.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the recent Employment and Skills Fair, the NUH made use of the same handsets and some of the materials that were used as part of the consultation. Has the Chair any concerns about this in terms of the expansion of the good news story that is mentioned so frequently, and how it could have been seen in some areas as being perhaps some issues of the Employment and Skills Fair? Thank you, Mr. President.
I'll have to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I'm slightly surprised at the question. The Skills Fair happens every single year. The NUA attends it every single year. And because this year it fell during our consultation period, we thought it best practice to extend the engagement process to those people who attend the Skills Fair. No doubt the member has returned the survey himself. He will then, he is not, I am surprised. I'm sure your constituents in East End would be delighted to hear that. But had you done that, you would have seen that there was a specific entry for 0 to 18 years. And because the Skills Fair concentrated on that element of the population, and indeed that element of the population in years to come would be the most valuable, we felt it was appropriate that they should be given the opportunity as well. Thank you.
On to question 21. I'll call on the Honourable Member for Douglas Central, Mr. Thomas.
Mr. President, I would like to ask a member of the board of the digital agency whether the digital agency is aiming to attract Philippine internet gaming licensees and other grey market operators. If so, with what resources and what opportunities and risks there are from this campaign.
Call on the member of the board of the digital agency to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I thank the Honourable Member for his question. Digital Isle of Man are overseen by their non-executive board, consisting of expert private sector volunteers who contribute their experience and make decisions relating to the agency's activity and strategic direction. As the political member for Digital Isle of Man, I serve on the agency board and am therefore involved in their decision-making process. In October 2024, the Digital Board considered and approved a decision paper which set out proposals to undertake an exploratory trip to Manila. In response to feedback received from industry that recent regulatory changes in the region could present a strategic opportunity for the Isle of Man's digital industry. The exploratory trip was funded through the agency's existing revenue budget. and importantly provided an opportunity to build relationships with comparative regulatory bodies to share knowledge and to enable collaboration. Undoubtedly, it was identified that this outreach also carried risk as a result of the criminal activity of some operators in the Philippines, a factor which has prompted the Philippine regulator to take this decision. Honourable members, to clarify and to put on record, this trip was not part of a campaign to attract grey market operators, but instead it's aimed to assess the viability and credibility of potential operators that meet regulatory representatives in the region to enable greater collaboration and exchange of knowledge. The Digital Agency Board will consider the outputs and the feedback from the recent visit before it determines any next steps, and will of course be mindful of the broader risk, including the reputation of the Isle of Man as a responsible, well-regulated jurisdiction.
Mr. Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I very much thank the member for taking on the answering of this question. That's much appreciated. And also I wanted to thank and congratulate the Digital Agency for being very open in respect of its minutes. So the most recent Digital Agency minutes, November minutes, show that the Manila Business Development decision paper was withdrawn. Is that withdrawn permanently, or will it be coming back in the future?
Or the member of the Board of the Digital Agency to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Digital Agency Board have concluded that any further decisions will be deferred whilst they consider the outputs, feedback and broader risks associated before determining next steps. And no further trips are currently planned. Thank you.
Supplementary, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and to the member again. So basically, I think the Digital Agency has concluded that President Ferdinand Marcos Jr., who banned Philippine offshore gaming operators amid concerns over alleged links to criminality, is more right than the Digital Agency initially thought in October when they approved £15,000 of expenditure for a business trip to assess the opportunities to bring some of those offshore gaming operators from the Philippines to the island. Would that be correct?
Board member to reply.
Mr. President, what I would say is that we should not condemn an entire sector or community based on the actions of a few. And there are several well-established businesses in the Isle of Man with connections to Asia, and it would be inappropriate to generalise that these organisations are involved in criminal activities. Transitional organised crime poses a significant global threat, and this threat transcends to many sectors. The Isle of Man has previously worked to identify and disrupt criminal activity of this nature, and we will continue to do so in the future, tackling criminality and supporting victims of modern slavery and human trafficking. Action is already underway across government to strengthen our processes and systems against the risks of exploitation, and I think we would all support that.
Supplementary message.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the honourable member might not have this information, but you talked about the digital revenue budget. Would you mind circulating to honourable members how much sits in a digital revenue budget? And also, can you confirm how many people did travel and the class of travel that they chose to take?
Board member to reply.
Mr. President, I can confirm that 2 people did travel. I don't have the other information that the honourable member has asked for, but I am very happy to circulate that.
On a supplementary, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and as I say, I welcome the members' statements today. Is the member confident about the future of e-gaming in the Isle of Man? Because it's obviously been a huge part of our economy in the light of recent events and recent decisions around the world. I noticed this week there's a joint ministerial council in London stimulated by Dame Margaret Hodge and Andrew Mitchell's in consideration of beneficial ownership registers. I know that from the Genfernese minutes that the Challenge Fund, which apparently the Digital Agency also has access to, is looking to spend £170,000 on an e-gaming strategy and to design, build and operate exhibition stands for developing this sector. What are the prospects for e-gaming in the island? Should we be getting used to the idea that they might not be quite as good as they were 20 years ago?
So, widening the question, but I give the board member an opportunity to reply, if you wish.
I think, Mr. President, it is a healthy sector in the Isle of Man, and we must ensure that we are always mindful of the reputation of the Isle of Man as that responsible, well-regulated jurisdiction. Yeah. And I would like to assure all honourable members that the Digital Agency Board are very much alive to the risks of exploitation. Risks and threats are always taken into account when any decision is made. Thank you.
Moving on to question 22, calling on the Honourable Member for Oakham, Miss Edge.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask the Minister for the Treasury what the current value is of the revenue and capital contingency funds, what the policy is for determining the size of these funds, and B, authorising expenditure from them.
To reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'll thank the Honourable Member for their question. Taking the Revenue Contingency Fund first, the value of the fund as of the 31st of March 2024 was £14.5 million. The 2024-25 Pink Book included a top-up to the Revenue Contingency Fund of £1.5 million, bringing the balance to £16 million. Fund claims are made throughout the financial year, but only reimbursed at year-end once the relevant department can demonstrate that they have not produced an overspend. It is not therefore possible to provide a definite current value. However, to date there have been claims of £9,700,000 approved for potential reimbursements at the 2024-25 year end. As it stands, this leaves the fund with an unallocated balance of £6,300,000. The size of Revenue Contingency Fund is reviewed annually as part of the budget process. The factors considered in determining its size include economic pressures being seen both on island and globally. The intention is to ensure that there is a buffer for potentially unforeseen or unexpected costs that by their very nature are not possible to otherwise factor into departmental budgets and forecasts. In terms of authorising expenditure from the Revenue Contingency Fund, like all of the internal funds, this is governed by the terms of reference of the fund, which are published in the financial regulations. Moving to the Capital Projects Contingency Fund, this fund is a Treasury-controlled discrete capital scheme. As per the 2024-25 Pink Book, the scheme total stands at £25.3 million. The value of this scheme has been determined in order that there is sufficient financial headroom for any emergency or urgent capital works. As can be seen in the 2024-25 Pink Book, this has been forecast to cover approximately £5 million per annum for the next 5 years of the financial plan. It should be noted, as with the Revenue Contingency Fund, that this forecast is considered annually as part of the budget process. The authorisation of expenditure from this scheme is conducted on a case-by-case basis, with the emphasis being on the capital costs having been incurred due to unforeseen or unexpected circumstances. All departments have the ability to request funding from this scheme by putting forward business cases to the Strategic Asset and Capital Investment Committee for support and subsequent Treasury concurrence. Thank you, Mr. President.
Ms. Edge.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I thank the Minister obviously for that response. Worrying actually what was just commented on with regards to the capital scheme and emergency urgent works. We should not have emergency urgent works in capital. There would be revenue for emergency if we were completely sticking to our capital process and also our financial regulations. But the Minister didn't actually commit to the revenue fund, how the authorisation is and the process is for the authorisation through that. And could it be seen that it's a slush fund for departments if they know there's a contingency already set?
Very short to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I have to disagree with the comments from the Honourable Member. Emergency works do happen. Unforeseen circumstances do happen. I think it's absolutely responsible to recognise that, but to interrogate why they happen, to meet any extra costs, but to absolutely look at whether these should have been foreseen, as I've just stated in my original answer. And in terms of the existence of a slush fund, I would completely disagree with that. In fact, SACIC analysed the bids coming forward for any contingency funds, and often will invite officers or even ministers in to explain their case and to make absolutely certain that this fund is used appropriately, and that any of the capital projects that are approaching SACIC in terms of contingency fundings can justify this on the basis that it was unexpected or emergency works. Thank you.
Ms. Edge.
Thank you, Mr. President. Capital funding always has PC sums or contingencies built into them when they do the business case, so there should not be any emergency work required on capital schemes. That is the government process under the capital procedure notes. And I don't believe SACIC would be involved in revenue, which is what I asked about. So the revenue funding currently, I think you said it was 16 million, and there is already a claim of 9.7 million against that. Who has got the experience and qualification to say that there are bona fide claims against the contingency fund?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And again, I don't remember for her comments. She's quite right that capital projects often have a contingency built into them, but we've seen, unfortunately, particularly over the last few years, that rising costs and also some of the technical issues that are presented for some of the more complicated projects have breached that contingency, and so extra contingency has been necessary. In terms of a comment about the revenue contingency fund, in terms of these coming forward, actually we have a very good team, a very impressive team of credentials of Treasury officers who can analyse some of these bids coming forward and make sure that they are completely justified given the budgets provided to the department in the first place. Thank you.
Want to supplement, Ms. Edge?
I thank the Minister, obviously, for his responses, but I just wonder whether, with regards to the contingency fund, and we'll go back to capital on this particular one, that there are sometimes occasions that we need additional funding. Is that not a badly managed project?
Not necessarily, Mr. President.
There, honourable members, we've reached our allocated time. For the proposal. Okay. Yes, Mr. Morehouse.
Could we invoke standing orders to complete the question paper, please, Mr.
Have a second.
2 minutes late.
Nobody second?
Second.
Yeah, Mr. Hooper, second. So the proposal is that we continue the question paper. That is, there are 2 questions. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, please say no.
No.
The ayes have it.
Again, in the House of Keys, 22 votes for, 1 against.
Legislative Council, 8 for, 1 against, therefore we shall continue. So, moving on to question 23, a call on the Honourable Member for Arby Castle and Mr. Morehouse.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to ask the Minister for Infrastructure what action will be taken following the planner's decision about the resurfacing of Arby Street and Malou Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Subject to the confirmation of the approval of the planning application concerning the resurfacing of Arbury Road and Malou Street in Castletown, the department is preparing a business case to request project development funding from Treasury to complete the design detail and establish cost certainty. Thank you.
Mr. Moorhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Given this has been ongoing since at least 2021, has the Minister any indication of how quickly those submissions will arrive in Treasury, and beyond that, how soon the scheme could potentially start? Thank you, Mr. President.
The Honourable Member will be very disappointed here. None at all at this time. There are obviously lots of other bits and pieces and work, big schemes around the island that he's doing, and he's not going to jump the queue.
Here. Supplementary, Mr. Wheeler.
And what survey work, if any, has been conducted to see if there is coal tar?
I don't have the answer to that, Mr. President. I'm not sure there will be coal tar there because the areas we're talking about, I think, are pavers and all sorts of things, but obviously those tests will be done as well to make sure.
Supplementary, Mr. Moorhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. The last slide was particularly positive. Schemes of this magnitude need to fully embrace the thoughts of key stakeholders, and communication with them is really important right from the onset of this work starting. Where will the next meeting with trades and local people be to ensure that people really feel to have any involvement in this process? Thank you, Mr. President.
Very short reply.
Thanks very much, Mr. President. I'm sure those meetings will take place in the fairly near future, not only with the local authority, but also, as he said, with local stakeholders in and around that area that we're talking about.
And a supplementary, Mr. Moorhouse.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Minister. As the Minister recognises, the area is potentially dangerous. Many people have fallen in the area in recent years. Given this situation, is this something that could actually escalate this rather than push it to the front of the queue? Just that recognition that the existing streets aren't quite as safe as the Minister and myself would like them to be. Thank you, Mr. President.
If there's anything dangerous down there, Mr. President, we should already know about it, and they should have been put right. And if there's anything that is dangerous that we don't know about, if the Honourable Member will let us know, we'll have a look at it in the meantime.
We move on to a final question, question 24. We'll call on the Honourable Member for Douglas North, Mr. Ashford.
Thank you, Mr. President. I beg to ask the Minister for Infrastructure why driving tests are only bookable via 6-week blocks rather than on a 6 weeks rolling basis, and when Saturday tests will be reinstated.
Very short and Douglas to reply.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, driving tests are booked on a rolling 6-week basis. Every week that passes, another week is opened up. The Department does not intend at this time to reinstate Saturday driving tests. Thank you very much.
Supplementary, Mr. Ashford.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's not the experience of people who've been trying to book using the system, that it's actually blocked them from going any further than 6 weeks in a row. So would the Minister undertake to go away and look at that to actually check it is working correctly, because that is from more than one person, it's from multiple people who've been trying to do it. With the 6 weeks, with the Saturday tests, Mr. President, obviously a lot of people work during the week, so it's very hard for them to actually be able to get adequate slots. So does the Minister believe that's it now? They will never be looked at again whether or not Saturday tests will be reinstated? And while I'm on my feet, Mr. President, does he not believe that having Saturday tests may actually alleviate the backlog, which I believe is building in weekday tests, which can be up to 8 weeks now?
Very short to reply.
Thank you very much. Taking the last part first, I do agree with the Honourable Member, and that's no, not ever. They won't happen again on Saturdays, where there is a bit of a backlog at the moment. We are aware of that due to staff that have left, and so we're looking at that. As for those that are blocked, that shouldn't be happening. As I said, it's 6 weeks goes, another week rolls in, but we'll certainly have a look at that, and I will talk to the Honourable Member afterwards, Mr. President.
Concludes our question paper. We now move on to item 3. I call on the Minister for Infrastructure to make a statement.
Thank you, Mr. President. Honourable Members, I wish to provide a brief statement outlining the progress being made by the Department in relation to the 8 recommendations included in the report of the Select Committee on Poverty, into Housing and Homelessness that fall onto the Department of Department of Infrastructure. These recommendations were agreed by Tynwald at the June 2024 sitting. I can confirm that the Department has been working closely with the Housing and Communities Board on these recommendations, and it is the aim that a full update on all of the recommendations will be published on both web pages for the Department's Housing Services and the Housing and Communities Board. As honourable members will see in the update, each of the recommendations has a status report and updated target dates for when delivery can be expected. I am pleased to confirm, though, that we have recently delivered on one of these recommendations and nearing completion on 2 more. Recommendation 6 of the report supported the Department's work to produce a decarbonisation strategy, and I'm pleased to confirm that this strategy has now been published on the Department's website. In relation to Recommendation 25 regarding changes to the Homeless Purchase Assistance Scheme, I am pleased to advise the honourable members that following a review of the current schemes and other affordable options for home ownership, changes will be made to the current shared equity purchase assistance schemes. The Department is also considering policy proposals for a new rent-to-buy scheme and will be giving further consideration to an old person's shared ownership scheme in the future. Recommendation 27 asks the Department to produce a report exploring the effects of setting rents for public sector housing at a level required to cover the cost of operation. I am pleased to confirm that this is being progressed, and we are aiming to submit a report to Tynwald early in the new year. Honourable members, the Select Committee report also made several other recommendations which require the Department to take action. Recommendation 7 is regarding social housing regulation and private landlord regulation. Social housing regulation is currently being progressed, which will set standards across the services provided by social housing providers and provide a level of increased transparency and accountability. Stakeholder consultation regarding private landlord regulation will take place in the new year, after which the regulations will be brought forward to Tynwald for approval. Regulation 19 is for submission of a report to Tynwald regarding new and refurbished housing stock, the efficacy of Housing Policy 5 and recommendations for the future. I am able to confirm that the Department is currently in the process of compiling such a report with the intention that this report will also be brought to Tynwald in the new year. Recommendation 28 is regarding an annual review of the objective assessment of housing need. The Department agrees that all strategic intelligence from the OHAN should be incorporated into development plans and will be working with partners to achieve this. And finally, Mr. President, recommendations 10 and 29, the Department will be requesting drafting of amendments to the current all-island allocations policy for public sector general housing needs. The new allocations policy will ensure that allocations are primarily needs-based and consider the housing need of vulnerable people. Once again, please note that a full update on each of the report's recommendations will be produced by the Cabinet on behalf of the Housing and Communities Board, and I would like to invite you all to review this once updated, and I thank you, Mr. President.
Good morning, actually. I appreciate that the Minister did write to all honourable members and give the general gist of what was being said in his statement. However, I was hoping that we would get some of the recommendations and the revised timelines, and as far as I can see, the statement that the Minister has just given has not yet been circulated word for word, and that is a requirement understanding order 3.2A2, and I'm sure that will be rectified as soon as possible. So in the absence of that text, would the Minister undertake to write to honourable members with a timetable for each of those recommendations and how that timetable has been revised for those that have not been met?
Thank you, Mr. President. I will apologise first and foremost. I know the letter went out yesterday, and if the statement didn't, I apologise. That is my fault, and I will include those timelines as soon as possible. We can get those together for honourable members.
And the honourable member, Ms. Christian.
Thank you, Mr. President. Given that these recommendations were received halfway through the year, what budget has been allocated specifically for these initiatives, and how does this align with the overall budget of the department?
What has been allocated?
What budget has been allocated specifically to these initiatives, and how does this align with the overall budget of the department?
Minister's report.
There's been no extra budgets put to these at the moment. It's officers working within the department and the Housing and Communities Board working together with Cabinet Office providing this information at the moment.
And the honourable member, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you very much to the Minister for the letter and for the statement today. Can the Minister confirm that as far back as December 2022, the Chief Minister and the then chair of the Housing and Communities Board announced that properties were being worked on to deal with wraparound responses to homelessness, and so properties were made available. Riatna Bay was analysed, the Bowling Green Pub was analysed, a property in Kensington Road was analysed. So therefore, is it true to say that little progress has been made in 2 years in making properties from which wraparound service can be provided to deal with homelessness? And secondly, in the letter, there was a sort of claim that we were going to have the first regulated housing association. Would the Minister like to confirm that in actual fact existing housing associations are indeed regulated, if not under housing association law? So for instance, they're industrial and friendly sort of societies as far as I understand it, so presumably they're regulated in that context. And thirdly, is it right that we've got a new class of housing body in the island now? We've got local authorities, we've got the private sector, and it seems like the intention is to create one housing association which is different from both the other two. Is that the case?
Minister, to reply.
Thank you. I'll try and pick that up, Mr. President, as meant from the notes I've made. With regards to buildings being made available for the homelessness, those buildings haven't been made, but there is something in place now where people who have problems are able to go and get somewhere to sleep for the night. So that has been covered, if you like, in another way, but we absolutely are still looking for somewhere, places that work to serve that purpose. And as honourable member, the former minister will know when he was in there, you have to be careful of who you put into these buildings at the night time. You can't just mix and match everybody in the same building. We have to be very careful, but that service is being delivered at the moment. The housing association regulations, those are housing associations. There are, I think, a couple of these are where there's a couple of small housing associations on the island. They are regulated, but in a different way, I think, than what the new one will be. But we will be working together, hopefully, and hopefully we can pull everybody together under the same banner. And I don't think it will be anything different. Yes, we've got the local authority, we've got private housing, and then we've got the housing association. But that housing association is available for other people to join in if they want to and talk to us and work with us for the DRI going forward. And I don't see there's any. I wouldn't put it in. He's probably right in some respects, is divide it into three, but I think it's not meant to be three different or. There's nothing wrong with that, if you like. I'm saying.
Honourable members, we've reached the allotted hour. The court is now stand adjourned for lunch till 2:30.
Please, we have a stand-in, Mr. Speaker.
That's right, good afternoon, honourable members. Please be seated.
Pass the mic, I'll turn on the envelope.
That's right.
Please be seated. Continue our order paper at item 3, and I call on the honourable member, Ms. Christian, to ask a question. Right. Ms. Christian's not here, and do not have leave of absence. I now move to Honourable Member Miss Edge.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wondered really when the Housing Association regulations would be coming forward to this honourable place, and there was a couple of mentions of there's already a couple of housing associations on the island.
Pardon me, there's a conversation going on here and I can't hear, Mr. President.
Okay.
Yes, please, you have the floor, Ms. Edge.
Okay, so obviously you mentioned housing association regulations. I'd like to know when they are coming before the the Honourable House, and would there be any impact? There's a couple of housing associations you said, I'd like to understand a little bit more about them, but also the impact on social housing tenants if they go to a housing association with regards to when they go into care, because certainly at the minute when they go into care or a care setting on the island, a housing tenant within social housing is treated differently, I believe, to a housing association tenant.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank the honourable member for those very interesting questions, certainly regarding the housing association regulations, and they will come forward in the new year. Obviously, we're at the stage at the moment where that work is still being done. But I'm glad she's raised that, and as she said, there is other housing associations. We'll make sure that we come together, having taken those into consideration. And with regards to the care side of things as well, we'll have a look at that as well to make sure that's taken on board. Thank you. The honourable member, Mr. Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The Minister in his original answer talked about reviewing things like the allocation policies and the tenancies and all those sort of arrangements. Does he accept, though, that this is essentially fiddling around the edges? This is trying to manage demand in the face of a finite amount of stock? And does he accept that the only way to really make a significant difference in respect of housing and homelessness on the island is to increase the amount of public sector housing stock?
Yeah. Minister to reply. I wholeheartedly agree with the honourable member who's just resumed his seat. At the end of the day, it is about stock right the way across the board, from first-time buyers to those in social housing to those at the end of, in their own private houses that want to come into sheltered accommodation. And we are, as he knows, through the Housing Communities Board and way forward, we will be looking at all that, Mr. President. Calling the honourable member, Mr. Callister.
And thank you, Mr. President. I thank the Minister for his statement this morning. What concerns me, the Minister mentioned there that they can provide emergency housing for a night. Can the Minister please explain to the court exactly when we're going to have long-term solutions to this? And can I also ask the Minister, obviously the weather is now changing, is the Minister prepared and ready for people who may need housing this winter?
Minister to reply. The answer to that, I believe, at the moment, Mr. President, is yes. It's not just a night. At the moment, we're looking at sort of a week, 2 weeks and that, but every case is different, but those are being looked at and they are being worked with the appropriate people, and I hope that we have that covered between us all, between the different departments. And the Honourable Member, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you very much. Just for the avoidance of confusion, can the Minister confirm that the Department of Health and Social Care, the Department of Home Affairs, people like that who have responsibility, a statutory responsibility for certain types of people, do have accommodation that they can make available for certain types of people as long as the people match the accommodation and they don't have complex needs, special needs and so on. It's not as if there isn't Tynwald House and there isn't facilities already operated by the Department of Health and Social Care. Secondly, these regulations that are now promised in the new year for the Housing Association, will they be made under the 1976 Housing Act, or will they be made under the Local Government Act, or will we be bringing through in a day primary legislation modelled on the 2023 UK legislation or something like that?
Minister to reply. Thank you. And again, I thank the honourable member for his question, Mr. President, because as he well knows, those people that do need help come from very different categories of walks of life, and that is being looked at. It is being worked with, and the different departments are working together to make sure that those people are catered for, and there is no issues there. Under which act, I'm not sure at the moment, and certainly he'll be one of the first to know once I know. Remember, Miss Edge.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wonder if the Minister could confirm that 2 members of the Housing Association have changed recently, and whether that was a full process of the Housing and Communities Board, and whether that was a full transparent process.
Minister to reply. Yes, by the 2 members, I presume she's meaning obviously the former Minister, Mr. Hooper, was on that Housing Communities Board and put in 3 years of very good work on that. I want to thank him for that. And myself, I've now stepped back, and Mrs. Kinnish has now taken my place on that board. It has been, obviously, my position changing has been okayed by council ministers, and Mr. Hooper.
There's 2 other lay people on the board.
The 2 lay members came to...
2 new ones.
Honourable member, if you wish to consider... I'll consider that. Honourable member. Call on the Honourable Member, Ms Christian.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just referring back to my other question regarding the budget around these recommendations, but apart from the resources being used within the department, is the Minister confirming that there's no actual budgets being allocated to any of the recommendations, for example, the carbonisation strategy, or, like, for example, the housing initiatives? I mean, is there no budget, or is there a funding gap, or is he using a budget that's allocated from within his budget for this year? Thank you, Mr. President.
Minister, to reply.
I think I'm right in saying there's no extra budget. There has been extra budget given to the Housing Communities Board with regards to doing some work and things like that, but as far as the departments are concerned, we're just using the officers and making them work even harder. Happy to have this conversation with the Honourable Member afterwards and clarify. I might be missing something here, Mr. President, but if I'm happy to clear that up with the Honourable Member afterwards.
Honourable Members, we conclude item 3, now moving on to item 4, future of food hygiene assurance. I call on the Minister for Environment, Food and Agriculture to make a statement.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members today will recall that in answer to a question from the Honourable Member for Douglas North, Mr Ashford, in the other place on 25th of June 2024, I explained some of the difficulties my department had experienced in trying to inspect and risk rate all of the island's food businesses ahead of an intended launch of a revised food hygiene rating scheme. The Honourable Member for Douglas North pointed out that there were approximately 200 people working for my department and questioned how many of those people actually work in food hygiene and whether resource could be reprioritised to this important area. I agreed to revert with some further information on this, and I contacted all members on 20th of August 2024 to confirm this and to provide some background as to the technical requirements and qualifications required of food inspectors, meaning officers could not simply be redeployed from other areas of the department to undertake inspections. I also shared the difficulties that we, along with the whole of the UK, are experiencing in recruiting qualified environmental health officers due to a nationwide shortage. In light of these difficulties, I committed to returning to Tynwald on a proposed new approach to our risk-based inspection regime. Mr. President, I would ask first that members appreciate the breadth of technical work undertaken by the environmental health team. Along with food hygiene and safety, their regulatory responsibilities include advice and guidance, registration and licensing, investigations, and both informal and formal enforcement, covering a wide range of areas such as housing standards, health and safety, sampling of water supplies, including domestic and commercial premises and swimming pools, pest control, dangerous buildings and structures, certain high-risk cosmetic procedures such as tattooing, acupuncture, and body piercing, and the provision of a comprehensive meat inspection service at all times during the processing of animals at Isle of Man meat plant. In the last few years, the team have made significant progress in improving the way in which they approach their food hygiene responsibilities by developing and updating out-of-date policies and procedures for food complaints, investigations, sampling, and digital imagery. This improves the overall consistency and standards in their investigatory work, strengthens evidence for enforcement, and provides clarity to food businesses about the processes that will be followed as the team progress through the regulatory framework. They have also undertaken a complete refresh of the food business register in order to remove businesses that are no longer trading and add or amend details of trading businesses to ensure we have up-to-date records and can communicate efficiently and effectively with food business operators. In July 2021, the former Minister for Environment, Food and Agriculture brought the Food Hygiene Ratings No. 2 Regulations 2021 to this court for approval. The motion failed with 10 for and 13 against in the Keys and 1 for and 7 against in the Legislative Council. At the time of this motion, myself and the Honourable Member for Ramsey, Mr Hooper, spoke out against the scheme in its current form, with issues cited including the risk that the approach to phasing the rollout could negatively impact certain businesses based on when they get their first inspection, the ability for traders to delay the publication of their scores by vexatiously exercising their right to review and appeal, the methodology of the ratings, and the proposal for the website to allow commentary from the food operator about their own ratings, likely to require continuous monitoring and moderating. The department then committed to bringing a revised scheme forward by December 2024. In order to do so, it recognised that the environmental health team would need to undertake pre-launch inspections to give food businesses a reasonable level of notice as to how they would score should a scheme be in place, so that they could implement the required improvements before the formal launch of the scheme. In the Isle of Man, there are approximately 1,862 registered food premises. The proactive inspection of these premises has proven to be highly resource intensive, and given all the other responsibilities of the team which I have outlined today, they have been able to allocate on average just over one full-time equivalent to undertake these inspections. The Food Standards Agency recognises certain qualifications for food safety officers in its statutory Food Law Code of Practice. The baseline qualification is the Advanced Professional Certificate in Food Hygiene and Standards Control. It takes approximately 2 years of studying and training before someone can sit the exams to obtain this qualification. As well as being qualified to carry out a range of other regulatory roles, environmental health officers are also able to undertake food hygiene inspections, but it typically takes 5 years of training for someone with a suitable undergraduate degree to become fully qualified as an environmental health officer. Given the qualifications required to carry out food hygiene inspections, it is not possible to simply redeploy staff who do not have the appropriate training qualifications from other areas of the department to bolster resources. Resultantly, the majority of food businesses have not had a pre-launch inspection and would therefore not have sufficient time to make any necessary improvements to their practices prior to a proposed launch in December 2024. Any public inspection regime where results are available for the public to access needs to be deliverable within a reasonable time frame so as not to negatively impact on certain businesses based on when they receive their first inspection and re-inspection. Even if all food businesses had been inspected, they would all have to be re-inspected, on average every 18 months, for the scheme to retain credibility. A poorly rolled out scheme where the vast majority of businesses are awaiting inspection could be damaging for business at a time when the hospitality industry needs support. Based on research from the Food Standard Agency, it is estimated that a well-resourced food hygiene rating scheme that can reliably inspect and re-inspect businesses at fair and reasonable intervals to ensure that the scheme is accurate and well-established would lead us to require an increase of at least 5 full-time equivalents, all of whom would need to be adequately trained and qualified from the outset. I do not need to remind members of the economic environment in which we are all working. Budgetary pressures further inflame these current recruitment challenges. Mr. President, as I see it, the overall objective of the Environmental Health Team's commitment to food safety is to help, support and incentivise food business operators to achieve and maintain high standards of food hygiene in their business operations and to provide customers with confidence that poor practices are identified and addressed. Proactive inspections are only one tool to meet this objective. However, compared to other interventions, they are resource-heavy, expensive, time-consuming, and difficult to prioritise. Instead, we have decided to implement a combination of interventions that together we are confident will raise food standards across establishments in the Isle of Man. This is in the form of a new food safety assurance programme, the full details of which will be available on our website in due course, and which I will summarise for members today. We will start with a strengthened approach to education and awareness raising. The Environmental Health Team are committed to raising awareness of operators' responsibilities and expectations in respect of food hygiene practices and propose to run a series of regular workshops for industry on an ongoing basis, promoting the Food Standard Agency's, the FSA's, Safer Food, Better Business Guide as a framework for demonstrating regulatory compliance with minimum standards. All businesses have a legal requirement to maintain documentation detailing what they do to ensure food is safe. Completing and implementing a Safe Food, Better Business Pack is a positive way of demonstrating a business's compliance with this requirement. The workshops would provide small food businesses with guidance and assistance on how to complete such a pack. They would outline what is included in the pack, how to complete it, and how it can be used to raise standards and demonstrate compliance with the law. Depending on the take-up of these workshops, their regularity could be increased and the breadth of topics covered may well be broadened. We also plan to improve our communications and engagement with food businesses and will be developing a quarterly bulletin which will be issued to all businesses to promote best practice, remind businesses of their legal responsibilities, share learnings and findings along with themes from recent inspections, provide updates on legislation and guidance across the sector, and to promote any upcoming workshops. We will also look to gather feedback from businesses as to any training or support requirements that they may have in order to help tailor our future service to support their needs. In terms of reacting to reports of imminent risks to health or poor practice, the team will continue to respond based on the level of concern and in most cases on the same day by undertaking full reactive inspections. In order to promote compliance across the sector, it is critical that the team are able to implement a risk-based inspection regime which includes proactive inspections on food businesses in respect of which no concern has been reported. Due to the high intensity of this work, it is necessary to develop a pre-visit risk assessment to prioritise inspections. Until recently, the team had prioritised the inspection of certain food businesses perceived to be of high risk due to the nature of what they do or who they serve. For example, hospitals, schools, care homes, food manufacturers and approved premises. As a result, these operators have been formally risk rated and can therefore be prioritised for further inspection according to their level of risk. However, to date, they have been unable to adequately risk assess the significant proportion of food businesses that fall into the remaining categories, such as cafes, bars, restaurants and takeaways, without conducting an inspection. These business types make up around 33% of all registered food businesses across the island. As a pilot exercise, the team intend to undertake a remote initial risk assessment on 60 such premises. A questionnaire will be issued to a random sample of food businesses that fall into these categories, asking the operator to answer a series of questions on the nature of their business, the structure of their premises, the customers they serve, and the food practices they follow. The team will work to encourage these businesses to respond by making follow-up telephone calls, and any businesses that fail to respond will be prioritised for inspection. Upon receipt of the data from the questionnaires, environmental health officers will provide an initial risk assessment of each business, and all higher rated businesses will be prioritised first for an inspection, with the aim of doing so within 4 weeks, along with any that do not respond. The results of this pilot will help inform whether such an approach is effective in helping to target inspection resources to higher risk premises, and should it prove successful, it is proposed it will be rolled out more broadly. I intend to revert back to this Honourable Court in early 2025 with the results of this pilot and confirmation of how we will use the data gathered to help inform our strategy moving forwards. Mr President, I thank you for the time to make this statement today, and I apologise for the length, although I hope the detail is helpful to honourable members. I hope the members appreciate that the resources and budget required to prepare for and deliver a credible food hygiene rating scheme were significantly underestimated and are simply not available in the format envisaged, although from a resilience perspective we are exploring how best to increase the number of qualified environmental health officers within our team. It is the department's position that a poorly resourced scheme could be unfair and damaging for businesses, and it would be irresponsible to progress with such a scheme in light of what we now know. Instead, I am confident that our new approach, combining training and awareness raising, improved communication, an ongoing responsive reactive regime, and a more efficient approach to risk rating and thereby prioritisation of proactive inspections, will raise standards across the sector and provide continued improvement in the assurance of food hygiene and safety in the Isle of Man. Mr President, I beg to move.
The Honourable Lord. I welcome the Minister's slimmed down approach to this. Could I perhaps just ask, by way of challenge, where the public clamour is coming from for this, and could she give us an indication as to just how much pressure she's under to put this into place? Because, I say, given that resources are tight, it does seem that a more responsive approach rather than a registration of and I was amazed as to how many food and premises there are across the island. Does seem like the most appropriate way forward, especially in the economic. But is there really a public demand for this? And perhaps the Minister could just expand on that a little. Minister, to reply.
Thank you, and I thank the Honourable Questioner. I think it's something that has been committed to previously, predominantly to keep us in line with neighbouring jurisdictions, but on reflection and having gone into the detail around this, I'm comforted that this approach that's being recommended, that officers are comfortable can be put in place quickly and follows a lot of the things that they're already working towards, will be far more proportionate to the needs of our island and deliver the right outcomes.
The Honourable Member, Mr Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr President. The Minister's outlined a process that sounds very much like a sort of self-assessment process by the business. They will tell the department how good or bad or indifferent they are with their food safety practices. Does the Minister accept that? That's quite a risky proposition if there aren't regular audits in process. Most of our other self-assessment systems, for example income tax, they are checked, they are back-checked, and again samples perhaps rather than 100%, but there wasn't really anything there in her statement that gave me confidence that these self-assessment checklists are going to be validated or checked in some way by her officers and by her team at the department. So does she see there's quite a level of risk in there that we may be exposing people to if these self-assessments aren't followed up in the proper way?
Minister, to reply.
Thank you. One of the things that I tried to tease out in the wording I use, when those self-assessments are sent in, they will be gone through because that will allow us to do the risk rating against the responses that are within those assessments. So depending on the level of exposure in terms of customers, the size of the business, the sort of nature of the food that's being processed within that business, all of those things will help us to provide a risk rating, which will then allow us to understand the business profiles better. And that's something that I think it's fair to say is a gap across our understanding in the wider sector of those 33% very specifically in the cafes business, takeaways, restaurants, etc. So I can absolutely assure it's not a case of just sending that in and that being filed somewhere. It's a case of that coming in, that being looked through by an environmental health officer, and then a decision being taken based on that.
Mr. Hooper.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that's what I'm worried about, if I'm honest. If you're basing your whole decision on information the business has given you, at some point you have to validate the information the business has given you, and it doesn't sound like that's part of the process. So there's nothing stopping a business from telling the department whatever it likes, because they know it's never going to be checked. The department's going to base its risk assessment purely on what the business is telling them, and that does feel like there's a gap somewhere in the process that maybe someone should be checking, if not everyone, some of them, a sample perhaps, to go back and say, actually, yes, we are going to check these, so you better be upfront and honest with us about the way your business operates.
Yes, sorry, so the ones that will be inspected will be high risk, non-respondents, and then there will be a spot check against the others who submit, just to ensure that we're validating. And based on the feedback in our pilot, and whether we see those coming out as being actually wrongly risk assessed by the businesses themselves, would depend then on how we progress, and we will report, as I say, back to this Honourable Court in terms of an update with that.
Call on the Honourable Member, Ms Edge.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wonder if the Minister could just comment, is she confident that all areas, I actually mentioned tattooing, acupuncture and body piercing, is she confident that all areas within the beauty setup on the Isle of Man are covered under the legislation if they're outside of the RNI inspection of the Department of Health and Social Care?
Minister to reply.
It's a slightly left field question, but there is good news, because we will be bringing an amendment to the Local Government Act exactly to recognise that, and to also provide the ability for the department to amend by regulation should that be supported through the houses. That would be our intention, so we acknowledge that as a gap, but not specifically for this statement, I accept.
The Honourable Member, Mr Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'd like to thank the Minister for sharing that information. It's quite reassuring. One of the issues that I remember having the first time this scheme came through was about the inconsistent application, so the phased rollout was a concern. Is the Minister planning on publicising this information anywhere? Because one of the reasons originally proposed for doing this was to raise public awareness about the quality of food in various establishments. Does she accept that there's a risk that those businesses that have now been inspected under this regime will be able to say they've been inspected and found to have a clean bill of health, whereas other businesses may not be able to make that claim, and actually they're not being given the opportunity to be inspected and to have that clean bill of health? So creating that unlevel playing field was a concern the first time around. It feels like we're at risk of doing that again here.
Minister to reply.
There's certainly no intention from our perspective that we would be publishing this. I think one of the things we would seek to do, though, and I talked already about keeping businesses more informed, but I think we also recognise there's a need to keep the public informed about how to raise concerns, because I think that's probably, from my experience and having spent time with the team, the most informative way of getting insight into where there could potentially be a problem is often from public feeding that directly into the environmental health team. So we will be looking also to empower the public in that regard.
The Honourable Member, Mrs Cole.
Thank you, Mr President. Can I just ask the Minister, is she considering ways to inform the public really about, Mr Hooper just said there about quality, but these assessments are safety assessments, not quality of food assessments?
Minister to reply.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that decisions relating to quality and experience are very personal decisions for an individual to make as to which establishment they might go to. We are absolutely engaged purely with the safety of food that's being distributed for public consumption. That is the only interest we have, is around safety and the appropriate governance and regulations being followed and adhered to.
Thinking about the canteen.
The members, that concludes item 4. We now move on to item 5, and I call on the Treasury Minister to move.
Thank you, Mr President. In 1948, our NHS and modern welfare state was created to try to create a healthier and more equal society. Generations of employees have paid into a national insurance scheme with the knowledge that they will not only receive benefits if they are ill or out of work, but at a certain age they will also receive a state pension. The success of our society is demonstrated by the increase in the average life expectancy from around 68 years in the 1950s to over 81 years today. This Honourable Court has previously discussed the demographic changes our island is witnessing and the need for these to be recognised, acknowledged and addressed. The social security scheme that applies in the island operates as a form of pay-as-you-go system, with contributions today by both current individuals and employers paying for the existing national insurance funded benefits and state pensions each year. Any shortfall in income is met from the Monks National Insurance Fund, and any excess income received is paid back into it. The current scheme operates on the basis of a social contract between generations. Today's pensions are paid for not from past contributions, but from contributions paid by people in work today. It is the sons and daughters who are currently paying for the pensions of their parents and grandparents. This model depends on there being sufficient numbers of people in work for each pensioner. However, as is happening in other countries, reducing birth rates and increasing life expectancy is making this model of social insurance increasingly harder to sustain. So there is a balance that must be struck between these two important parts of our community to ensure a degree of intergenerational fairness. In order that our scheme remains sustainable, it has to adapt to the changing demographics of our population. If it does not adapt and the cost of the scheme becomes too high for current and future workers, it will no longer be able to fulfil its purpose. I think it is wrong and unfair to continue to require that the current and future generations of working people have to maintain the present scheme by paying increasing amounts of their wages into it, when we cannot guarantee that they will receive a similar benefit in the future for themselves. This balance between maintaining benefits and pensions at adequate levels, whilst ensuring that the contributions required to pay for them are affordable and do not undermine our island's competitiveness and our economy as a whole, is what I would like to discuss today. I intend to explain what options Treasury have been examining since the publication of the most recent review of the Monks NI Fund, which was published in April of last year. That report was the fourth from the United Kingdom Government Actuary, which showed that the current social security scheme is not sustainable in the long term. This is despite several changes being made to the state pension over the years, which culminated in the introduction of the Monk state pension on the 6th of April 2019, when we separated from the previous link with the United Kingdom with respect to new pensioners and gained more control of how we would support them into the future. Other changes have already included increasing the state pension age, freezing the value of the state of the Monks pension supplement, and reforming the additional pension component. These changes have all slowed but not reversed the projections, and the latest report shows the funds being completely exhausted by 2047-48 if nothing further is done. As I've already pointed out, annual pension payments are met from the current year's national insurance contributions, with the fund only providing a buffer in a year when expenditure exceeds the contributions made. The absence of a fund, of course, does not mean that pensions will not be paid, but simply that any additional expenditure would need to come directly from general revenue and restrict our ability to fund other key government services that make this island such a special place to live and work. Mr. President, this issue can no longer be ignored. In the financial year 2024-25, Treasury forecast the deficit in the NI scheme of £8.3 million. A deficit is also forecast for 25-26 and subsequent years. The actuarial reviews have also forecast that the point at which the projected value of the fund peaks has moved forward from 2039 to 2027. If we do not start to implement changes now, inevitably the rates of national insurance would need to rise significantly to balance income and expenditure. Before explaining the options being explored, I want to explain what the purpose of the NI Fund is and what Treasury believe is an appropriate size for it to be. As already explained, current expenditure for pensions and benefits is paid for from national insurance paid today. In respect of certain individuals who have paid contributions in the United Kingdom, the Manx Fund also receives money from their NI fund to pay for these pensions. Monthly income and expenditure never exactly match, and therefore there is a need to have a fund or a reserve set aside to cover shortfalls. Also, as we've seen recently, the economy can suffer shocks that can, for short periods of time, lead to a reduction in income and an increase in expenditure. To allow time for either the economy to recover or for Treasury to adjust to a new economic situation, it is prudent to have a reserve that can cover significant periods of either reduced income or increased expenditure. Working with the UK Government Actuary Department, Treasury have sought their opinion as to whether the figure of twice annual expenditure was sufficient, and they have confirmed that they think it is. In all our projections, where the value of the fund falls due to the downward trajectory of its value, we must ensure we do not reach this critical level. Using this as a benchmark, Treasury have examined several options that impact on the level of expenditure to see what effects they will have on the way long-term the fund is sustainable. If future expenditure for the fund remains as forecast, then increasing fund income is the only option to address the projected funding gap. The fund has two income streams. The main one is from contributions, but there's also an amount of investment income that is received each year. The current investment strategy aims to provide a return of the Bank of England rate plus 3%. A more aggressive strategy could increase the return, but this cannot be guaranteed and implies a greater risk appetite. I do not consider relying on interest income alone to fill the projected funding gap is financially responsible, but Treasury will continue to ensure that the investment strategy we do have maximises returns as much as possible. Increasing the national insurance contributions paid by workers and employers could reduce the forecast funding gap. Treasury have asked the UK actuaries to model what NI contributions would have to increase by to maintain a fund level at a minimum of twice annual expenditure. Currently, the combined rate of Class 1 NI from employees and employers is 19.85%, and this figure would have to increase to 24.2% in order to keep the NI fund at the amount at least equal to twice annual expenditure at the end of the 60-year review period. The increase of 4.35% could either be applied equally to both employees and employers or proportioned differently. But if it is split equally, it would see the NI rates increase from 11 to 13.175% for employees and 12.8 to 14.975% for employers. Any change to employee NI rates would also require an increase to the NI rates paid by those individuals who are self-employed. That, Mr. President, would result in a significant impact for working people and our economy. The annual contribution for somebody on £40,000 a year could rise from £3,484 to £4,862, an increase of over £1,300 more a year in national insurance. Some of the increase could be passed on to employers to reduce the burden on employees, as has recently occurred in the adjacent Isle. However, whichever way you apportion the increase, it is a significant rise in contributions from workers and their employers. So, Mr. President, we have also looked at what options there are to moderate future expenditure from the fund. Members will be aware that from April 2026, the pension age will, over a 2-year period, rise to 67. Treasury have looked at bringing forward further increases to 68 earlier than is currently planned. However, this change has a minimal fiscal impact and would only extend the exhaustion date of the fund by 1 year. Equally, increasing the number of years required to achieve a full pension has little effect. This is primarily due to the fact that most individuals already have in excess of the current requirement of 35 qualifying years when they reach state pension age. The method by which we increase state pensions each year does have a significant effect on the long-term sustainability of the fund, and the current triple lock method of uprating pensions is recognised to be unsustainable without a significant increase in fund income. Mr. President, I would like to reiterate at this point that any changes we make to the future operating of pensions will only affect those individuals who reach state pension age from the 6th of April 2019. Due to the social security agreement we have with the United Kingdom, it's not possible for us to change the uprating method for those who reach state pension age before that date. With the assistance of the UK Government Actuarial Department, Treasury have looked at a number of options for increasing the Manx state pension from next April, and these are set out in the document before you today. Treasury has yet to settle on one which we will use. I hope today to get an understanding of our honourable members' views. The options modelled range from just uprating the Manx state pension by CPI to a model that uses both CPI and earnings. Whilst the models have used UK CPI and earnings figures, should a change to the uprating of the Manx state pension be approved, I intend to apply the Isle of Man CPI figures to better reflect the cost of living here on our island. It is very important to note that all the options that are being considered result in an increase in the value of the state pension each year to ensure we maintain the important social contract we have with our pensioners. Mr. President, the document before us today deliberately does not set out any recommendations, as I wanted to hear the options of honourable members before coming back with proposed solutions. If members think there are other options that we have not explored and they would like for us to model them, then I'm happy to consider these. All the proposed options ensure an annual increase in pensions, and none of them involve any attempt to use the NI fund to fill any gaps in wider government spending. I intend to make an announcement of the budget in February as to how we intend to put the fund back on a sustainable footing. I look forward to engaging with all members over the coming months so that we can ensure that this important pillar of our social security scheme is guaranteed for generations to come. Mr. President, the choices before us are clear. We must either look to increase the fund income or moderate fund expenditure. The only real way we can achieve this is by either increasing contributions or reducing further projections of pension costs. Both of these options, I know, are difficult. Mr. President, we cannot push this problem further down the road for future administrations to deal with. We must address it now so that everyone, workers, employers and pensioners, can have faith in a system that provides an income on retirement. I look forward to listening to the debate, and with that, Mr. President, I beg to move the item listed at number 5 on the order paper. And the honourable member, Dr. Hayrie.
Thank you, Mr. President. I beg to second and reserve my remarks.
Honourable member, Mr. Hooper.
The National Insurance Fund is an important reserve for the island, ensuring there is a buffer to deal with year-on-year variations in national insurance income and expenditure. But it is in real need of reform, because the fund value has been consistently growing and is of a size now where, if focused correctly, it could provide a much greater benefit for the island. Over the years, I've talked about this extensively in this Honourable Court. I've had some time on my hands recently, so I've been going back over old budget speeches. And it turns out this report from the Treasury looks like it's trying to do something I've suggested a few times. So I suggest the Minister go back to my 2020 budget speech, all the contributions I made following the NI review in 2021, if you want some more detail. But I'll summarise my thoughts here. Essentially, the core question is, how much money is needed in the National Insurance Fund to make sure our national insurance system and the state pension is sustainable? What sort of capital do we need to generate the investment returns that we need to safeguard against the risk of increased benefit payments resulting from higher unemployment, for example? There is a huge potential now to fundamentally change the way that we think about our national insurance system, provided we can get it right. We need to establish how much money is needed in the fund itself as capital, as this buffer to protect the core of the fund. Now, as the Minister has outlined, we now have an answer to this question in this report, that the core of the fund that's needed to secure the fund into the future is approximately twice its annual expenditure. So that's why I've tabled the amendment before you to add this principle in. This would mean that whatever changes are made to the fund, its core purpose is protected by ensuring that the fund itself is not allowed to drop below a core value of twice its annual expenditure. This amendment also places the four principles into the wording of the motion. Now, this is important, as I think it shouldn't be for the Treasury to change these policies without Tynwald approval. The principles in question with my amendment would be protecting the value of the state pension, restricting investment to specified areas and requiring Tynwald approval, ensuring the national insurance expenditure remains funded and that this doesn't fall onto general taxation, protecting the value of the fund as a minimum of twice the annual expenditure of the fund, and reviewing these principles every 5 years. I'm sure at Terrain everybody would agree these all seem very sensible policy principles that I would encourage Tynwald to support and that should not be changed in the future without Tynwald approval. The only thing I'd like some clarity on from the Treasury Minister is the policy statement that reads, all expenditure from the fund should be fully funded through NI contributions. Now I assume this also includes investment income from the fund, as it isn't currently the case that all national insurance expenditure is always less than national insurance contribution income. And so restricting expenditure in this way or requiring increases in national insurance rates to cover the expenditure would be quite a big shift in policy that I don't think the Treasury are intending. My honourable friend mentioned this in his opening remarks, that the Treasury are projecting deficits on the NI fund this year and next year. What I think he meant was deficits on the operating account, as investment income again takes the fund into surplus every year. So if the Treasury Minister can confirm that this current practice is going to continue, rather than there being a new requirement for the operating account to always be in surplus or break even, that would be great. And I've spoken before about 3 core uses of the NI fund: pensions, benefits, and the NHS, probably in that order. But now we know what level of capital is needed to secure the operation of the fund. This opens up a world of opportunity for the island. This is because, as the Treasury Minister has quite clearly said, the national insurance system is essentially a pay-as-you-go system. Income from workers in the year covers payments to pension and benefit claimants in the year. This means the National Insurance Fund itself is essentially a national investment fund. It exists to be invested, to generate income, to grow the value of the fund. So we have a sufficient buffer. And so the fund is invested in a range of assets. So my question is, why isn't some of this investment directed on Ireland? Now that we know the fund needs a core of, say, £600 million of easily realisable assets, a liquid core, this will free up the remaining £600 million or so for investment in longer-term assets, in things that aren't quite so quickly realisable or are a little bit more illiquid. For example, long-term infrastructure investment. So what I'm suggesting, as I've suggested before, is that the more liquid core of the National Insurance Fund is surrounded by an illiquid, crunchy exterior. What this would mean in practice is, why not take 100 million of this fund and invest it in public sector housing on the island? This is a very safe investment. It will generate a return. It will be invested on the island in actual assets. And at the same time, it will secure additional public sector housing, which is something we desperately need, something we've heard this morning that has been difficult for the government to deliver on. Why not look at using a small portion of the fund to invest in other desperately needed infrastructure on the island? It could be seen as a very low-cost way for government to borrow or invest in long-term capital projects. This isn't a new concept. Pension funds the world over invest into long-term assets, things like wind farms, for example, things which will last 50 years or more and generate a reliable, steady income for the island. So the MUA is looking to build a wind farm on the Isle of Man. So why can't that be funded by investment from our National Insurance Fund? It will generate a return. It will protect the capital, and it will invest in the island, instead of investing in something off-island, which is what it currently does. Investing in the island instead of investing in the UK shouldn't be a particularly contentious thing to suggest. There's also the possibility of using the fund as a buffer for more than just annual fluctuations in benefit and pension expenditure. We know, for example, that the health service needs investment to bring it into a sustainable financial position. What's needed is a long-term funding model. But that takes time, and the health service needs investment now. So why not invest in the short term to carry us over and through the time it takes to develop new levies or to reform our tax system? Clearly, this is only a transitional stopgap, and it's only possible if you protect the core value of the fund.
Like a temporary tax.
It's only possible if Treasury are committed to developing a long-term funding solution, because we can't be in the position of writing cheques to cover day-to-day government expenditure from national insurance. Perhaps the excess investment income, not the capital, just this excess investment income, can be used to provide a form of universal basic income to everyone that pays national insurance. This is done in various ways by other jurisdictions with their national investment or sovereign funds.
For example, Alaska has something which they call the Alaska Permanent Fund. Allocates a percentage of their oil revenue to an investment fund to be invested and distributed to citizens by way of a dividend. Every year, the amount varies depending on the revenue received and the profit the fund makes. Obviously, it's funded in a very different way, but the idea of an investment fund that invests in your jurisdiction and then distributes any revenue surplus back to people that paid in the first place is not a new concept. This model is also quite flexible because the amount of the rebate people would get varies depending on the amount of the surplus. So the capital of the fund is not placed at risk if there are years where investments might have funded before. Ultimately, on issues like pensions, the report talks a lot about alternative ways of protecting the state pension. The Treasury Minister has asked for our feedback, so I'll give him mine. I would be willing to support changes that would retain the real value of the state pension. So that means it has to rise at more than inflation going into the future. In my view, this is preferable than increasing the rates of national insurance to fund an ongoing pensions policy that we know is becoming increasingly unsustainable. But I think if you're going to change this aspect of how national insurance is spent in respect of pensions, you're also going to want to reform the way that national insurance is collected. Because currently there are lots of loopholes built into the current system, lots of unfairness built in. It might be worth looking at further breaking down national insurance rates into its component parts. How much are you paying towards your pension? How much are you paying towards welfare? And how much are you paying towards the NHS? So people can be reassured about where their payments are going. I've talked about this before, and I could quite happily spend all day talking to you about changes that are needed to make national insurance fairer. But I think as a starting point, the principles the document sets out are pretty sound. But the Treasury really do need to look at the other side of the coin, so I welcome the Treasury Minister's comments just now about needing to review the scheme, because that means reviewing everything, payments in and expenses out, to make sure the system is fair. And for me, this is not about raising revenue. It's about ensuring that everything that pays in feels the system they're paying into is a fair system. That debate, I think, is for another day. Hectoring, there is a lot of scope here with national insurance, and I've not even begun to explore how it interacts with other taxes or proposals. But in short, we should be bold enough to invest our national investment fund in the island. We should be secure enough to protect the core value of the fund, so as not to put our pensions or benefits at risk. And we should be confident enough to tackle the difficult decisions needed to reform national insurance to make it fit for our modern economy. By my lecturing, I beg to move the amendment that I've tabled.
The Honourable Member, Mr. Callister.
Thank you, Mr. President. Happy to second the amendment from my colleague from Ramsey.
And then the Honourable Lord. Good night, Lecturing. I want to welcome the Treasury Minister starting a conversation around the Manx National Insurance Fund. There's no doubt that it's a difficult conversation. But if this is going to be a conversation, what I do want to know is how the government will be listening to the Manx public and how you plan to engage over the coming weeks and months. Because at the moment there's nothing in the discussion document about how that conversation is to be held. It's been said by the Minister, it's been said by Mr Hooper, and it is worth saying again and again and again that the biggest myth about the National Insurance Fund is that the money paid in by an individual is invested and it becomes that person's pot. It is invested and then drawn down on retirement. That's not the case. We know that's not the case, but it cannot be said often enough. As it happens, Mr. President, the year that I am currently due to be able to call on my state pension is exactly the same year that the fund is due to run out, and I presume that that's got nothing to do with the Treasury Minister and his detailed planning. At that point, if I make it that far, I will have paid 46 years worth of contributions, and there'll be no point in my generation saying, well, I've paid in all my life, so that excuse cannot stand any more now than it can 25 years from now, because it doesn't matter when there's no money left. And the job of us, honourable members, and our successors for the next 25 years is to make sure that that pot does not run empty. From my perspective, Mr. President, there are two quick wins that we can implement to bolster the future of the fund. The first is to stop raiding the interest that we're making on it, which is only chipping it away at its value in real terms. The second is to scrap the ludicrous national insurance rebate scheme, which allows people to gain a year's worth of pension accrual and not even contribute to the fund. And I hope the court will agree that this is absolute madness, especially in the circumstances that we face around the National Insurance Fund, and it cannot stop soon enough as far as I'm concerned. Beyond Beyond that, though, we need a long-term approach to bring the fund back into balance, and there are some principles that have been guiding my thoughts over recent years. I have a different starting point from the Honourable Member for Ramsey, which doesn't revolve around the value of the fund. The first thing that I think we need to deal with in terms of that social contract that it has been rightly described as, is to make sure that the pension is a credible amount to live on in old age. Not an applicable amount, a credible amount. It doesn't have to cover all of those costs, as there will always be some who are better off, who have higher standards of living that they expect, and equally there will be still a long-term role for income support for pensioners to support those who rely solely on the state pension in their old age. But we need to pitch it at a credible amount, and it's currently worth 21 hours at the minimum wage per week, so perhaps there is somewhere to benchmark it going forward from an earnings perspective. Now, the Triple Lock has done a lot to bring the state pension up to a far more credible level. In 1993, the state pension was £54.15. In 2013, it was £107.45, and it's since more than doubled again to £241 a week. And I'd argue that researching the changes that are needed, we need to look closely at the earnings profile of pensioners, both now and what we expect in the future, particularly the proportion supported by income support. If we predict too much growth in the number of pensioners on income support, that should be a flag that our pension is not a credible amount. However, at the moment, I have grave concerns with linking the pension amount to the applicable amount for income support, which is one of the principles based in this report. This applicable amount has no objective foundation in need. It is determined arbitrarily by the Treasury. There needs to be an objective, calculated benchmark for the state pension's credibility to be measured against. Minimum income standards would be the most sensible way forward, as these are calculated based on a formula which includes the cost of living and is comparable to the UK calculation. Ultimately, we need to reassure our pensioners that their living standards will be maintained. The report before us presents us with options on that operating and the extent to which the value of a state pension will be protected or enhanced compared to living costs. However, I'm a little concerned that of all the benchmarks that have been modelled thus far, they're all based on the UK CPI rather than Isle of Man CPI. And to state the obvious to the Minister, our pensioners do not live in the UK, they do not pay UK prices, so it makes little sense to look at our pension operating based on the UK index. It's also interesting to note that the paper before us doesn't take into account any of the demographic changes that the Minister did reference in his opening remarks. Now, the Island Plan is forecasting a far faster rate of employee growth than was anticipated by the Government Actuaries Department. So, what I'm not sure of is this document then reflecting a prudent approach or an abandonment of government's ambitions in terms of population growth? Because it's important to factor those in to those calculations over the next 25 years. The pensions conversation that the Treasury Minister has initiated, though, doesn't take place in a social vacuum, nor can it be merely the product of financial analysis on a spreadsheet. There have been some large changes in this NI space over the years, particularly since 2007. I'm thinking principally of the increase in state pension age for women to align it with men. And it is, of course, perfectly rational and justified that that happened, but the way it was done in the UK, and by extension here under the reciprocal agreement that happened at the time, that existed at the time, has been less than perfect. And just because it was the logical thing to do, that is cold comfort for those who have made plans based on an early retirement date than they now face. And we must take that into consideration when making these changes. Again, by way of stating the obvious, the UK also has auto-enrolment, which masks the amount that people are putting aside for their pensions. We have a choice, not mentioned in the report. We could either emulate that model, or we could build the extra contributions into our national insurance scheme. Now, they are two very different concepts that would require very careful consideration, with one building up a personal pot for the individual, and the second one providing a broad-based basic product. However, what is abundantly clear is that at income levels between the primary and secondary thresholds, UK employees are paying 5% more towards their pensions, and UK employers are paying 3% more towards pensions than is the case in the Isle of Man. Auto-enrolment will increase the tax relief costs of Treasury, admittedly, but hopefully reduce income support in the longer term, whereas rolling it into NI will have repercussions for the expected pension and contribution and a difference and a mismatch between us and the UK, and that would all need to be addressed. Just to look a little deeper at the changes that were implemented by the United Kingdom in 2007 and which we were obliged to follow, which were of great interest to me because I was a member for Social Security at the time, back in 2007. The UK reduced the number of contributing years for full state pension. It was originally 49 years for full state pension, with certain 3 years and certain amount that were allowed for home protection for people having families. But when that got reduced, we also were required under the Social Security agreement to follow suit. Before that, provision was brought in. So before that provision was brought in, people needed to have paid in to a Manx pension for at least 10 years before they were eligible to claim any pension at all. And that de minimis was removed, meaning that people are accruing pensions from 1 year of work onwards. Now, we'll be aware, honourable members, that one of the factors we observe in our economy, which is perhaps more unusual and more focused for us than it is for the UK, are those people who come here to work in the island for between 3 and 5 years and then return to their native lands, whether that be the UK or further afield. Now, the removal of the de minimis means that everyone who has worked here for one contribution year potentially earns 1/35 of the Manx pension, no matter what their earnings, as long as it's over the earnings threshold. And indeed, as I've already mentioned, currently they probably aren't contributing at all for the first year because of the NI rebate scheme. So as the Manx pension system and our UK counterparts diverge, is it perhaps time to reconsider the aspects of the Social Security agreement that are no longer advantageous to us? And the return of the de minimis is one area that I think is perhaps worthy of consideration. One of the advantages would be that a 5-year de minimis, say, would effectively mean free cash for the NI fund with no liability. Some may say that this is unfair, but with only 30 years of contributions required for a full UK pension, there is still plenty of scope to build up a state pension in that jurisdiction whilst undertaking a spell of work in this one. It may even have a further benefit of encouraging people to stay and work longer on the Isle of Man to ensure that they meet that de minimis and and therefore have that incentive to stay a little longer, work a little longer in our economy. Turning to the amendment in the name of the Honourable Member for Ramsey, Mr. President, I'd say that I can't support the amendment at this time. There's a few things in this report that give me serious objections. The link to the, because if by voting for Mr. Hooper's amendment, you would be voting for the 4 principles in the paper as well. That's one of the things that I have serious concerns about. So it gives that link to the applicable amount, which I consider to be meaningless without some sort of objective means of saying that it's just too arbitrary, it's too resting with Treasury policy year on year. I'm also very concerned that the investments approach to be taken with the National Insurance Fund being invested in health and social care, education, employment, or in support of the economy more generally. I'd say, and I completely disagree with my honourable colleague and friend from Ramsey, Mr. Hooper, on this one. We've seen in the sustainability bond, and I can see it happening here, that the NI fund will be used to prop up revenue spending, and that is something that I just cannot countenance. Now, I appreciate that might not be the intent, but it certainly, I think, happened in the sustainability bond. And in terms of investing it in our economy, yes, that seems attractive. But from my perspective, it also magnifies risk. If we're investing it in the Manx economy, and the Manx economy, for whatever reason, takes a wobble, that is people's pensions that money is invested in. That is something that is why we need a very broad-based, low-risk approach to investing that money, rather than allowing that risk to be magnified by having it leveraged in our local economy. Finally, it's almost certain that the value of the fund will dip over the coming years, and every projection shows that, as the structural adjustments start to be woven in. So while I do have some sympathy for the desire to not allow the fund to fall beneath twice the annual expenditure of the fund, this too, at the moment, seems like an arbitrary number. So until there is good modelling and a set of principles, I believe we're at the right point. We're engaging in the conversation, and I wouldn't really want to commit to a minimum level of the fund that may not be realistic, or worse, may hold us as a hostage to fortune in years to come.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
And then the Honourable Member, Mr. Ashford.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't intend to repeat any of the remarks that Mr. Speaker's just made, so he's shortened my remarks quite considerably.
Pay me later.
I want to, so I'm sure people will thank him later. I just want to concur with his remarks, particularly around the NI rebate and the fact that it was of its time, but now it's time for things to move on. And also the rate on the interest on the fund. That's the bit that never ever gets mentioned, is around the interest. And the fund would be substantially higher if over the last 10 years there hadn't been the drawdowns on the interest that it is. I also concur with Mr. Speaker in his remarks about Manx CPI. The fact we use September UK CPI is, you know, it's not applicable. And we've also seen certain circumstances that have occurred in the UK that have actually spiked the September if you go back over years, meaning that we've ended up with a much higher rate of UK CPI being applied than would have been if we'd actually used the Manx CPI, which is much more applicable. The NI fund at the end of the day, Mr. President, is the jewel in our crown. It really is, compared to a lot of other things in the way we fund them. What I want to focus my remarks on with the Treasury Minister is the numbers within the report and the different scenarios. So while there's various different scenarios done, obviously when the Minister mentioned out in public about the idea of the triple lock being reviewed, that of course set every single hair running across the field going, with people wondering what was going to happen. Are they looking to substantially reduce our pensions? A lot of people, though, if you ask them, probably couldn't actually name what the three elements of the triple lock actually are. And the one that always comes to my mind is actually the average earnings, because the average earnings element is a bit of an anomaly as well, because with it being average earnings, there are various things that can actually happen in a year that spike that up. So, for instance, COVID was one of those periods where average earnings ended up spiked because you ended up with people on furlough or people not working, and their return to work absolutely spiked the figures up. So actually, can the Treasury Minister confirm, because there's various nice little different scenarios in here, but actually the element, if you are going to do a quick win on the triple lock to look at, is the average earnings element, because I've been through and done some maths since the triple lock came in 2011, and there's only actually 5 years where the average earning element has actually applied. And even in that case, the difference is actually, in 3 of those 5 years, less than 0.5%. So actually, if you removed the average earnings element of the triple lock and you stuck with the double lock, which is inflation or a potential percentage figure of the 2.5% as it currently is, actually it helps with the flow of the fund. It does actually stabilise things, but it doesn't have a huge impact on what pensioners themselves are actually going to see. So could the Treasury Minister indicate if that is on the table? Like Mr. Speaker, I was very concerned about the language in part of the 4 principles, where it stated around investment of the fund will be restricted. That sounds great with the headline, and then you read the paragraph, and where it says that, obviously notwithstanding the existing restrictions in legislation, they will only be invested in the following policy areas: health and social care, education, employment, or in support of the economy more generally. Now, if that isn't a wide-ranging term, I don't know what is. I think the only people who won't be able to apply that to is the poor police force. I think anyone else, it's open game. To actually say that that would be a use of the National Insurance Fund. So I can't support that principle, and unfortunately for that reason as well, I can't vote for Mr. Hooper's amendment, because although I see merit in his amendment in many aspects, it's actually asking us to agree the 4 principles, and I have a fundamental problem particularly with that one, because I think it really widens it out. But in terms of the actual figures as well, Mr. President, I've been going back through previous reviews of the National Insurance Fund, having a look at some of the predictions at the time and how much did they actually come to pass, even taking into account the changes, because of course the wonderful thing is you can always say, well, we made changes, so that's why it never happened. But looking at some of the projected figures, so for instance, if you compare where we said the population would be now, particularly the elderly population, it's nowhere near what's been seen in previous reviews. So, for instance, using the actual census figures, the actual over 80s population, so those in the 80 to 84 category and the 85 plus, it's actually only increased by 600 individuals in the last 10 years, which is substantially below where previous projections have been. So although the workforce ratio is changing, and again I took a bit of a look at that, so if you went off the population in 2011 and you compared those in the 25 to 65 bracket and those in the 65 to over, there was actually a ratio of 3.05 people for everyone in the 25 to 65 bracket compared to those in 65 and over. That dropped to 2.53 in 2016, and it has dropped again in 2021, but down to 2.38. So actually the ratio has changed 20% in 20 years, so a rate of 1% a year. So a lot slower than many of the woeful predictions over the decades has actually been. But also, of course, one of the key things that never sort of get mentioned here, because we compare people in the populations, is the economically active population, because that's the number that matters, the number of people actually in work. So this ties back to other things and other policies within government of what are we doing to ensure we maximise the economic population. And I don't really see an awful lot in this report around how it ties into other government policies. So when the Treasury Minister does come back with proposals, I'll be looking to see how this fits in with the economic strategy, with what he's proposing around the stability of the fund. So what I would say, Mr. President, is I welcome the fact the Treasury Minister's having the conversation. I think it's a long overdue conversation. We need to ensure that, Mr. Speaker, when he eventually does retire, there is actually a fund there for him. He can but hope. But I think what we need to do is ensure as well that we don't just do something rather rash very quickly, and that is where I am concerned about maybe putting all our eggs in a basket of investing purely in the island or slanting the mix of assets, because I had a written question down for the Treasury Minister around where the National Insurance Fund is currently invested, and it's quite a broad base of investment, and that is actually quite deliberate to ensure that if there are any economic shocks, and we've seen quite a few across the world over the last 10 years, the fund is well insulated against those shocks. And as Mr. Speaker said, we can't predict what is round the corner, either nationally or locally, so it's important that we don't do anything that will actually undermine the fund's value in the longer term. So the other point I was going to make, which I hope the Treasury Minister can actually comment on as well, is one of the things we've also seen is actually the number of people actually, well, the value of the pension's going up, the number of people in receipt of it is actually going down. On the most recent Treasury figures I can find, again, I've been going back to 1967, in 2024, the most recent figure as of March this year was that 15,029 people are in receipt of the state retirement pension. That's actually the lowest figure on this island since 1996. So actually the numbers in receipt of the state retirement pension, possibly with the change that some people are obviously now claiming their pension from the UK because of the changes in the agreement, as actually seems to be going down. So has that been taken into account in this report? Because again, I don't find that referenced anywhere. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Thomas.
Thank you very much. And on that point, we'd obviously have to take into account the fact that the pension age is increasing, and also particularly for women, so we can't just compare numbers through the generations. So the purpose of this brief, but hugely important paper, and today's debate is expressly stated as to promote discussion around the future approach to the governance of and policies relating to the Manx National Insurance Fund. Beyond that, Minister Allinson personally asserts his belief in his forward that we need a national conversation about how we preserve the long-term future of our state pension system, both for the pensioners of today and for tomorrow. Hear, hear, bring it on. Consequently, the most important words in the report are that everything will still be subject to Tynwald approval, especially, in fact, because of Mr. Hooper's bold contribution earlier in the debate. I humbly suggest we cannot make such a massive change as proposed by Mr. Hooper on the floor of Tynwald today without full and proper national conversation, followed by full and proper consideration and decision here. So I will not be supporting the amendment. that more work is needed on this report immediately. For instance, I am concerned that not all the options that Treasury has been and is considering to address the long-term funding issues that the scheme is facing are laid out clearly and properly in this brief paper. We need more detail, especially costings and implications of all the options, not just the initial presentation here of some of them. Mr. Tier, the former Treasury Minister, made that point at the weekend, and he's right in that. And that is why I salute the timescale outlined in this report as, quote, a further report will be provided prior to next year's budget. Now, by my understanding, that means in January Tynwald, and that means this further report should be on Tynwald Register of Business before the 20th of December 2024, if there will be equality of access and proper public consideration. Can the Minister confirm that this further report will be available next month and that Treasury and Government will meet this incredibly ambitious target, and if not, manage our expectations? Regardless of the answers to that, though, the Minister and the Government need to clarify their intentions today to inform the national conversation which this debate is really going to kick off in the weeks over Christmas and in the run-up to the budget. The 4 policy principles in this report are at the heart of it. Understanding this and those principles is vital, as they will apparently, quote, suggest how Treasury will measure the performance of the Manx National Insurance Fund and will be referenced when any policy decisions are made in connection with expenditure from the fund on matters that will impact future income levels. So, you know, it could be that we're giving Treasury a huge amount of power in terms of what it presents to us in terms of choices and options. And I'm not sure it is clear that these 4 policy principles really, what they really mean, particularly given some of the Minister's comments around them in the run-up to this debate. So I'm confused by policy principles 2 and 3, specifically. What are the surplus assets in respect of the investment of the fund mentioned in policy principle 2? This seems to be a stock concept, assets above a certain multiple of NI outgoings, rather than a flow concept, the difference between NI scheme contributions and outgoings. Can the Minister confirm it's a stock concept, it's the amount in the fund? In policy principle 3, it is stated that in any revised model to ensure the fund remains sustainable, the assets held within the fund investment count must not be projected to fall but below twice annual expenditure during the projection period. So in combination, these 2 points in policy principle 2 and 3 would seem to allow £500 million or so of the currently £1 billion ring-fenced NI fund can be spent elsewhere other than on pensions, health and social security. But the Minister's denied that, but to me a plain reading suggests that is the case. Can the Minister confirm what the intention is and what these 2 principles do actually mean beyond what reasonable people think the words on the paper mean when they look at policy principles 2 and 3? Furthermore, why are the policy areas for use of the ring-fenced NI fund specified as health and social care, education and employment, or in support of the economy more generally, especially as healthcare is already eligible? And the other policy areas are ones in which a return on investment is not usually available directly, differently from on infrastructure projects, as Minister Hooper has outlined, for instance, which can have, if managed properly by the right people, taking into account illiquidity and risk, can have a relatively riskless yield. So is this a Treasury or Coleman decision about the relative importance of investment already, regardless of what the public representatives and the people we represent really think? And finally, on this point, what does all the expenditure from the fund should be fully funded through NI contributions really mean? Does it not mean that the role of the investment fund is not to provide investment returns to assure pensions and social security for future generations, given that in the future, current year, benefits and pensions will be paid from current year contributions without any benefit of investment returns, despite those investment returns having been used most years in the last decade to provide pensions and benefits, the idea that Mr. Hooper was suggesting. Moving to another principle, what is the income support applicable amount for a single pensioner, excluding household housing costs, in today's money, and how much above this is the Manx state pension today? How does this amount relate to the household living income for single male or female pensioners calculated as part of the living wage estimation, for instance, the point that Mr. Speaker was mentioning? What about for couples? Mr. Speaker called the applicable amount an arbitrary amount, and I agree with him. Am I right that the proposed policy principle would allow the pension to fall towards the income support applicable amount level if that does not rise in line with actual living costs? Can the Minister share any calculated estimate of how many pensioners he expects to receive social security payments alongside pensions in the future, and how this future proportionate number compares to the proportionate number now, as Mr. Speaker again was hinting at? And does this policy principle imply that the income support applicable amount will be indexed to inflation of the actual living costs of pensioners? I mean, we all have to remember in all of this, Mr. President, that the Manx state pension, like the pension in the adjacent aisle, was basically hugely affected by what went on in the 1980s. And essentially, many of us didn't hear the message that we were being told, which is that look after yourself alongside the state pension. So now we're comparing our pensions with what exists elsewhere in different systems with different contributions arrangements in the last 20 or 30 or 40 years. But the reckoning has come from those years in the 1980s when we were being told, it's just we weren't hearing necessarily, that to an extent you had to put money aside if you wanted a really decent standard of living, and the basic pension was something else. So we need to make sure that we talk and have that conversation and make sure that the future generations understand it. So it is indeed true that the Isle of Man now has the ability to determine how the long-term sustainability of the National Insurance Scheme will be secured and what future expenditure the island can support, as stated in this document. It is indeed true that the Department of Health and Social Care faces funding pressures, and it's important to clarify the current role and financial position of the National Insurance Scheme to help the healthcare system. Moreover, it's obvious that as the Manx National Insurance Fund is one of the largest assets the Isle of Man government has ever had, it's going to be part of the conversation. But it is ridiculous, frankly, it's ridiculous to reduce the NI fund to save the NI fund and National Insurance Scheme. That just doesn't stack up, it just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. You know, we are in difficulties because of taking away investment returns in the last decade, but we're also in a much worse situation because 40 million was taken out for the hospital 22 or 3 years ago, and nearly 100 million or around that was taken out for employment support during COVID. We're in a worse position because of all of those sorts of things. Basically, we are different from the UK, and that's because of what happened in the 1950s, 60s and 70s in the GB and in the Northern Ireland, which is when they got into difficulties and public revenue wasn't sufficient, as is intended in the post-war period, and public borrowing was increasing. They had to drain the National Insurance Investment Account. That's what happened, and we don't have to do that. We have a generational issue, an intergenerational fairness issue, and that fund is there as a bedrock for social security and pensions for younger people as well as for today's pensioners, and we need to see it in that light. You know, just because our borrowing has probably quadrupled in the last 20 years, and just because our investments are less than they were 10, 12 years ago, and the National Insurance Fund is a far greater proportion of our investments than it ever was, it doesn't mean that we should now drain the National Insurance Fund, which is bedrock for future generations, social security and pensioners. Because I hope what's come across is that self-investment is risky and excessively risky, and has been the ruin of many an island around the world. You go around the Caribbean, Pacific Islands, and you know those countries are in much worse stage because some politician at some point had the great idea to invest in housing with the National Insurance Fund and the Social Security funds, and it got those islands into further difficulties rather than into a better position, particularly as the Isle of Man government hasn't had a great record in investing in the enterprise scheme, in the media fund, and lots of other places. Unless if you just look at local authority housing, the point that's holding up local authority housing is that we have to pay a deficiency payment, and there's not a deficiency payment that's available to allow people to invest in new houses in the last 3 years. So hardly it's a good investment for our pensioners to secure their pensions, to make investments in local authority housing that then has to be subsidised. Offshore wind farms require indirect subsidy from, and onshore wind farms require indirect subsidy from customers. That's the system in these parts for keeping wind farms going. And is that what our pensioners want us to invest with their money into investments that require subsidy from the customers? Yeah, the basic problem we've got in the Isle of Man is that is that we don't have serious amounts of money institutionally invested in our island because of the lack of liquidity, and this is not going to help if the government gets involved in taking away even more of the investments. What we need to be doing is focusing on improving the potential of the island for private investors, which is what I thought was at the heart of the island plan, and it definitely very much should be at the part of the island plan rather than raiding our national insurance fund as yet one last source of money. So let the real debate begin, let it intensify. Tynwald cannot rashly decide to do something before an informed national debate, and I congratulate the Treasury Minister and his staff for starting that, disbelieving that we'll have a further report before the 20th of December, but a plain reading of the document suggests that's what we're going to have. So I think it would be best to tell us today when we're going to have this report so we can have a properly informed debate around our nation, every corner of our nation, so that we do the right thing for the future generations, particularly young people.
The Honourable Member, Mrs. Kiddish.
Thank you, Mr. President. I welcome this motion today as a subject matter I believe has been a white elephant in the room, and it did need a brave political conversation and brave option proposals. Equality law has impacted on this area of retirement and pensions. Retirement ages from work disappeared, and the equality of pension ages for men and women aligned. Both were definite wins for the additional contributions to the NI fund. I've listened there with interest to Honourable Member for Douglas North, Mr Ashford, about past predictions for the NI fund. It was a point, the age that we were predicted to survive for longer, in fact reversed in 2014, so I'm sure that predictions could not have anticipated for that. There's no ability to accurately predict our evolution clearly, regardless of how clever the actuaries actually are. I also, like Mr Speaker, want to think about the social contract. I'm not saying that we should do as other jurisdictions do, but we haven't aligned with the same retirement ages as the UK. Has there been any analysis of aligning with those ages? Should we be? Jersey and Guernsey, for example, 67 for Jersey, and Guernsey, in fact, remarkably 70. Jersey and Guernsey both have extended periods of contributions, 40 to 45 years. I note that the policy proposal has considered those and that it didn't really make any significant impact on the projections. I'm not sure that I would always support that, because I sometimes think those longer period of contributions impact negatively, particularly on women. But given our growing age demographic, should our policy change again on retirement age so that we keep people in work for longer, noting our decline in birth rate? Or would such a policy disproportionately impact those on lower incomes only, those likely to be reliant only on a state pension? If the increases applied to pensions are going to impact pensions negatively, perhaps the department should look alternatively to reviewing tax allowances. In the 2023 OECD report, Pensions at a Glance, it reports that half of the OECD countries provide either higher personal allowances or extra tax credits to older people than to working age individuals. Noting, however, that in many OECD countries this additional relief is phased out for older people with higher incomes, and then that approach protects those on lowest pension incomes. Perhaps this could be part of the considerations outside of the National Insurance Fund to protect the fund itself. Looking back, 2019, Treasury consulted on the provision of workplace pensions, and again I think, Mr Speaker, you talked about auto-enrolment. This consultation response concluded that Treasury were of the view that there was a high level of support in the principles that would underpin the introduction of workplace pensions legislation. If we're thinking about protecting pensioners ultimately, perhaps we need to revisit this. Treasury recognises a level of concern that introducing such legislation would bring additional costs to both employers and employees, but we can see particularly in the UK, that there are additional costs for workplace pensions, and also April 25 there will be additional NI costs for those employers. Whilst the Treasury recognise the validity of those concerns, this should be balanced against the long-term benefits of additional pension saving to the individual. So should we be considering the future benefit of mandating for most employers to provide private pensions in order to manage future pressures of payments from the NI fund and ensure a reasonable level of income for people during retirement? It would be useful to know what happened to this policy and whether this is going to be reconsidered in recognition of the funding pressures. Ways to ensure that there will not be pension poverty when changes to policy are here need alternative policy proposals, I believe, to supplement these policy principles to protect the fund, but also to protect the pensioner in real financial terms as to what they will have to live on. I don't support the policy of national insurance holidays. I've heard that echoed in the room. What impact has this had on the fund versus the benefit of attracting people, and more importantly, have people been retained on the island? My final comment is to thank the Minister. The Manx supplement stops the day after my birthday. In effect, I will be one of the last people entitled. I'm sure it's not intended that way, but having a January birthday was never a benefit until now.
Call on Chief Minister.
Thank you. I just have a couple of remarks to add to the debate. First of all, I would endorse the support that's been given to the Treasury Minister for bringing forward this document and indeed this debate. I think we all recognise there is value in having this put in front of us today, and in fact the need and the recognition that there's been already that we do need to discuss this matter. But I do think we need a sensible debate, and what we don't need is wild, hyped-up speculation which bears no substance to reality. The Council of Ministers, in supporting the Treasury Minister and bringing this forward, of course recognises the huge value that is attached to the National Insurance Fund and the huge value that is attached to its purpose. So, like everybody else, we wish to deal with this matter sensitively and properly. And indeed, that is why the Treasury Minister has opened this up as a conversation, and the document is brought forward as a receive document rather than with any formal recommendations as to approvals, etc. attached to it. I heard the Honourable Member, Mr Thomas, ask what are Council's intentions. I would suggest to this Honourable Court at this early stage that Council's intentions in supporting the Treasury Minister are to ensure sustainability of the fund, to ensure the fairness of the fund, and to consider carefully whether, of course, we are getting the proper value from the fund in terms of the investments. We will not be supporting the amendment brought forward by Mr Hooper, and indeed some of his comments would, I suspect, cause considerable alarm were those investment options to be immediately capitalised upon. As I said, I think Council's intentions and the Treasury's intentions are to receive views from members so they can properly form and consolidate opinions to take things forward. The Honourable Member for Ramsey talks about long-term pension funds and their investments, but of course those pension funds, as he knows, have very firm policies attached to their investments, including very firm risk criteria and clarification around in their investment policies as to how funds are valued and the assets are valued. And I suspect that Council should there be a future intention to vary the policy around investment in any shape, form. I suspect Council, least of all Tynwald, would be wanting some very clear guidance as to what the investment policy would be and what the risk profile and the diversification associated with that would be. But in summary, I welcome this debate. We'll be supporting the Treasury Minister, and I hope supporting Tynwald in receiving the report, but we will not be supporting Mr Hooper's amendment.
Go on, Mr Crowe, Honourable Member.
Good morning, it's been quite a technical debate, really. It's been fascinating, and I followed it. I don't want to repeat and go over the bits that are in there, but I want to pick up on just a couple of points. One, on the principles, Principle 3 appears to be the crucial one. So this is page 15 of the document. Principle 3 appears to be the crucial one because it makes it clear. The call has come from a couple of speakers that we don't want the fund to run out, and that would be problematic. it's clear in there that all policy decisions around future changes in benefits and pensions must ensure they can be fully funded from projected NI contributions, which is the income paid through national insurance. They have to be kept in balance, so it can't run out so long as we've got that principle in there. But the principle that's missing from these four is referred to elsewhere in the document is the principle of intergenerational fairness. And if we don't keep that in view, then you know, always those under 65, 66, whatever, they're the ones paying the national insurance, and they're always going to be paying the bill for this. So I think that's important. Where does intergenerational fairness fit into these principles? And then the other question I want to ask is really the technicality of how the triple lock works. I'm aware that over the last 24 years, from 2001, the number of times when 2.5% has been higher than both inflation and wage rises, it has been very, very limited. You know, most of the time, it's either the wage rises or the inflation that are ahead of that. If you're looking at these last 3 years, say, we had a period where CPI was highest, running from April 22 through to June 23, and in the triple lock, that's what would have determined the increases in pensions. And since June 2023, it's been wage growth that's been higher, so that would have determined it. But aren't they one and the same thing? That when you've had high inflation, you then get a period of high wages. You know, is that not double rewarding, as it were? In the period before the one I've just referred to, you had higher wages, and that led to inflation. But they're not independent of each other. You know, that if pensioners are receiving higher benefits for the triple lock because the wages were high, and then as a result of that, inflation is high, and they get higher income because inflation's high, is this paying the same thing twice? So it's a question really about the technicality of that, and I'm sure others are better equipped to answer that than I am. For my extra round.
And then the Honourable Member Research.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's start. I too am pleased that we're having a national conversation about our very most important social contract, which has also been mentioned today, and that should be about protecting and growing the Isle of Man National Insurance Fund. We all know the challenges that are facing us with the fund, and they are significant, but they're not insurmountable. Today I want to focus on why I believe it's crucial that we protect and grow this fund for the future generations, and outline how we arrived at this point and some present practical steps that we could do to secure its sustainability. As voting on principles, when principles can change, I don't believe is an effective way to discuss policy. The current pressures on our fund do not come as any surprise. They are reflected in well-documented changes that were required and discussed in many sessions in this Parliament long before many of us came into this honourable place. We should not ignore some of the previous reports and data. I believe some of them were superior to what we have before us today. Previous Treasury Ministers were aware of the issues. They reached out to the UK Government Actuarial Team for assessments, like the Treasury Minister today has stated. Within the statement from the Treasury Minister, he said that officers and Government Treasury will settle on the one they will use. I don't want Treasury officers and Treasury settling on what will be used. I want Tynwald deciding what will be used. How many times in this honourable place do we hear, we need to do this because the UK are doing it? Yet here we are today saying we don't want to fail the UK and continue with triple lock. Think about it, honourable members, how we contradict ourselves in everything that we do. The triple lock currently is recognised as a guarantee for our pensioners. Many of the said pensioners don't have occupational pensions like the younger generations have today. Pension products have changed significantly in the last few decades. Treasury Minister circulated an article to us that was in the Times at the weekend. The people represented in that article have worked long, hard years on our island, and we should not be discussing in here or making anyone fear, and I think the Chief Minister just touched on it, that that pension will not be there for their futures. Those people, some have worked over 50 years in our public services. The demographic shift across all of Western economies since the war have been predicted. In the 20th century, we saw the surge in birth rates, and it was the baby boom. Everybody knows the baby boom. So what are we witnessing today? We're witnessing that peak retirement year. Those retirements were going to come following the baby boom years. And they are the generations that are currently or have recently left the workforce. But at the same time, birth rates have dropped to the lowest levels ever seen in the last 100 years. While trends are global, the Isle of Man is only slightly worse affected than other jurisdictions. This makes it critical as to how we will focus and how we adapt, rather than lay blame or point fingers at those that are retired or retiring. Many of our pensioners have been working for long years when they didn't have the same employment rights or laws that people have today. Many started work at the age of 12 or younger. We need to consider what the financial reality is that today's retirees are facing. State pensions have not kept pace with the sharp rise in the cost of living over the last 5 years. What was once a modest but livable income is now under severe strain. The Honourable Order stated it's £241 a week. I challenge any one of you in here to live off a pension of £12,532 a year, because that is all pensioners are getting if they don't have an occupational pension. Think about it, honourable members. Could you live off £12,532 a year? And I would like, if there is any statistics available, to know how many people are actually only living off a pension of £12,532 a year. I'm sure there's many. The planned harmonisation of the minimum living wage is going to increase costs across our island, and this disproportionately will affect pensioners living on these very fixed incomes. I feel, Mr. President, that we have conflict in policy direction. Something so significant that we have to ensure has been well thought through policy for our future generations, not a sticking plaster. The latest assessments that I feel lack in great detail. I don't see any long-term thought processes to protect the fund. The National Insurance Fund is more than a pot of money. It's the cornerstone of our society. Allowing it to falter would erode the safety net for our future generations, and if we want to uphold our commitments to today's pensioners and tomorrow's workforce, we all know we have to act. But I'm not seeing a creative, innovative approach, and I'll mention workplace pensions. I know a few members have mentioned it, but I'm not seeing in front of us, and I know it's only to be received, but I'm seeing a small report with little detail. We have an economic strategy, but we cannot rely on that and population growth alone to sustain this fund. So therefore, we do need to focus our economy in line with our NI fund for the future. Currently, there's approximately 39,000 economically active people employed on the island. 23% of the economically active are employed by Isle of Man government. It's a quarter, honourable members, paying into the fund, and their pay is funded by the Isle of Man government. I hope this is not why we have not tackled public sector reform. What we need to do is aim to attract high-value industries and innovation to increase our national insurance contributions. We cannot continue to overburden the workforce that should be, and this should be a focus for our economic strategy. Without Treasury and the Department for Enterprise working together on this strategy to achieve the right outcomes for the island, where we have to think differently, we have to attract different industries and high-value industries that then contribute higher value into our National Insurance Fund. Our health and social care system is one of the largest drains on our public finances. I do feel that we need to make this more clinician-led with evidence-based so that we can deliver more efficient outcomes instead of just throwing more money at a bad problem. I also feel that we should be addressing the structural inequalities and inefficiencies in a system where public sector workers can draw their taxpayer-funded pensions at 55, yet all other workers on our island have to wait a minimum of 11 years for the taxpayer-funded state pension. Has this had an impact on the National Insurance Fund? As we don't have a lot of data before us, I don't know. And I've always said I won't vote on something without having all the facts in front of me. A couple of members have suggested that our fund could actually be part of new infrastructure on the island and be funded from our own fund. When I was chair of Isle of Man Post Office, I did look into this possibility with the Isle of Man Post Office Fund, with the fund managers, and it did become very clear that investing funds in infrastructure beyond the Isle of Man borders was far more effective at that time, and the return on investment was really important to protect the fund in the future. Previously, honourable members, we used to have local authorities that used to operate local authority bonds, where local people invested into the local authorities so that they could see capital projects funded in their own communities. They were usually built well, on target and in budget.
Nope. Not from the auditor's perspective.
The challenges that we are facing are not the fault of any one group. They are the product of predictable demographic shifts and systemic inefficiencies. I believe that we need an ambitious economic strategy that brings high-value, creative industries to our island, reform our systems, and protect the integrity of our National Insurance Fund, so that we can ensure for future generations they inherit a fund that's strong, sustainable and fair. But sadly, I don't see this approach of ensuring all strategies and policies of this government are aligning to protect this. Let us act with foresight and vision to safeguard one of the most vital pillars of our social contract in our society. Thank you, Mr. President.
And the Honourable Member, Ms Christian.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the Treasury Minister asked really for us to say what we felt was missing from this report to help with the future report. I believe that was what he said sort of towards the end. From what I'm hearing in this Honourable House is that the NI rebate pension scheme is one. We need modelling on that. We need modelling on what would happen if we stopped raiding the NI fund. What's the future of that? Can we prevent us from doing that in the future? Maintaining a broad-based low-risk investments, looking at the economic strategy, involving that within the modelling. Higher tax allowances have been spoken about, work-based pensions have been spoken about, cap on NI payments, or at least raised, is also another option. Delays to the retirement age is also another option, and pensioners who are still working to continue to pay is also another option. These are all areas that haven't really been included in real depth that I think we really need to be able to see. But the main one that really does that does worry me, that's mentioned, and this worries me that we're here to receive this. So receiving, what does that exactly mean? Because actually, in the next steps area of this document, it says, due to the recent changes in the national insurance rates in the UK and the requirement for the island to remain an attractive location for individuals to come and work, Treasury is not considering any immediate increases in the rates of national insurance contributions paid by individuals. That's a pretty strong statement. So when receiving this, are we all agreeing that that is the situation? Because I don't think I'm agreeing that. And that makes me really nervous that whilst there are suggestions, there's a very, very strong statement here from the Treasury saying they are not going to look at that. And that is also something I would like to see. Modelling. So that really concerns me. Perhaps the Treasury Minister could speak a little bit about that. I also asked the Treasury Minister, who very kindly, and his team, and I'd just like to thank them for doing some quick modelling for me. I actually asked, so for example, in the last 3 years, if we'd used option 4, and versus what's happened over the last 3 years, applying the triple lock. How would our pensioners look? Because actually, that's really what people want to know. They want to know real facts. They don't want to know that we're just reducing CPI, all these complicated terms. They want to know what the real figures are. How does it affect them? And so I'm happy to share this with honourable members, but the figures that were supplied to me from Treasury were that basically for April 2021 there would be no difference because obviously the triple lock was frozen at that time. April 2022 it would have been the same. April 2023 it would have been the same. But April 2024, Under the triple lock, it went up by 8.5%, but under option 4, it would have been only 7.3%. So what does that mean? That actually means £133.64 less for every a year for every single person. And as that goes on, year on year on year, that is going to widen. That intergenerational fairness is going to widen. So, Mr. President, I'm not going to speak much more, but I'm going to leave this with everybody here today. So anybody that that stated in their manifesto about intergenerational fairness and thinks that accepting and receiving this right now is a big deal. It's not saying you're sticking with your manifesto on intergenerational fairness. I'm sorry, I think I've already seen that it would absolutely widen that bracket, and it really concerns me. Thank you, Mr. President.
Honourable Member, Mr. Brother.
And I'll get a here on my left because I'm not going to go over all the points that have already been made that I was going to make. But I just want to emphasise fairness, not necessarily just intergenerational, but fairness. And when I was looking through papers on this, I came across obviously the consultation that we've already done back from July to October 2022, and go back to the questions that were asked there and what the responses were, because it dealt very much with fairness. Question 1 that was asked was, do you think all working persons under state pension age should pay NICs irrespective of how they structure their affairs? And the vast majority of respondents were in favour of all working age persons making national insurance contributions. Now, this survey actually got a good response. You know, it wasn't just a couple of people responded, it got a fair response. So the summary, the question received significant support, fairness mainly based on entitlement to the health service, benefits and state pension being the main driver. Question 2 was, do you think that an employee who owns their business, an OMB, should pay national insurance which aligns with that of a self-employed individual? And a significant proportion of respondents, 244, support the alignment of national insurance contributions for owner-managed businesses with that of self-employed. Now, there's a number of loopholes that could be closed here to help the national insurance pot, and I just want to throw that into the ring here. Do you agree that the question 3, that the payment of Class 2 and Class 4 national insurance should be due and payable on the 6th of January, obviously with that received report and is ongoing? And then there was question 4, do you have any further information or comments that you may consider relevant? And again, it was fairness that came through. So Treasury at that point saw that there was strong support for initial reform of national insurance, and it was the overarching desire from the public for fairness, and that's the principle on which Treasury will move forward, and I would urge that that is still the case. On the addressing fairness in relation to owner-managed businesses, there was going to be a working party to identify methods to ensure fairness in relation to OMBs and the amount of national insurance payable, spring 2023, so I'd quite like to hear more on that. And then winter 2023, there was going to be consulting on proposals to ensure fairness in relation to OMBs and the amount of national insurance payable. And here we are going into winter 2024-25. So I would just like assurances on the delivery of what we're talking here today, because it just does appear that we've already, it's already been argued that we should have been discussing this right possibly at the start of this administration, or indeed the last administration should have been discussing this in far greater detail. It seems that we've press the starter button, but we're already stalling a little bit, and I just want us to really grasp it this time and make these really, really important changes and introduce and have fairness at the very centre of it. That's already been demonstrated by quite a comprehensive consultation. So I can't back the amendment, as I don't support putting all our eggs in one basket on this. So, but I hear what Mrs. Christian's saying, but I think we're a little bit further down the line than we were back in 2021. Good night.
The Honourable Member, Mrs. Peel-Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I mean, I brought to my feet just for a very short contribution because I think the debate has been very worthwhile and raised a number of interesting points. And I think that the point that the Honourable Member for Albury, Castletown and Malou has just made about fairness is a central point, but it's interesting when we look through different lenses of the issue of auto-enrolment or how we encourage people today to start to build up that provision for themselves as well. I think the other point when it comes to fairness is where does the balance lie between, as Mr. Speaker has said, a credible amount for people in their old age and retirement, but actually making sure that that is sustainable for the long term for our children and for our grandchildren. And I think that is not a straightforward balancing act, but I think the issue that we have to explore and we do have to grasp is before us, and it's the right thing for us to do. I think there are some broader points that have been drawn out around actually in order to support that sustainable and fair future. There are questions around the appropriate way to invest properly our fund so that it continues to generate the return that we need, so it is a long-term fund to support today's need, but critically tomorrow's needs as well. So I think I don't agree actually with the Honourable Member for Douglas South that in receiving the report today we're doing anything more than was the intention, which is this is a really, really important discussion, and of course it extends beyond this Honourable Court to the people we represent. But I do believe that if we don't articulate this very, very clearly, that this is not about raiding the National Insurance Fund, that it is about recognising that it is a pay-as-you-go fund. I do think that's an important concept that people, it would help for us to articulate very, very clearly, and the fund sits there to support in times when perhaps demand is beyond our ability to fund on a pay-as-you-go basis. I think these are really important points that we can get across, but also have a conversation with those we represent, so that we can bring back a considered approach to the future sustainability in the interests of all generations. Thank you, Mr. President.
And the mover to reply. Right up fast. Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I'd like to thank all the members who have contributed, and all those who haven't contributed, but have read the paper, and perhaps can take some time off following this debate to feedback their own thoughts. And so I suppose to begin with, what I'd like to do is just go through some of those contributions. I'll start with the Honourable Member for Ramsey, Mr. Hooper, who questions how much is needed in the National Insurance Fund to act as a buffer to protect the sustainability of the fund and its core process. Again, we've talked about hairs running and people getting afraid when you start talking about pensions. What we've done is looked at the absolute level the fund shouldn't drop below, being twice the annual expenditure. We've seen with other pensions, if you don't have that level, you just, we'll wait for next year, it gets exhausted. And so we said the absolute minimum level is 2 times annual expenditure. So with all the modelling we've done, we've tried to guarantee that we keep to that important threshold, as I said in the original address. Mr. Hooper has also moved an amendment to change in some ways the whole debate from just receiving this as a starter and as a trigger of debate both here and outside in our community, to actually lock in decisions today in terms of the
the key principles. And again, I can't support this because I don't want to presume that you do agree to these 4 principles. I think there is some more work to do. There is some more factors to take into account. What also concerned me was his then saying, well, if we've secured the fund, we can then spend part of it. That's, again, not the idea behind this debate. There are no plans to raid the funds. There are no plans to cut pensions. There are no plans to blame pensioners. The whole idea of this debate is to sustain the fund for pensioners now and in the future going forward. And again, he talked about universal basic income, which is a lovely concept, but even Alaska's model, as I understand, is based on hydrocarbon receipts, not on an effective tax on working people. Both are very fragile. Certainly, hydrocarbon receipts will run out eventually, hopefully sooner rather than later. So again, some of the modelling that's been done on basic universal basic income is very interesting, but is remarkably expensive for those people who have to pay for it. I'd like to thank Mr. Speaker for his comments. He absolutely said that we should stop drawing down on the interest gained from the National Insurance Fund, and I completely agree with him. And in fact, any drawdown on the National Insurance Fund that's not for the specific reasons in the legislation has to be agreed by Tynwald. Full stop. And I've been castigated for taking even a small part of the interest income previously to try to balance the books. And I will continue to be castigated for that. I absolutely recognise that. Doing it. Again, Mr. Speaker made the statement that the pensions really should be a credible amount to live off, and then looked at how to try to benchmark it. And I think that's one of the issues we have in terms of long-term sustainability, is that benchmarking. Because what we have at the moment is actually not a strategy and a policy that's been decided by Tynwald. It's a political policy made by a previous UK coalition government. It's never been really debated, as far as I know, by Tynwald to bring it in. It isn't our idea, we've just accepted it because that's what they do across. And what we did in 2016 on the basis of a previous report was split from the UK as they introduced a single-tier pension to get better control and better accountability to the people who live on the island back into this honourable court. And I agree with him. Again, he was talking very much about pensioner poverty, and I do agree that the way we've adopted the triple lock has drawn a lot of people out of pension poverty. We've got around about 22,000 pensioners. Only about 750 are actually claiming income support. Now, there may be some more who should be claiming income support, and I've constantly stood here and said, if you're struggling, reach out. But actually, if you exclude those who are in nursing homes, it's a relatively small amount of people who are on income support. So this does seem to be working. In terms of his comments about the applicable amount is currently £230.30p, not including housing costs. If you're on income support, that can give you another £137.50 in terms of housing costs. The Manx State pension currently lies at £241.50, so it's above the applicable amount. I agree with him that the complexities of our benefit system need unravelling at some point and benchmarking, but what we're talking here is about the sustainability of our fund. He suggested, as I have, that we start linking the benefits that we have on the Isle of Man with the cost of living on the Isle of Man wherever we can. This whole debate isn't about all pensioners, isn't about all benefits. It's particularly tied down to our National Insurance Fund, the benefits that provides for, absolutely. Any change in terms of what we do and what we do across will influence around about 6,000 pensioners who've retired since 2019. The vast majority of our pensioners retired before that date. They are unaffected. Whatever we decide to do in terms of options 1, 2, 3 or 4, will do nothing and just follow the UK, will not affect the vast majority of pensioners on this island. What it will affect is future pensioners on this island, like Mr. Speaker, who would like a pension when they eventually retire, if they last that long, going forward. Again, he also made comments about some of the actuarial projections, particularly in terms of population growth. There is no abandonment of the government policy on population growth, but we know that there is a time lag between people coming into the workforce, paying national insurance contributions, and perhaps having to then depend on them. And other speakers have talked about the demographic shifts and the way that you can have large numbers of people coming into a population which help out in the short term, but as they get older, that problem doesn't resolve. You need to constantly review the schemes we've got. He and other honourable members have talked about the difference in the United Kingdom with the way that they brought in auto-enrolment for personal pensions. I absolutely agree. There is that dichotomy, though, whereby we're saying that the state pension should be a credible amount to live off, but other people are saying it should be a safety net. It lies in between. It should deal with a reasonable standard of living. But long term, I think we have to grasp the nettle about allowing people to take their own responsibility for preparing for their old age. And auto-enrolment and compulsory private pensions are a way forward. Now, from what I gather, this was one of the work streams for the Department for Enterprise, looking at a whole range of issues in terms of employment legislation going forward, and was starting to be developed. And then the pandemic hit, and a lot of that's been put on hold because we're waiting for our economy to recover to full extent until we can start introducing what are extra charges on people and employers. And we've seen on the adjacent isle, if you bring in too many different measures at once, the stress it can have on your local economies. So I think we have to be careful about that, but absolutely, as a long-term ambition, we have to make sure that people are aware of what will happen when they retire, are preparing for that, as well as trying to deal with all the other cost of living pressures that we have at the moment. In terms of some of these other conversations, other comments, we require individuals to have at least 10 years in now, and the UK does the same. And due to the reciprocal agreement, the years can be added together. If you have less than 10 years, you will still get a pension, but that can sometimes be split down the middle. And what I would say to anyone who's listening who has paid into a national insurance scheme in the adjacent isle for any particular length of time, please ask for a valuation of that, because you can continue to contribute to that and actually get the benefit of that when you retire. It gets complicated, but there is advice out there to help you. I'd like to thank Mr. Ashford for his comments, and obviously he's been in my position and grappled with some of these very complex issues, sometimes which need an awful lot of explaining. He and other honourable members talked about the national insurance holiday or rebates that we currently have as an enticement for people to move over to our island, particularly returning students. And one of the parts of the report I'll bring back is our analysis of that. It was brought in 2019. We wanted to look at the effectiveness of it, both in terms of attracting people, but also making sure that they stayed. You just didn't come here for a year or so, take the national insurance and then go. We've now got that data, and it certainly looks like it's been far more effective for returning Manx students. Less so to attract people who want to then join our community for the long term. So we will be coming back later on in this session with the results of that, but also going on to the budget next year with other ways we can try to make sure that we attract back our Manx students, but we use the national insurance scheme absolutely properly. Mr. Ashford said that the national insurance fund is the jewel in the crown. It's a bit of a shame it's become that, because obviously the general reserves and everything like that should have also have been at the same level, but they've had to have drawdowns on them for a whole series of reasons. Our fund is very different to that in the UK, where they have about 16% of annual expenditure as a bit of a buffer. We've decided to have a much larger buffer, and again, none of these proposals is looking at drawing down on the fund or reducing the fund. But all the projections we've had since 2007 say that the fund will reduce and it will be extinguished. And so it's absolutely right to look at that and deal with that in an adult way. In terms of his other comments, he made the comment about the average earning element, and that is key to all of this. That is the key part of the triple lock, which actually causes us problems going forward, and that's why option 3 really in the suggested different options is key. We can lock pensions into inflation. We can have a floor for those rare times where perhaps we don't get inflation or we even have deflation. We can have a floor there so that people will get a minimum of 2% increase in their pensions. But separating it from the average earnings element is very, very important. And again, one of the issues we have on the Isle of Man is the data for our average earnings is often 12 or sometimes 18 months behind. So it's not the best indicators to use for such an important benefit. He commented really that the actuarial reviews and one of the big components of that obviously is life expectancy, and that has changed. So I'll come on to that with Mrs. Kinnish's comments, which were very pertinent to that. And really he's talked about it's the active population, the proportion of that, what actually matters, and what I'll be coming back during the budget with is ideas for looking at how we deal with people on incapacity benefit and helping them get back into work and back into the active workforce in a constructive way, not in a punitive way at all. He talked about a broad investment base, and I thank him for his written question about that. He's absolutely right. And also, he talks about the apparent reduction in the number of pensioners, which is interesting. It may be that some of the newer pensioners we have are actually getting their pensions paid by the UK rather than us, which could cause that decline. But that doesn't separate from the demographic changes we know that are coming. I'd like to thank Mr. Thomas for his comments. Again, he talked about hares running and draining the funds. That's not particularly useful language, because people listening in here, particularly if they're claiming a pension or close to claiming a pension, can produce fear. The whole idea of this review is to try to allay those fears, that we have a way of sustaining the fund, a way of constantly upgrading pensions, but to do it in a fair way and in a way that allows us to continue doing that for generations to come. Mr. Thomas explained the triple lock, and I think it's that explanation that's very, very useful, which is why this document and trying to get that debate and that understanding of where we are at the moment, why we're here, and what we could do to be even in a better situation is important. The stipulation that we will have regular reviews of where we are with our national insurance scheme are very important. The Government Actuarial Department are very useful for that, and I would encourage honourable members to look at some of their studies on it. We do it on a regular basis. We will continue to do it on a regular basis because some of the actuarial reviews do change, as they do with any long-term pension scheme. We also talked, he commented that it is ridiculous to reduce the National Insurance Fund to preserve it. Again, nobody's talking about draining the fund, nobody's talking about reducing the fund. It will reduce if we do nothing. The whole idea of this review is to try to protect the fund, not reduce it. He also made the key point that some of the problems that we've talked about earlier on in this session in terms of questions to the Minister for the Department for Infrastructure about the problems with funding local authority housing actually are not to do necessarily with investment, but because of the current structure of the Housing Deficiency Fund and the way that puts increased liability on the Department for Infrastructure, particularly when interest rates go up suddenly and local authority rents do not go in the same way. And that's why, again, at the budget, we're working with the DOI to see how we can reduce that liability and free up that investment in the public sector housing that we need. And that is actually delivered and determined by the local authorities who are responsible for the local populations, not by central government, which I think is really important. I'd like to thank Mrs. Kinnish for her comments, really linking some of the conversations we're having today with greater equality throughout and looking at the way that pensions have changed. She's absolutely right that what was really quite stark over some of the last 2 or 3 years is the reduction in the increase of the rise of life expectancy. And this can't be put down just to viruses themselves. I think there is a struggle there in terms of socio-economic factors as well. We are aligned with the UK in terms of our pension age. I know Guernsey and Jersey are slightly different, but because of our previous strong reciprocal agreement and our strong links, particularly with the North West, we do align with our pension age. And what we have modelled in this study, and there is more modelling done by GAD, is actually just increasing the pension age doesn't create a huge benefit. It just slightly prolongs the length of the fund. But we also know that as people are forced to work longer and longer, they end up being unable to, and so perhaps claiming more incapacity benefit and income support. So I think just making people work longer and longer actually doesn't help either them or society as a whole. And again, she talks about workplace pensions and trying to equip people better in terms of catering for their own retirement and giving them that choice and autonomy. Auto-enrolment, there's always a voluntary element there. The sad thing is, from the adjacent Isles perspective, some people, when they're struggling for money, sometimes will forego their future prosperity. And so they perhaps won't pay into a pension because they're paying right now for the here and now. The benefit of our national insurance scheme is it preserves that security. I'd like to thank the Chief Minister for his support. I'm really saying we're trying to have a sensible debate and really ensure that we don't create fear and concern, but we show that what we're trying to do is ensure sustainability, the value of investment, fairness, and that we will always have the ability to pay the pension, both for pensioners now and in the future. And I'd like to thank Mr. Crane for his comments. Very much we don't want the fund to run out. We need that principle of balance, but also, as several members have said, about intergenerational fairness. Because there is a link, very much, and I would agree with him, between high inflation and high wages. He asked whether pensioners were in some ways being rewarded doubly for this. I don't think they are. I'm not blaming pensioners for this at all. But he is quite right that when you get into some of these inflationary spirals, it can have unforeseen effects if you have a very stringent index linking both together at the same time. And we've seen that over the course of the last couple of years with the triple lock and the effect it's had in terms of overall pension increases at a time when other people paying into the scheme are suffering from the inflationary side of things and strained standard of living. I'd like to thank Ms. Edge for her comments, and again, she was very much looking at protecting the fund, but also growing the fund to prevent it decreasing, which is very much option 1 or 3, or option 3. You don't get that initial dip. The dip is relatively shallow, and then you get an exponential increase in the fund. So that's what the modelling is about. We're not ignoring previous reports. I think this builds on them, and you can look back to 2007 and that consistency that we need to do something, and the things that we did in the past helped a bit but didn't actually deal with the fundamental issues that we're facing. She also made the very good point about baby boomers and now getting to sort of retirement age, and we've seen that in some of the work in terms of the Tynwald Committee on population and rebalancing, that cohort is getting older and older now, and some of the younger cohorts, because of decreasing birth rates, don't necessarily have the ability to sustain our dependency ratio going forward. Again, one of the key aspects of a lot of the things we've been doing in this administration is trying to have very much family-friendly economic policies, and I'd like to thank her for the work she did on the childcare strategy, but actually disagree with her over the harmonisation of the minimum wage and the living wage, because I think that's absolutely essential in terms of driving prosperity, making sure that working families can have the means and the ability to care for themselves and have a decent standard of living. This is a long-term process to protect the fund and that long-term process is included very much in the GAD reports. She also talks about the focus really is needed on the economic strategy. And again, the economic strategy that was accepted by this Honourable Court looks at broadening the tax base, looks at further supporting and divesting our economy. But she also made comments about the public sector pension. That has no impact on the National Insurance Fund. This is for the state pension, full stop. It has nothing to do with the public service pension. What I would say is what we saw with previous administrations was there was a fund to provide for the public service pension that was drained and went down to zero. And now it's coming out general revenue. And all the work we're doing here is to prevent the same thing happening with the state pension and the National Insurance Fund itself, to preserve that fund, preserve that buffer now and in the future. I'd like to thank Ms Christian for her comments. Again, she commented on the National Insurance Scheme and the holiday scheme, rebate scheme. We call it National Insurance Holiday because it's meant to be a holiday until you get back into living on the Isle of Man and enjoying your life here. We have now done the analysis. It has gone to the Treasury Board, and I will be coming back in terms of looking at that, seeing if it's worked or if it hasn't, and if it hasn't, changing it. This is not a raid on the National Insurance Fund at all, and again, that's why very much this is receiving, not accepting it, because it's having that conversation. She seemed, maybe I'm confused, to be asking for tax increases. It's certainly not our intention to increase the national insurance rates, but what we've modelled in this report is if we do nothing, if we don't deal with moderating the expenditure for the fund, we need to put in more money, and that will mean increased national insurance rates, both probably for employers and employees. And certainly that's not my intention. And the reason I said that is to give a sense of confidence and stability to the Isle of Man economy when we've seen the effects of increasing employers' contributions in the United Kingdom, in the adjacent Isle. I'm not criticising that policy. I'm not criticising the Chancellor of the Exchequer, but it does have effects on your local economy, on inflation and a whole range of other issues, particularly when it's linked with other policies to do with inflation. And we've modelled this in the report in terms of what would be necessary. Again, changing the triple lock would only affect those who've retired after April 2019. And she mentioned intergenerational fairness, as I think a lot of people did, but I don't think she mentioned the younger generation at all. Intergenerational fairness has to be two-way. It is absolutely right that people my age pay for people who have retired, but similarly, it's absolutely right that when I retire, somebody else is paying for my pension, and the payments I make to support the welfare state also allow me to retain enough income to have a decent life for myself and my family. And it's getting that balance right that we're trying to do now, rather than just say that we cannot change pensions full stop at whatever cost to the broader parts of our society. I'd like to thank Mr Glover for reading the survey results we did in Treasury, looking at fairness, and he's absolutely right that there are a number of measures in there to look at how we can get a fairer national insurance system. One of them was looking at owner-managed businesses. We discounted charging national insurance on people who had retired and continued working, but I know that there is a motion in December to re-look at that, and we'll be showing some of the modelling we did on that, and also some of the reasons why we didn't think that was a wise idea. But there are some issues there in terms of looking at owner-managed businesses, and there's further work that's been done by Treasury around that. What I would say is when we've looked at the estimated increased national insurance that would raise, it's a relatively small amount, and it would not offset the changes we're seeing with the projections on the national insurance scheme. Again, it might just delay it maybe by a couple of months, but it wouldn't significantly deal with the wider structural issues of the scheme. But he is absolutely right that in the interest of fairness, we must look at all these ways we can make the fund more sustainable. And lastly, I'd like to thank Minister Paul Wilson for her comments. There are perhaps different lenses of fairness, different perspectives, different needs, different anxieties, different wants. But again, what I would say, both to members and to people listening in, and what I've tried to clearly stress, this debate these policy decisions are not about raiding the funds. They're not about spending the money. They're not about cutting pensions. What they're about is allowing a sustainability of the fund going into the future to make sure that we can provide for the pensioners of today and tomorrow, to make sure that we are fiscally responsible, but also to give us the ability to deal with the fund and to see how we can use that, how we can actually stabilise the fund and then make sure that it is providing for pensioners whilst also ensuring intergenerational fairness as well. So with that, Mr. President, I'd like to thank all the contributors for what they've said today. We are listening. We will feed that into the report that we will be bringing back to this honourable court, and we will then be leading on getting the right fiscal responsibly sustainable fund going on into the future. And with that, Mr. President, I beg to move.
Honourable members, we come to vote on this item. Item 5, as laid out on the order paper, to which you have an amendment in the name of Mr. Hooper. I will put first the amendment. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no.
No.
Noes. Division called.
Extra in the House of Keys, 3 votes for, 21 against.
Legislative Council, 2 for, 7 against, therefore amendment fails. And I put to you the motion as laid out on the order paper. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no.
No.
The ayes have it. Aye. Division called.
Extra in the Keys, 21 votes for, 3 against.
Legislative Council, 9 for, 9 against, therefore item 5 is carried. Now, honourable members, this seems a suitable time to take a tea break. The court will now stand adjourned till 5:30. So we'll continue our order paper at item 6, Energy Strategy 2024 update. I call on the Minister for Environment, Food and Agriculture to move.
Thank you, Mr. President. And honourable members, welcome to DEFRA the sequel. Usually the sequel is considered inferior to the original, but I hope that isn't the case this time. The Energy Strategy 2023 was approved by this Honourable Court and sets out a vision for our island's energy future in which our net zero ambition supports the economic strategy, takes advantage of the latest low-carbon technologies and optimises our own abundant natural resources, making us more independent and prosperous. Since that document was approved, the policy principles that underlie it have continued to be demonstrated to be of the utmost priority. Just last week, the World Meteorological Association reported that 2024 is on track to be the warmest on record. They also highlight the devastating impact that this record heat has had around the world in terms of flooding, drought and wildfires. They describe these impacts as our new reality and a foretaste of the future. Preliminary analysis suggests that the rainfall that recently caused the tragic loss of life in Spain was both more intense and twice as likely to occur as a result of climate change. This is the reality and the consequence of our rising greenhouse gas emissions and why the Isle of Man must play its part in helping to mitigate future warming. The recognition that climate change is an unavoidable threat has led to a growing global response. The direction of travel around the world is towards low carbon, and we are simply seeking to align with this trend. The International Energy Agency has stated that the shift towards clean energy is unstoppable, and at COP28, all countries committed to transitioning away from fossil fuels. We have sadly seen continued geopolitical instability around the world, with no sign of these tensions easing in the future. We have become painfully aware of the consequences of relying on volatile fossil fuel markets and so seek to maximise the cost-effective use of our own energy resources, increasing our energy independence and providing a buffer against an increasingly unstable planet. If recent experience is not enough to demonstrate the seriousness of the current situation, I would refer to the UK Office for Budget Responsibility, Fiscal Risks and Sustainability report of 2023. It found that 2022-style gas price shocks, if they happened every decade, could add 13% of GDP to UK public debt by 2050. We simply cannot afford to be as exposed to these threats as we currently are. Therefore, we are not here today to revisit those agreed principles. Our future direction is clear. We are transitioning to a sustainable, low-carbon future. However, the exact route to that destination is not yet fully defined. This is why we felt it appropriate to provide annual updates to Tynwald on progress against the vision of the energy strategy. We recognise the significance of the changes that will be delivered in the coming years and are absolutely committed to transparency and continued engagement with this Honourable Court. We very much welcome Honourable Members' feedback to help us shape and refine the details of our policy development within our overall vision. The document before you today provides an update across a number of work areas that have been advanced in recent months. A very significant amount of work has been undertaken to help develop the legislative framework for offshore energy projects, in particular through the efforts of the DOI on secondary legislation under MEMA. A considerable amount of analysis has also been undertaken to assess the current state of our offshore energy legislation and regulation to determine whether there are gaps that need filling in order to ensure the robust and responsible development of projects within our territorial seas. This work is ongoing, and there will be updates in the coming months. The strategy update also contains a discussion of the work being undertaken to define our roadmap to net zero power. This is a complex area of work and not one that can be rushed, but we wish to provide this overview so that Tynwald is able to understand the thinking that is being progressed. We also recognise that it is an area that needs to move from analysis and into delivery, and therefore an aim outlined within the update is to have an agreed roadmap in place by summer 2025. It's important to stress that this roadmap will be fully costed. I can appreciate that not having full visibility of all the costs at this stage may be frustrating, and we are committed to transparency on this as we finalise the roadmap work. What we have been resourcing is the development of a very strong evidence base that will enable us to make fully informed decisions. I feel that being confident that we have the right evidence in place before we commit to such significant change has been the right thing to do. I want to reiterate the point that we are committed to involving Tynwald in this process of policy development and will bring the roadmap to this court for debate and approval. The update contains details on a number of different subjects, and I do not wish to run through all of them here. However, I would like to draw attention to another programme within the department, the development of a new low-carbon heat and energy efficiency retrofit scheme, which will be launched next year. We believe that this new scheme will help support households in paying their bills, help support the economy, and also deliver wider social benefits, particularly for our health service. The energy strategy commits us to finding ways to maximise the benefits of the energy transition for our communities. This new scheme will be a key tool for us to do so, and I look forward to engaging with honourable members during its continued development. In summary, I fully understand the magnitude of the commitments we are making around the net zero transition. I firmly believe that our agreed policy direction is the right one, but recognise that much work needs to be undertaken to deliver it. Given that, these annual updates are an important way to continue to keep this court informed on progress and gather feedback and guidance on our next steps. Thank you, Mr. President. I beg to move.
Call on the Honourable Member, Ms. Christian.
Thank you. I beg to second and reserve my remarks.
Call on the Honourable Member, Mr. Morehouse.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Minister must be complimented on the visual effectiveness of this document. It's a wonderful compendium, it's green and the is appreciated. From my perspective, 2 or 3 things need to be focused on. The first one is the potential developments of the significant natural gas resource by Crogger. In the previous document, Minister Boot made positive reference to the development. What has happened? It doesn't seem to be included in the document at all. And then with regard to the onshore wind proposals, several of my constituents have argued it's far too green, far too positive in respects, and there's no real balance. With regard to the solar paragraph, that was far more positive than even the chair was able to provide in his update, when it was restricted just to a few solar panels on the roof of the LSC. I'd like to raise several concerns just in terms of the local residents and this kind of positive approach that's put out about the turbines. In terms of, there's no real reference to the impact on the residents in terms of those negative consequences, noise, the visual impact and things like that. Also, the practicality of the timeline. It's still focusing on 2026. Is that still the date that's in mind? And with regard to the funding and financial implications, it's at a time when the Chief Minister is calling for £10 million of cost savings, we're hearing about this incredible increase in spend by the MUA. We heard this morning about some £5,000 being spent. So again, is the Minister reassured by what's happening in this area? And finally, just in terms of the mismatch between what the report is saying and what the MUA is saying. So the report specifically states onshore wind planning application this coming winter, but the MUA website states the environmental impact assessment will continue to progress for completion in May 2025 and will inform an environmental statement which will outline all significant environmental impacts and how this will be mitigated with the design of the wind farm at Eristane. The environmental statement will then be submitted with a planning application for public scrutiny and comments as part of the planning process. So which is it, the end of this year or May 2025 or even further out than that? And also the report specifically states the environmental impact assessment process is almost complete, with several design options for the site developed. The transport routes and cable routes for the site have been finalised, with Douglas confirmed as a port of entry to the island. What do they class as finalised? We appear to have some way to go, but the report just suggests we're there. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Honourable Member, Dr. Hayward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank the Minister for bringing forward this strategy update and offer my thanks to her officers for bringing forward what it shows that there has been a clear amount of, a large amount of work going on to develop our energy future. I just wanted to make the point that this report once again endorses the concept of a second interconnector cable to provide stability and resilience in our system, and I'm pleased to learn that feasibility studies for this cable are continuing. Mr. President, we're all aware of the sabotage of the Nord Stream gas pipeline in the Baltic Sea in 2022 and the huge disruption that that caused to energy supplies across Europe. And on Sunday morning, the Telia-Lithuania cable running between Lithuania and Sweden stopped working. It stopped working due to physical damage, and it's anticipated it's going to take up to 8 weeks to repair that cable. 20 hours later, in the early hours of Monday morning, the Sea Lion 1 cable that connected Finland to Germany also stopped working suddenly. And it's suspected to have been severed by outside forces. A repair to the damaged section there is going to take up to 15 days to complete. Mr. President, in a week when we've seen increased activity from potentially hostile forces off our own coast, may I add my concerns that, like our European neighbours, we are also vulnerable to subsea damage. Although we have 7 undersea cables providing secure telecoms connections and can reroute easily, we rely solely on one interconnector cable, and we remain in an especially vulnerable position because of that. So I'd urge the Minister to perhaps include in future iterations the consideration that the security of our energy supply may not just be based on decisions of how much of our energy generation comes from which source and how to balance intermittent renewables, dispatchable low-carbon power and imported power. Our energy security may instead be threatened by hostile forces seeking to cause deliberate disruption to our supply. So I'd like to really ask about the timelines around the feasibility studies for that second interconnector, and I wonder if the Minister could comment on those. Thank you.
Honourable Member, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and to the Minister and the Department for this update report. So, July 2023, the original energy strategy was published. January 2024, it was approved. The 2024 update, which was due in July, was received in November, and we're debating it today. The Tynwald resolution requires an update each July, an annual update each July. So the first question for the Minister is, when can we expect the next update? Will it be late again next year, or is the ambition for it to be in July 2025? My most important comment on the document we have before us is a sort of backhand compliment, which is that today in the presentation it was quite clear that the Minister unapologetically said that this is not funded or costed as yet. A costed or funded roadmap won't be available to summer 2025. So, fair play, it really isn't a very helpful document in that sense, because strategy means nothing if it's not got funding and costing and even options that are funded and costed. But the Minister made a clear commitment, which I appreciate, that in summer 2025, and we'll find out a bit more in a moment what month that will be, we'll have a report to debate and then to approve in this place, and fair play to the Minister and the Department for making that commitment. Moreover, it's not only about the fact that this is not a funded or costed roadmap as yet, it's also only partial. It's not really an energy strategy, it's a partial energy strategy. As has been pointed out, there's nothing in it about hydrocarbons, about gas, although there used to be. There's nothing in it on how local communities will be dealt with under some of these matters. And I do remember myself bringing a motion about the Aarhus Convention quite some time ago in this place to deal with those sorts of issues, and I do notice that that's been cited recently in a planning situation, and you've got no idea. Although the planning inspector mentioned the need for a new uplands policy, I haven't really got any idea how that might affect this energy strategy from this debate in favour. So I want to express my appreciation for the progress report on the Energy Strategy 2023, which set out a vision for the future of the power system in the Isle of Man, but I want to modify it slightly. So basically, the strategy is to take advantage of our abundant natural resources, but not gas, to increase our energy independence, but not really, because it doesn't talk anything about interconnector and the like, to decrease our carbon emissions and contribute to global efforts to tackle the climate crisis, but not using gas as a transition fuel like everywhere else is. And to support the economy and the goals of our island, and to enable households and businesses to take advantage of the energy transition, but not really, because we haven't got any idea about how we're going to do that in terms of housing and retrofitting and so on. So it's only a partial strategy, and we've got to wait till next summer sometime to have a costed and funded roadmap. But what we do know from what we've got in the document before us is, whereas Erie Stain was once planned for 2026, it's not now planned for 2026, it will be much later. I think 2029, 2030 is the sort of number that people are mentioning now. Although last year we were told that the solar generation would be available on the roof of the NSC, where else was it going to be, the hospital, and the sea terminal would be there by the end of the 2024. I can't see any of them. And we learned recently that the plan now was to just have it on the roof rather than above the car park of the NSC in the foreseeable future. We learned just now that the house retrofit low carbon proposals will come sometime next year. Well, I've been waiting for those personally for quite some time, as have all of the alternative energy engineers around the island. They've been promised them every quarter for quite some time now, and the MUA is holding me together with its experts, and there are a few private firms around there, but they're all desperately waiting to see what's going to happen in terms of that retrofit system. We do know that offshore wind remains a priority, and we do know that in some sense links with the interconnector. We also now know that people seem to be planning for the power station to be running beyond 2030, because it says that explicitly in this document, and that seems to be to common sense, because we only just paid for our gas pipeline in September 2023, so why wouldn't we carry on using it and running it for quite some time still to come, rather than just making token gestures with it. We've paid the Irish company for the gas pipeline. We paid off the money we borrowed for it in September 2023. So now we should be using that resource. What we don't know, but we've got a very important document where we do know, because we're debating next month the MUA pricing strategy, And what we know from the MUA pricing document that's on the register, but it's not mentioned really in the energy strategy before us, is that even if wind is cheaper, as is often claimed, it won't be reflected in our electricity pricing, because our electricity pricing will start from the very high 29 pence a unit where it is now, and will go up by CPI each year, unless the gas price goes up hugely, at which point it will go up even more. I mean, the chances of it going down because gas price has gone down are just non-existent, really, with that strategy. And you only have to look at the excellent documents produced by the Office of Fair Trading to show you that the gas price has collapsed during the last year or so. Electricity prices haven't; they've stayed the same. So there's something going wrong with that pricing. But I look forward to debating that next month when we look at the MUA pricing policy, and perhaps we can talk about gas a bit more in the context of Mr. Peters' motion. I'd also like the Minister, building on my gas theme, to explain why MEMA in statute includes hydrocarbons and carbon capture, but it doesn't, when it gets down to it, we haven't brought into force those little 3 bullet points to allow us to cover carbon capture and the like. So I had to explain that to an eminent lawyer in the island recently, because it's not obvious. If you read all the documents, you think it's going to be like it is in the UK, but for some reason we've kept the hydrocarbons regime referencing really old petroleum acts and water pollution acts and harbours acts, rather than the modern MEMA legislation that we could easily have included. And I was very troubled today when I heard the Treasury Minister just say off the cuff something quite shocking, given that we spent a lot of time in the budget last time developing a hydrocarbon taxation regime, effectively, when the Minister said hydrocarbon receipts hopefully will run out sooner rather than later. And that, to me, is not exactly very positive when we do actually have a national resource that we need to steward and manage and operate properly, which can be hugely contributing to the future of our island. I was very disappointed that we further delayed doing this properly, and instead looked to sort of local corporate interests rather than doing this properly. And because government has decided to extend yet again, Minister Crookall's decided to sign for the third time another extension to the licence. I can't actually move my motion at item 16 today. I'll actually be moving it in January after the next extension has expired. Everything in my motion is accurate, is true, is worthwhile. Can circulate with information. I'm delighted that a few of you have been in touch and getting to know much more about what's been going wrong for the last few years. But basically, it's better that we pick up the pieces after we move on, to make sure that we steward and operate the hydrocarbon resource properly, rather than ask a private investor, in their own words, to shoulder the risks, whatever that means in terms of UK standard and Irish Sea and North Sea standard regulation. So I am prepared to receive the report. I find it's a helpful update because it basically shows all the unknowns that we still have, which I find incredibly surprising. If truth be known, we have wasted a lot of time in so many areas around energy strategy. In truth, we've wasted a lot of time around heating our homes, also how we transport ourselves. But hey, we are where we are, and this is a helpful update, which I'm prepared to receive, because to be honest, it's very frank about how far behind we are compared to what we started out on 6 years ago now.
The Honourable Member, Mr. Peters.
Thank you, Mr. President. Whilst I see lots to like in this update, for me it's a bit of a curate's egg. Nowhere does it acknowledge that there's a chance, and of course that's all it is, that we may have a massive gas field in our waters, providing cheap energy for many years, as my colleague from Arbury Castletown and Malou and from Douglas have already noted in passing. I have a motion table for December Tynwald about net zero, so I won't rehearse those arguments now, but our energy strategy is all about reducing CO2 at vast cost, when it should be about how to power the island at a far lower cost. So I'm afraid I can't support this strategy.
The Honourable Member, Mr. Willenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. As Chair of Managed Utilities, I welcome the updates to DEFRA's energy strategy.
It highlights that environmental targets stemming from the climate change and island plans must be achieved while also maintaining what we in the MUA call the Holy Trinity, a secure, reliable and affordable electricity supply. The Lord Bishop will be relieved to know that other versions exist. I'm reassured to see that energy security remains fundamental to this strategy, and I'm sure all honourable members will agree that keeping the lights on is critical to keeping our island fully charged, moving and alive. If we are to maintain security of supply, we must invest strategically in both assets, old and new, whilst striving to maintain an appropriate balance of financial prudency and target achievement. I'm encouraged to see this strategy is realistic regarding the capital spend on a second interconnector, which can be delayed without jeopardizing any targets. As well as its renewable projects, alternative options include modifying existing infrastructure, utilizing non-fossil fuels, and building new short-term grid storage options for security systems. Delayed investment on a second interconnector may also present other opportunities and allow Manx Utilities further time to understand whether or not it is technically possible to connect to an offshore wind farm to achieve some level of energy security. The work undertaken to date to support a second interconnector must, however, be completed to ensure this option is always available to the island in the future, while the existing interconnector nears the end of its useful life, having now served the island for almost 25 years. It is exciting to see recognition of the opportunity for innovative action, with a commitment to explore smart grids and the modification of behavioral norms so that electricity is consumed in different ways. By adopting this approach, the island can ensure that it is spending wisely and that these activities are trusted by our greatest stakeholders, the Manx public. We are, at the end of the day, a community utility. Manx Utilities fully recognises its role in supporting the delivery of this strategy, and it is proud to continue to support the delivery of our island's essential utility services. I look forward to seeing support and understanding from this Honourable Court as Manx Utilities strives to deliver on government objectives within the energy strategy. Thank you.
Honourable Member, Mr. Ashford.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. My remark will be very, very brief because it's just to one particular part of the strategy. Relating to page 16, I noticed with quite interest where it mentions about the relationship with private developers and that it says we are committed to continue to engage with the private sector and we are open to conversations with developers about how their projects can help support the island and also the role of innovation. One of the things I've certainly found from speaking to many people who are wanting to develop in this sphere over the last couple of years is an ongoing frustration with how long things take when they engage with government. That they can't have the quick and vibrant conversations they have when talking amongst their peers in the private sector to move things forward, even if there is absolutely no cost to the taxpayer being involved. And I think that is a building frustration in many areas, and it could, if we don't actually resolve it and actually break through a lot of the bureaucracy, end up with developers looking elsewhere to develop many of these things. So I note that it says that obviously our initial renewable projects are intended to be in public ownership, but if we're not careful and we don't start breaking down these barriers, they'll all end up in public ownership because the private sector isn't going to wait around forever to engage. I've spoken to someone who's wanting to develop something where they've now been going around in circles. They feel they're getting somewhere now, but they've been going around in circles for nearly 3 years to get the conversations and get to where they are now. If it wasn't someone local, I doubt they'd have stuck around. So we really do need to recognise that we need engagement from the private sector if we are going to deliver this in the best cost-effective way from the island. But in order to do that, we do need to actually ensure that, yes, we have due diligence, but we also need to ensure that we are responsive and actually move things along.
Well, you may remember Mr. Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Broadly, I'd like to welcome this update. I think it's got a lot in it, but I've got a number of questions for the Minister. She'll be able to answer some of these. The report talks about a potential for future wind leasing rounds. So it says actually they've gone out and they've talked to industry about potentially doing another licensing round, and that sounds like really good news. I would have thought, though, that it needs to follow the development of a marine spatial plan so we actually know what's coming. Then you read a bit further into the document and it says actually, yes, we're going to start scoping, potentially a new scoping study for whether we can go ahead with further leasing offshore, and that's going to be done by 2026. So that's 2 years away before that's going to come. But surprisingly, that's also the date by which we're expecting to see a marine spatial plan. So I suppose, how can you scope and do more work on what future wind leasing, offshore leasing would look like before you've actually got your marine spatial plan in place in the first place? So it seems a bit unusual that we're trying to do all those things in parallel when one would seem to logically follow the other. Having said that, it's also quite disappointing that it's another 2 years before we're intending to even decide if we want to scope doing future leasing rounds. Not 2 years before we launch a leasing round, it's 2 years to do the scoping work. There's also talk in here around whether or not we can connect offshore wind farms to the island. So again, that's something that's in discussion right now with the active provider Ørsted, and that's hoping to be completed by spring of next year. But again, surely you need a spatial plan to have an understanding of what you're going to be doing with your offshore territory before you can start committing to things like interconnector cables being laid, which could have an impact on shipping and fishing and all the other things that we hear about. So again, the timescales for some a little bit more explanation. There's also talk in here again, talking about timescales around work on dispatchable power and when that's going to come. And that's quite interesting because you can't have a sustainable renewable network without dispatchable power being in place. And actually, if you're looking at a net zero dispatchable system, that can't be gas-based, it has to be something else. There's not a lot of information in the report actually about that dispatchable power. In fact, when you look at what it talks about, it says, yes, we're going to replace our dispatchable diesel fleet with something else. And then it just says, yes, we're going to have some more work done on this, probably by summer next year. Now again, I'm at a bit of a loss as to how we can start moving ahead with some of the other bits and pieces of the puzzle until you've answered that question about dispatchable power. So hopefully it'll all become clearer towards the middle of next year when some more of these documents are published, but it just feels like some of the timetables in here aren't quite as well aligned as they could be. There's also a few parts of the document that I think concern me a little bit. So one of the actions in here was to enable businesses to be able to demonstrate that they're purchasing renewable power. And the MUA offer this now through their renewable certificate system that they offer. They've got a particular tariff on their website for this. Quite interesting because the strategy marks this as complete because businesses can now buy this power and can demonstrate to their customers they're purchasing 100% renewable power. Unfortunately, there's a catch. They can only do this if they are on the high demand commercial or industrial tariff. So it actually only applies to some of the really big business users on the island, whereas the aim in the strategy was for any business to be able to buy one of these certificates, which is how it works in most other developed countries. The UK is a good example of that. So a small or medium-sized business actually can't buy a renewable energy certificate because they can't access the renewable power tariff that Manx Utilities offer. But the action is marked as complete. Quite clearly not complete. You can't say, yes, I've delivered this for a small section of the business community, therefore, tick, job done, move on. Actually, you've started that process, but to mark it as complete, I think, is not accurate in the slightest. I'd also like to ask the Minister if she can provide some more information around the review of the barriers to self-generation, because the strategy and the document talk around assessing the current barriers and challenges to self-generated renewable provision. Great. That sounds like a really good idea. What is stopping businesses from putting renewable energy on their units? What is stopping people from doing this work, as Mr Ashford has outlined? But the actual work that's assigned to that, Manx Utilities are currently reviewing the terms offered to customers for a connection to the grid. That isn't a review of the barriers, that is Manx Utilities looking at its pricing model. It then goes on to say, technical issues in respect of the grid will impose some constraints. Yes, that is exactly the issue that has been identified by the action that says, we know there are barriers, we'd like to know what they are, please. So this report says, yes, there are some technical issues. Great. Is that the assessment of barriers? Is that the only barrier, that we have these unspecified technical issues? Are we going to see a report or something that says these are the barriers and this is how we're going to overcome them? Or are we simply just going to ask the MUA to look at its pricing model? That's what it seems like we're doing. It doesn't seem like we're actually serious about looking at the barriers to self-generation, to renewable generation on the island. We're just looking at pricing. And this, I think, comes down then to similar issues with the Green Living Grant Scheme. So that closed at the end of September this year, no more applications. We're looking at a new scheme, apparently, that's going to come forward in Q1 2025, subject to Treasury approval. I love that phrase when you see it in a document. What it means is we don't know how much it's going to cost and Treasury aren't going to give us the money, but at least we've told you about it. Great. So that's subject to Treasury approval. Has there been any consultation on the design of this new scheme? Because the report says two different things. It says there's been consumer surveys and focus groups. Okay, that's interesting. Can we see the results of those? Have they been shared or published anywhere? Who were the consumers? How were they approached? I don't know anyone that has participated in one of those focus groups. Maybe I'm just unlucky, but it'd be nice to know actually how that was dealt with. But also the document says at one point we're looking at moving on to the next stages of the design of the scheme before we begin legislating. Further on in the document it says the scheme has been designed. And now we're just looking at legislation. Well, which one of those two statements is it? Are you still designing the scheme? At which point you'd think that you'd be talking to customers and the Manx public and businesses about what that scheme probably should include, or has the scheme been designed already absent that sort of consultation? I'm not aware of a consultative exercise that was undertaken around that. Has the scheme been designed? Are we just waiting on legislation? Because again, this talks about timescales. If you're looking at coming forward in Q1 next year, that doesn't give you a lot of time to consult and design and finalise the design of a scheme and then to legislate. Whereas if you're just looking at legislation, maybe you've got the time for it. So again, I'd just like some more information really on some of the inconsistencies in the document and an explanation of where we're up to with some of these things, because as a piece of work, like I say, there's a lot of really good stuff in there. It does show that we're moving forward, it does show we're making progress with some of these things, but I'm actually not convinced that some of the actions that we've assigned against the actual targets and the aims that we've set in the strategy are going to hit the nail on the head, are really going to hit the mark. So if the Minister could provide some additional context and some more information, that would be very much appreciated. Thank you, Mr. President.
And the Honourable Member, Mr. Henderson.
It would be entirely remiss of me not to have some input into an energy debate. I'll be coming at it from a slightly different angle than most members, but nonetheless it's directed at the heart of the report that's update report that's presented to us today, in which, in the opening paragraphs, it states very clearly that we need to be aiming towards our carbon reduction targets. Minister herself, and I thank her for her presentation, has indicated that as well, not just by an energy strategy, but improving our carbon reduction targets per se. So with that in mind, Dr. N, I'm just wondering what the Minister and the Council Ministers are proposing to do, as I keep shouting out from this honourable place from time to time about changing community behaviour. I keep saying, Dr. N, that on average it's been scientifically assessed that most people, adult people, will produce about 10 tonnes of CO2 a year. If we could reduce that for a population of 85,000 by half, we'd hit our carbon reduction targets and go underneath without even having to bother about energy. So there's something to think about, Actuan, and to the Minister, I give you that on a plate, and to the Cabinet Office on a plate as well. What are we doing to change community behaviour? It's quite easy to change, doesn't cost anything, but by golly, it has a monster impact on our environment and climate. No problem with that at all. While I'm at it, Actuan, I just want to know why, for instance, a throwaway comment, I see staff from the Clerk of Tynwald's office regularly with trolleys going around this building with skyscrapers of reams of printing paper topping up all the printing machines around the building. Why are we doing that? Why are we not leading the way and saying, here's our green credentials from Tynwald? And it might amuse some honourable members, but what I'm reporting is actual fact. And there's loads of other examples. You could reduce the Isle of Man's carbon footprint, Minister, quite easily and quickly with a few common sense, no cost options. The other thing that worries me is we're aiming for our low carbonised energy plan. Fine, I support the Minister's document, no problem. No problem with what the Honourable Member, Mrs Barbara, said, support that.
And strangely enough, Hector, and I'm coming round to the Honourable Member for Middles thinking Mr Peters, in a way, in what he's in some of what he's been saying, because it actually does stack up. But with all that, Hector, I think we can affect big changes ourselves. And the thing with promoting the energy strategy is that what it seems to me to be doing is legitimising our normal behaviour. And I've had this before with one or two members, heated discussion, we didn't fall out, but the honourable members concerned, their argument was, oh well, if we change our energy source at the power station and we change our internal combustion engine vehicles, go electric, go hydrogen, we'll hit our target, so we don't need to worry anymore. Meaning that we can go about our normal business in an irresponsible and negligent manner as we do just now, such as the printing I've mentioned, in Strand Street the other day doing some shopping. Every shop in the street in this bitterly cold weather, doors open, wedged open on purpose, heating on full blast. Now you tell me, honourable members, where's that going to get us? So we hit our targets with our new solar-powered power station. Kroger hit it big off Ramsey, massive gas field. And then in between times, the whole Isle of Man community and other communities just go about the business as normal, rubbish everywhere, wasted electric and all the rest of it that I keep to describe. I think we need to start making some changes, Hector, and I think it's incumbent on the council ministers to actually start educating the public what they can do, what's feasible, and that everyone added up together can make a monster difference. That's the message, Hector. And the other thing I'd like to say, Hector, and it struck me that we're so intent on mineral extraction and resource extraction, which we have to do to an extent at the minute. There is a side effect of doing that. Resource extraction from our planet has side effects, believe it or not, and I've highlighted these on an international level, believe it or not, Hector, and it's left some scientists a little baffled, but they can see the concerns. And if you think I'm talking science fiction, Hector, let me put two examples to you while we're all thinking, let's drill for gas, let's dig coal out, all the mining that goes on around the planet. There's been so much underground water extraction in North America that it's caused a tilt on the Earth's axis. That's recorded in the world news, not just Dicky Bird news, but mainline news and scientific papers. So it's coming from credible sources and scientific sources that have measured the effect. Another effect that's ongoing, that's slightly inexplicable, is the change of polarities in the Earth's poles. I'm putting that down to resource extraction from our planet. A living thing can only take so much, and then you'll cause irreversible damage. So we need to progress what we're doing, and I certainly fully back sustainable energy use and whatever else we can do in the background there, because we really do need to think about what we're doing personally for us in our own activities of living, our communities' activities of living, and how we as a government, parliament, are managing our nation, Hector. Where am I?
Go on, the honourable member, Mr. Brewer.
Who am I, Hector? Just want to associate myself with the remarks made by Mr. Thomas, Douglas Central, and also Douglas North MHK, Mr. Ashford there. There are good things in here, and I feel like I've been banging my head against a brick wall to some extent, because I have mentioned smart grids and microgrids. I've mentioned about, and I am encouraged by the mentions in the document here, by comments about bringing in the private sector. I've argued this from the beginning, as government simply, in my book, can't afford to do everything, and Mr Ashford is entirely right to say the private sector are not going to wait forever here in this sphere. But I can't support this today because it was mentioned, and I admire the honesty about costs, as Mr Thomas said, but it's more than just frustrating to me. It's a breaker for me. It's balmy to be ploughing on without knowing the end costs. We're being told on the one hand that we've got to live within our means and that money is tight, and then in this we're being told, yes, we're going ahead with this, but we don't know the costs, the end costs. I can't support that. To me, that is irresponsible as a member of the House of Keys and is madness.
The Honourable Member, Ms Edge.
Thank you, Mr President. I've just got a couple of queries on whether the Minister can actually raise some of my concerns. In the strategy, it actually says to make greater use of our own energy resources. And then when you look through the document, there's certainly nothing about geothermal, there's nothing about hydrogen, energy production. These are the future, nuclear and it's the future. What we're actually talking about in here is wind turbines mostly. And they're old technology now, they're really old technology, and they've been around for a long time, and we've not had a lot of wind for the last few months. In fact, there was a gentleman with only in here. So if you listen to the experts, certainly our wind patterns have changed. Anyway, digging. We need to get off at this time of night, didn't we? So I am concerned that the innovative side of what we could be doing for the future for the island, obviously the grid and our own grid and network, it's clear it cannot take any localised wind turbines from individuals. Is that why it's been blocked? Because we're not giving them a tariff, because we don't want any locally, because the whole of the network and our grid cannot afford to do it. I would have liked to see that we are making sure that our grid is resilient on Ireland for the future, and that we're going to see the future of energy around the island. We keep hearing that if the cable goes down, well, if the cable goes down, we've got enough. Are we still on a maximum demand of 80 megawatts when we're at peak? I think it's no higher than that. And if you look at what we actually can generate, we're over 100, 200 and whatever megawatts. So we've got plenty of resilience in the system now. What I haven't seen before me is how we are looking at the network on Ireland, the localised grids which are talked about, and how we're going to ensure sustainability around the island. No matter how we get the power here, I prefer to see on Ireland ideas. I'd prefer to see the thoughts of hydrogen and certainly geothermal. I know there's somebody trying geothermal on the island. Has the Department for Environment, Food and Agriculture been talking to these people? And certainly, you know, relying on external investment, I think that we should always be looking at that as an option. But the retrofit grant scheme, why do we always feel that government has to fund everything for everybody? Government should be providing good services for the basic requirements that a government should do from a social side, and we should be looking at other opportunities for people to perhaps, instead of grant schemes, get low deposits for retrofit schemes or low interest schemes. I'm sure the Minister and at the presentation they did talk about that. But you know, our interconnector is not maximised out. It's very rarely used. I know there was conversation around it does trip out. When has it tripped out? How many times has it tripped out? That was said to us at the presentation. It concerns me if it's tripping out because it's never been used to its maximum. Thank you, Mr President.
Honourable Member, Mrs Kinish.
Thank you, Mr President. I just want to touch on public ownership, and it's acknowledged about the public government procured renewable projects will be in public ownership to deliver the lowest cost to consumer, but then there's the commitment to conduct further economic analysis to determine long-term public-private balance based on a whole system economic assessment. And I wonder if the Minister is able to indicate when this economic analysis will be available. Public ownership does come at a great cost, but it does make a positive difference to our planet. On page 11 of the strategy, the Department refers to being in the process of preparing a detailed options appraisal covering a range of feasible future power system transition scenarios, and within those bullet points it talks about minimising consumer costs and investment costs and taking advantage of business and consumer opportunities. And this touches on points that other honourable members have made in here today. So does the Minister have an indication of when the options appraisal will also be published? And the position with private developers. So there are developers out there interested. I'm particularly interested from the option of community projects, so community wind, solar, hydro farms, through the use of structures such as cooperatives or other social company structures. And there's many examples in the UK of successful projects. The beauty of those type of structures is that they are invested into by the communities, and that enables people to buy into those projects and support those projects. So you're less likely to get a defensive approach to things like wind turbines, where the community knows that they will benefit directly from the value generated. So they may get reduced energy bills, they may see a return on their investments if they invest in it. So they're tried and tested projects in the UK. I don't want to dishearten the Honourable Member for Douglas North, Mr Ashford, when he says it's taken time for private developers, but certainly if you look at the Irwell Farm cooperative in Wales, it took 17 years for that to get off the ground, including a judicial review. But I think we can learn a lot from what's happened in the UK and move that forward. But you know, I live in Laxey, you will know that. Clever Victorians 100 years ago produced its own electricity using hydropower. The turbine house still exists in Laxey alongside the river, still in situ, still in good condition. It might not be a big scheme, but every little counts towards net zero, and that would be a project that stands a solid chance of community buy-in, given its limited impact on the landscape, but I can't count for the fishes. So when will any necessary technical requirements and any legislation provide for this as a feasible option, which in then turn could minimise investment costs to the public purse? Thank you, Mr President.
And move to reply.
Thank you, Mr President. Right, I'll whistle through. I was thinking, could I just say thanks for your comments? But there's too many questions, so now we've just got to go through it, so sorry, guys. Just so starting with Mr Morehouse, I'm delighted he thought it was a visually appealing document, and as was noted by Manx Radio, has a lot of Manx Gaelic in it, and I'm sure he's thrilled with that as well. Not as thrilled as I was, and then wasn't when I was asked to pronounce it all on the radio. In terms of Cogger, I think we do recognise, you know, as part of the strategy that actually gas will play a limited role in the future in terms of our own power systems. However, there's no question that there is the potential for a hydrocarbon project having major revenue benefits. You know, and I think that is absolutely an area we might look at, but I don't think that's necessarily specific to the energy strategy, so I think they're slightly different things. In terms of the solar projects, they are progressing, and I know that Manx Utilities have provided some updates around them, but they will need to be obviously costed based on the specific buildings they're going on, because the specifics in terms of a project like that could significantly change costs. In terms of the impact around onshore wind turbines, I know this has been a subject of much discussion, but ultimately all of those elements and the impact will be around planning to determine. It's absolutely right that that process is allowed to play out. He talked about you know, where the cost savings would be with onshore wind turbines, because there is a significant capital investment. The reality is we're needing to renew our technology anyway. We're at the end of life for large quantities of this infrastructure, and what we would do in renewing that is actually remove the price volatility, and that's where the significant benefit comes to those people paying the bills, and I think it's really important to remember that. Dates relating to the EIA, I acknowledge that you are best checked really with Manx Utilities. Our update is a moment in time. They're obviously working on this on a day-to-day basis, so I would always rely, I would say, on their website in terms of the most up-to-date information regarding that. Dr Hayward talked about the importance of highlighting our vulnerability, not just to things that might happen by accident, but perhaps even deliberate deliberate acts in the future, and we hope that won't be the case. The matter around second interconnector is still being scoped, is subject to feasibility study, and obviously there are options that have presented that are now being worked through, and I think that's important. Time frame wise, realistically that's going to be into next year, but we would have more clarity around that feasibility work then, hopefully early next year, that will allow us to feed.
Flashbacks.
Welcome to the Social Affairs Policy. Change my speech. And back in the room. And we'll be feeding that into the roadmap. Mr. Thomas asked whether we'll be coming back in July next year or November next year. You know, I would have liked to have been able to tell honourable members that it's going to be July next year, but I also think I have to have a degree of honesty around this. I'm not convinced I'll be able to hit July next year, and I think that the reality is I'm also got a small officer team, and I've talked about this in this honourable place before, also trying to develop quite a comprehensive retrofit scheme that we want to get right. So I think it's important that I acknowledge that I may not be able to bring this in July, and I want to manage expectations. If I can, though, absolutely I will, and I'll try and keep honourable members updated in terms of our progress around that. I know he said he was offering a backhanded compliment. I think from Mr. Thomas, in relation to energy, I'll take any compliment. So thank you very much for that. And I think it's really important that we have to start somewhere. We could have said we're not going to do anything around energy strategy until we've got it fully funded and fully understood. But actually, I think the opportunity to have these discussions and understand the direction of travel has been really valuable in terms of us potentially discarding some ideas, looking more focused in terms of other ideas, and then being able to go away and use those members' contributions in our feasibility and scoping work. So, the summer is the target for the roadmap. Mr. Thomas might ask if that's an Indian summer, but I'm gonna pump for that November date with the energy strategy update and the roadmap coming side by side. I'm going to be honest. November is my date that I'm going to put down, but if we come in earlier, Mr. Thomas can compliment me there, or maybe not. And he refers to it as a partial strategy, and I would call it a developing strategy. I think that's why we were very clear. We would have annual updates. There is information that is becoming known to us. It's absolutely right. We should be honest about what we know and what we don't know. There's significant work ongoing around solar, retrofit, interconnection, and biomass as just some of the areas that are being focused on. And as I've already said, wind capital costs might not be cheaper but because we know we have to replace that infrastructure anyway, we would remove the volatility that we're subject to in terms of fossil fuels. Mr. Peters discussed the gas field prospects, which I've already covered, and as I say, the fully costed roadmap as committed to next year, and I'm just sorry he can't support the case for greater energy independence and stability, which for me is what this document is really about. Mr. Wannenberg, I just want to extend my thanks to him and the team at the MU actually for their diligent partnership work across many of the areas across the strategy that they're absolutely embedded in and key in terms of the delivering and the development of the feasibility studies and project plans as well. All of us, that power of us all being able to act together, I absolutely acknowledge that. And there is work ongoing actually through the energy efficiency scheme. We've got the energy doctor going out, working with people, talking to them about things they can do to make small shifts in their behaviour that make bigger changes around the amount of energy we actually use. So I think that's, again, a really important component. And I knew you would manage to get birds into Mr. Hen's into his speech, but I wasn't quite sure that was where we were going with the Dicky Bird news. But you've never let me down yet, Mr. Hen's. Mr. Glover talked about banging his head against a brick wall. I'm happy to tell him he doesn't need to bang his head against a brick wall. He can join DEFRA, be part of the solution. I'm happy to give responsibility for energy policy. If he would like to come into that, is on the table. I think it's really important. There's an opportunity there, and I would be very much grateful for his input should he be willing to consider that. Ms. Edge talked about geothermal. Certainly from our conversations with experts, that's something that has simply been ruled out. It's just entirely cost prohibitive. We don't have the geology that's appropriate for that. But absolutely, if she's got people who can tell us otherwise, please point them in our direction, and we would love to talk to them about their views. Tidal and hydrogen are on our watch list long term, but the reality is the infrastructure around those just simply isn't advanced enough to make it worth us pursuing at this point in terms of cost. In reality, wind and solar are tested, trusted infrastructure, and alongside those studies that we're having into second interconnector and biomass opportunities, I believe those are the right solutions for our island. The retrofit grant scheme, just to be clear, isn't going to be everything for everybody. That's certainly not been anything I've ever suggested, and neither would I. We are looking not just at grants, we're looking at loans as well, and I think that is important. It's not just about grants. And as I said before, I think for me it's important this supports the just transition and making some of those energy savings and the ability to heat decarbonise something that's accessible to everyone. So, you know, that's very much been at the forefront of our thinking while developing it. Mrs. Kinnish talked about public ownership providing best value, but obviously there's a limit to what we'll be able to provide. In terms of the options appraisal date, I would hope that will be in line with the roadmap. So again, that November 2025 date would be my backstop position on that. And then the private developers scoping and community infrastructure is very much on the radar, and I know that Steve Ford and our officer has been and met with some of the organisations who are running projects such as that across the UK to look at how we might utilise some of those models here. So you're very much being looked at. So to conclude, honourable members, just yesterday gas prices reached their highest point in a year, with prices remaining above the long-term average and fluctuation continuing owing to concerns relating to stability of gas supplies across Europe. And today the G20 declaration states, we recognise the need for deep, rapid and sustained reductions in greenhouse gas emissions in line with the 1.5 Celsius reduction pathways and call on members to contribute to the global efforts against climate change. The energy strategy sets our green, clean path. I beg to move, Mr. President.
Now, honourable members, come to vote on this item. Item 6, as laid out on the order paper. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no.
No. Aye.
Division called.
Extra 19 votes for, 5 against in the keys.
Legislative Council, 9 for, none against. Therefore, item 6 is carried. Now, honourable members, we've just gone past our allotted hour, so the court will now stand adjourned till 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.